A former professor of the University of Rutgers and an important son of Guyana's soil. Dr. Ivan van Sertima is a celebrated Guyanese British historian, linguist, and anthropologist noted for his Afrocentric theory of pre-Columbian contact between Africa and the Americas. He is also renowned for his bravery and advocacy against allegations falsely made by colleagues regarding African history. He was born on January 26, 1935 in Kitty, Georgetown, Guyana. His father, Frank Obermuller, was a trade union leader. He was also a People's Progressive Party parliamentarian. Frank Obermuller van Sertima, who was elected to the House of Assembly after being successful at the polls at the 1953 general elections. People's Progressive Party headed by Chetty Jagan won the 1953 general elections but suffered the loss of a candidate through an election petition. Ivan was one of the most brilliant scholars and historians to hail from Guyana. He belonged on the same podium as the late Guyanese scholar and union organizer Dr. Walter Rodney, and American giants such as Dr. John Henrik Clark and Martin Bertel. Van Sertima initially focused on writing poetry after completing his primary and secondary education. He was educated at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the London University and the Rutgers Graduate School, and holds degrees in African Studies and Anthropology. During his studies, he became fluent in Swahili and Hungarian dialects. From 1957 to 1959, he served as a press and broadcasting officer in the Guyana Information Services. During the decade of the 1960s, he broadcast weekly from Britain to Africa and the Caribbean. Van Sertima moved to the United States in 1970, where he entered Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey for graduate work. Van Sertima began his more than 30-year teaching career at Rutgers as an instructor in 1972 and completed his master's degree in 1977. He was Associate Professor of African Studies in the Department of Africana Studies. His most famous work, They Came Before Columbus, was published by Random House in 1977 and showed African influences in Central and South America before the arrival of Europeans. That work is presently in its 29th printing. It was published in French in 1981, and in the same year was awarded the Clarence L. Holt Prize, a prize awarded every 2 years for a work of excellence in literature and the humanities relating to the cultural heritage of Africa and the African diaspora. Columbus Day is a national holiday in many countries of the Americas and elsewhere, and a federal holiday in the United States, which officially celebrates the anniversary of Christopher Columbus's arrival in the Americas. They Came Before Columbus, The African Presence in Ancient America is a book by Ivan van Sertima that argues that Africans were in the New World centuries before Christopher Columbus arrived in 1492. The book is based on a variety of evidence, including similarities between cultures. Van Sertima points to cultural similarities between Native Americans and Africans, such as the Olmec heads of central Mexico and the similarities between the Aztec and Egyptian calendars and pyramids. Transportation of goods. Van Sertima documents the transportation of plants, animals, and textiles between the continents. Explorers' accounts. Van Sertima uses diaries, journals, and oral accounts of explorers to support his claim. Possible route from Guinea. Van Sertima suggests that Columbus may have known about a route to the Americas from his time as a trader in Guinea. The book has been described as fascinating and well written and clear. However, the topic is controversial because some people believe that Africans taught Native Americans superior culture, such as agriculture and pyramid building.
I appeared before Congress on July the 7th, 1987. I've been summoned there to give due cause. They should not refer to Columbus's accidental stumble into the Caribbean, which he thought was the backside of India, as a discovery. I remember when I entered the chamber, this gentleman, head of the Quincentenary Commission, came up to me and said, "You don't mean to say you come here to say Columbus did not discover America?" I said, "Yes." He said, "You must be mad." I said, "You look mad to me too." As a result of my presentation, Congress decided to delete the word discovery from official documents. I presented a vast body of evidence, and it started as a peculiar accident because I was in the British Information, I was in services, then I was in the British Information Services, and never intended to come to America. I'd heard such dark things about America. but I'd heard dark things about most countries. Anyway, I was on my way back. My Prime Minister had invited me to read poetry at the occasion of the independence of our country, independence celebrations, because I was known then as a poet. And I was on my way back, and Jan Carew, a famous Guyanese author, invited me to come to America, and I said, no, I'll never go to America. I've heard such dark things about America. No. I said, don't be foolish. There are dark things about all places in the world. You come and check it out. So I came there on a Saturday. Sunday morning he was asleep, and I came down into his library and I saw 3 green books, Africa and the Discovery of America, by Leo Wiener. This was done, I think, in the 1920s. The problem with Leo Wiener, however, he was strictly a linguist. And I felt that finding a number of African words in America would not be enough to prove the point. To prove something like that, which would overturn a great amount of thinking, would call for a vast body of evidence in many fields. So I actually began a critique of this. 30 years ago, I actually began to attack my own subject. I didn't know it would become my subject, because it wasn't good enough. Linguistics, I was trained as a linguist, and I know that you could occasionally get a number of words. You'd have to prove a lot of things. You'd have to have evidence in many fields to prove something like this. So I sent it to the editor, and I said, if anyone could show me just a few sculptures or portraits of Africans in America before Columbus, I would take another hard look at this matter, because he presented no pictorial proof. And he knew nothing about skeletal material, so he couldn't provide skeletal proof. And the editor at Random House, Charles Harris, called me up and said, Van Sertima, something strange has happened on my table. You ended your piece by saying, if anyone could show me images of Africans in America before Columbus, I would take another hard look at this matter. And I turned the page, and I turned the page, and I turned the page. There were 7 images of Africans. John Williams, the novelist, author of The Man Who Cried I Am, had been to Mexico and met a strange German, last of the Royal House of Germany. Hitler had put him in charge of the German embassy in D.C. And something happened, and he was dismissed. I was later to find out why he was dismissed by Hitler, because Hitler sent around a circular saying that everyone in the diplomatic service has to sign a statement saying they're a pure Aryan. And von Wutenow wrote back. Now, he was a count, the last of the royal house in Germany. This was strange for von Wutenow, strange for anybody in that position. Wrote back to say, there is no such thing as a pure Aryan. All people have black blood. Oh God, he had to flee after that, because Hitler would have gotten him. So I rushed off to Mexico to meet this strange man. And I went to his chateau. And he'd heard about me because I had written him first and told him what I had done. And we sat in that place, okay? We sat on his steps half the night arguing, because he couldn't, you have to show me a hell of a lot of evidence to convince me of something that everybody believes is true history. He says, I said, I have to see these heads. He said, I have a few in my study. I said, that's not good enough. I have to be sure that they are valid, that you're not making this up. He was a little annoyed by that. He wanted to throw me out of the house. But nonetheless, I persisted. You have to prove this to me. I need to see sculptures of these people. He says they're not in the big museums. They don't take chances like that in the big museums. You have to go to private collections. And the next day he started to take me to private collections, and I was utterly stunned. You would be surprised how much history is hidden in private museums. They don't allow these things in the big places. It's just like in Egypt. I am responsible for returning to the modern Egyptians the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin which Napoleon's army blew off. A friend of mine, Garland Roberts, an adventurer, he was in England. He went into the British Museum, and he found that they had the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin. how he did that, but he's a fella, he's a daredevil. He would risk his life just to prove a point. And I says, you go back there. I'm going to pay your way to Britain. You go back and photograph the damn thing. Pretend you are a, messenger boy, whatever it is. Get a job there. Get the damn thing. And he brought back startling pictures. And I called Sheikh Anta Diop, the head of the radiocarbon laboratory in Dakar. He's dead now. He was the leading African scientist. And I got in touch with him and I told him what had happened. And I got in touch with Gamal Abdel Mokhtar, the Arab delegate at UNESCO. Sheikh Anta was at UNESCO too. And I got in touch with, I told Garland Roberts, he has to be on the phone. And we started a conversation with the British Museum. And I started out by saying, sir, we understand and we have hard visual proof that you have the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin in your museum. And I have the Arab delegate at UNESCO here and the African delegate, etc. And we'd like to negotiate the return of the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin to the Egyptians. Now, Keiko. Now, Van Sertima, we can't do that. See, most of the things we have in our museums come from all over the world. If we started returning things to this and that country, we'd have no museums. I said, sir, we're not asking you to destroy the museum. This is a specific object. This is a matter of the very gravest importance. I have on the line with me Gamal Abdel Mokhtar, the Arab delegate, Sheikh Anta Diop, the African delegate, myself, Garland Roberts, who has proof that they were the pieces, he photographed them. And he said, well, we will consider it. Do you know? Sheikh Anta spoke. I had a French translator. Sheikh Anta spoke. I spoke. Garland Roberts spoke. Do you know the Arab delegate? We're returning it to the bloody Arabs, He never said a bloody word. Because the Arabs are not Egyptian. Don't make any mistake about that. It's just like we're in this room here. This is America. It would be hard to find a Native American in this room. The world has changed dramatically. There have been half a dozen invasions of Egypt, the Persians, the Greeks, the Syrians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. That is not Egypt. Egypt is no longer Egyptian. They have not a damn thing to do with the building of the pyramids. We now have hard proof, very hard proof, that Egypt was African when the pyramids were built. There is no question about it. This is not guesswork. This is not theory. We found the skeletons in the ancient graves. We found sculptures, which you'll never see when you go to Egypt. They don't put those things on display. But now we have the hard proof. And I'll deal with that later when we come to deal with the Egyptian section of this lecture. But I appeared before the Congressional Committee and I presented 12 witnesses, all European. Because they're going to say I'm Afrocentric if I show them this African said this. No. I'm going to take the very people that you think you will listen to. Columbus is the first person. I said, that's how I began. I'm not the first person to suggest there were Africans in America before Columbus. Christopher Columbus is the first person to say that. He actually says in the Journal of the Second Voyage that when he was in Haiti, Native Americans came to them and told them that black-skinned people had come from the south and southeast trading in gold-tipped metal spears. Columbus may or may not have believed, but he actually collected samples of these spears. They were sent back to Spain. They were meticulously, microscopically examined in Spain. And they were found to be identical, not just similar, identical with spears being forged in African Guinea. Of 32 parts, 18 were of gold, 6 of silver, and 8 of copper. Not only were they identical metallurgically, the words the Africans were using for these spears were the words the Americans were using. African word for gold, Ghana. That's why it's called Ghana. gold empire, the Golden Empire. And I checked it out in several African languages: Sarakole, Soninke, Gadzawa, Kane, Vayan Mende, Kani, Kisi, it's Kani, Kono, it's Kani, Pule, it's Kane. That's the word for gold, and that's the word the Americans are using. And they have their own bloody gold word. Why are they using this strange word? And presenting material which, when checked out, when the metallurgists checked it out in Europe, they found the spares were identical in the ratio of gold, silver, and copper alloys. How could you have linguistic and metallurgical identities like that? It is utterly impossible. Not only that, I then went beyond that. I not just showed Columbus. Ferdinand wrote a book about his father, and he said, my father told me that he saw Negroes north of Honduras. Columbus knew what a so-called Negro looks like. He was in Africa. That's how my book began. Columbus sitting at a table in Africa, arguing with the Portuguese. I tracked this man down. It is possible when you become very famous, people could track every little thing. Who you slept with, who you tried to kill, who slept with your wife or your husband, everything. And one found a hell of a lot of stuff on this clown, or rather this villain. He did some horrible things. He's known as the Great Discoverer. Ferdinand said, my father told me he saw Negroes north of Honduras. He not only heard of them in Haiti, he actually saw them north of Honduras. Vasco Nunez de Balboa, on September the 25th in the year 1513, I've got it down to the day. He's coming down the slopes of Paracu and Darien, which we now call Panama. And he and his men saw two tall black men among the Native Americans. They are startled. They haven't brought no black people there. Several of them commented it. Peter Martyr said they must have been shipwrecked. Then he also said they were Ethiopians. Well, Ethiopians, the word Ethiopian is not used for people of Ethiopia. The reason why Ethiopia gets that name, Ethiopia means burnt skin. People of burnt skin would generally call them Ethiopians. So it's not referring to Ethiopia. Peter Martyr said there must have been shipwrecks. Lopez de Gomara said these blacks Balboa saw in the Indies were identical with the blacks we saw in Guinea. Rodrigo de Colmenares saw blacks. Captain of Balboa saw blacks east of the Gulf of San Miguel. Alphonse de Catafalque reported in his book, Study of Panama. L'Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg was the guy who went to Panama, said there were two distinct people in Panama. The Mandinga, black skin, and the Tule, red skin. The red skin would be the Native American. And Alphonse de Catafalque presents us with a map showing blacks in various places in early America. The Charus of Brazil, the Yamasee of Florida, and the Black Caribs of St. Vincent, pre-Columbian. Alonso Ponce cites them off Campeche in Mexico. River Palacio cites them off Tegucigalpa, the Nicaraguan Honduran border. Ramon Pane speaks of them as the black gold traders. Fray Gregorio Garcia cites them off Cartagena, Colombia. A dozen Europeans, Christopher Columbus, Ferdinand Columbus, Vasco Nunez de Balboa, Peter Martyr, Lopez de Gomara, Rodrigo de Colmenares, Alphonse de Catafalque, L'Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg, Alonso Ponce, River Palacio, Ramon Pane, Fray Gregorio Garcia, seeing things that are not there. Probably blacks are haunting their dreams. It's absurd. You cannot have 12 eyewitnesses to event that never happened. And I have not just 12 eyewitnesses. That is just one piece of evidence. I have 12 pieces. So it's not just the eyewitnesses, the metallurgical evidence. That it was tested. They were found to be identical in the ratio of gold, silver, and copper alloys as spares being forged in African Guineas. 18 parts gold, 6 silver.
ships of Mali and 1,310, 200 master boats and 200 supply boats, the CCXPCD Irian of the Mandingo Wing N-130, and many others. In Theft came before Columbus, we see clearly the unmistakable face and handprint of Black Africans in pre-Columbian America, and their overwhelming impact on the Evilizadens Elhay encountered. I can't praise this book Ank. Kept PT shaken NGGMV head over one's pay power. L'Assumer Feep. Comprehensive and convincing. A big boost to Black cultural historv. Publishers Weekly. Ivan Van Sertima sponsoring work I Linguistics and Anthropology has appeared in numerous scholarly journals. Professor Van Sertima reaches Afro-American studies at Rutgers University. Join our history, blography newsletter by sending a blank email to history_rhthistory@minfo.randomhouse.com. Or visit cover design, Allison Warner, and Random House trade paperback, LTREETMPTNIOLOSLEC. About the author. Ivan Van Sertima's pioneering work in linguistics and anthropology has appeared in numerous anthologies and journals. He is a regular contributor to the Inter-American Review, has published a collection of poems, critical essays, and a Swahili dictionary of legal terms, and has written on the subject of the African presence in pre-Columbian America for the New York Times. Professor Van Sertima teaches at Rutgers University. Ivan Van Sertima, They Came Before Columbus, the African Presence in Ancient America. Random House Trade Paperbacks, New York. 2003 Random House Trade Paperback Edition. Copyright 1976 by Ivan Van Sertima. All rights reserved under international and Pan-American copyright conventions, published in the United States by Random House, an imprint of the Random House Publishing Group, a division of Random House Inc., New York, and simultaneously in Canada by Random House of Cunata Limited, Toronto. Random House Trade Paperbacks and Colophon are trademarks of Random House, in. They Came Before Columbus was originally published in hardcover by Random House, an imprint of the Random House Publishing Group, a division of Random House, Inc., in 1976. Library of Congress cataloging and publication data is available. ISBN 0-8129-6817-4. Random House website address printed in the United States of America. 987,654,321. Photo credits. Play 2 Lee photo, by permission of Hall Bildarchiv, Baden-Baden, Germany. Play 3 Lee photo, by permission of Hall Bildarchiv, Baden-Baden, Germany. Plate 4 Lee photo, by permission of Hall Bildarchiv, Baden-Baden, Germany. Plate 5 Lee photo, by permission of Hall Bildarchiv, Baden-Baden, Germany. Plate 6 Lee photo, by permission of Hall Bildarchiv, Baden-Baden, Germany. Plate 7 by permission of Museo de America, Madrid, Spain. Plate 11 redrawn from illustration on page 214 of The African Genius, An Introduction to African Social and Cultural History by Basil Davidson. Copyright 1969 by Basil Davidson. Reprinted by permission of Little, Brown and Company, in association with Atlantic Monthly Press. Plate 12 reprinted by permission of Dr. Thor Heyerdahl from his book The Quest for America, Phaidon Press Limited. Plate 14 from Unexpected Faces in Ancient America by Alexander von Wathenau. Copyright 1975 by Alexander von Wathenau. Reprinted by permission of Crown Publishers, Inc. Plate 18 Lee photo, by permission of Hall Bildarchiv, Baden-Baden, Germany. Plate 20 illustration from Egyptian Antiquities in the Hermitage by B. Piotrowski, Aurora Art Publishers. Reprinted by permission of the Copyright Agency of the USSR, BAAP, and the publisher. Plate 22 reprinted by permission of Dr. Thor Heyerdahl from his book The Quest for America, Phaidon Press Limited. Plates 23 to 32 from Unexpected Faces in Ancient America by Alexander von Wathenau. Copyright 1975 by Alexander von Wathenau. Reprinted by permission of Crown Publishers, Inc. Plate 31B credit. George Holton, photographer. Plate 33 by permission of George Pryor Associated Publishers Limited, and R. A. Jiraz Boy from his book Ancient Egyptians and Chinese in America. Plate 34 photograph by courtesy of Gillett G. Griffin. Plates 35 to 37 by permission of George Pryor Associated Publishers Limited and R. A. ALR, Ubha from his book Ancient Egyptians and Chinese in America. Plate 38 courtesy of the American Museum of Natural History from the book The Quest for America by Thor Heyerdahl. Plate 39 from page 71 of Before Columbus by Cyrus Gordon. Copyright 1971 by Cyrus Gordon. Reprinted by permission of Crown Publishers, Inc. Plate 40 from Unexpected Faces in Ancient America by Alexander von Wuthenau. Copyright 1975 by Alexander von Wuthenau. Reprinted by permission of Crown Publishers, Inc. Maps by Rafael Palacios. Drawings for plates 9, 11, 13, 14b, 16, 17, 32b by Sylvia Bacos for Maria, Wilson and Jan. Acknowledgements. The author wishes to make special mention of his debt to the following. Professor Jan Carew, for introducing me in 1970 to the Leo Wiener trilogy, thereby initiating my researches into pre-Columbian African presences in the Americas. Ms. Elizabeth Farah, for her assistance in the collection of hundreds of references, particularly those upon which the oceanographic and botanical sections of this work are based. Ms. Marie Falk Horwitz, for translation of large sections of Jules Covitz Les Berberes en Amérique from the Yale copy of this now unavailable work. Ms. Harriet Lehman, for translation of Spanish documents, particularly Gonzalo Aguirre Beltran's La Ethnohistoria y el Estudio del Negro en Mexico. Ms. Barbara Dazzo, for her research notes on the Black African presence in the multiracial navies of the Ramessids. Ms. John Mooney, for acquainting me with the African presence in Irish pre-Christian history. Professor Edward Scobie, whose encouragement and companionship often sustained me during the preparation of this work. Contents. Introduction. Author's note. 1. The secret route from Guinea. The visible witnesses. The mariner prince of Mali. Africans across the sea. Among the Quetzalcoatls. Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico. 7. Black Africa and Egypt. 8. The Black Kings of the 25th Dynasty. 9. African Egyptian presences in ancient America. U. E. W. 10. Plants and transplants. 11. Smoking, tobacco and pipes in Africa and America. 12. The mystery of Mulan P. Postscript on other finds. Index. 110. 125. 144. 211. 262. 273. Introduction. 6 years ago, during my first brief visit to America, I came across 3 volumes in the private library of a Princeton professor. They had been published half a century ago and their title fascinated me, Africa and the Discovery of America. They represented a lifetime of dedicated scholarship by a Harvard linguist, Leo Wiener. Professor Wiener had been working on a grammar of American languages in the early years of this century when he stumbled upon a body of HNGMEHC phenomena that indicated clearly to him the presence of an African and Arabic influence on some medieval Mexican and South American languages before the European contact period. As I say, I was fascinated by the subject. The thesis was revolutionary, the evidence novel and startling. The implications of such a thesis, if proven, could have far-reaching consequences for both American and African history. But I returned to my home in London after reading these books only partially convinced. I was intrigued and impressed but very skeptical. I felt like a man who had come upon a dozen clues to a sensational murder but did not feel too confident about the evidence. The smell of the blood, even the marks of the bullet, were there, but far more important things, the body and the gun, were missing. Later that year I returned to live and teach in the United States. I returned also to that obscure trilogy of Wiener. I began to see far more than I had at first. I began to understand what was the source of my doubts. Professor Wiener was writing too early, when too many bits of the puzzle were missing. Furthermore, while he was a trained linguist and his reading was wide, his method of dealing with anthropological data was naive. HEDA. X1 Introduction. depended too heavily on the fragile pillars of philology to support the great weight of his thesis. Yet in spite of these inadequacies, something of lasting value emerged. It sank to the bottom of my mind and began to radiate quiet, flashing signals that haunted me. In the fall of 1970, at the request of a magazine editor, I sat down to simplify and summarize Wiener. I also began to examine some of his primary sources. I felt the case was an unproven case, but by no means a closed case. I was in no position then to explore it to its limits, but I felt the information should not remain buried under 50 years of silence. It should be circulated afresh. Then something happened that started me off on a hunt that has been like the leads in a detective story, from suspect to suspect, print to print, clue to clue, until finally I came upon what lawyers like to call the smoking gun. On the very day I submitted my summary of the Wiener case to a magazine, the novelist John Williams submitted to the same an interview with a lecturer in art at the University of the Americas in Mexico City, Professor Alexander von Wathenau. Professor von Wathenau had done extensive searches of private collections and museums in the Americas and also his own excavations in Mexico. A generation of work in this area had unearthed a large number of Negroid heads in clay, gold, copper, and copal sculpted by pre-Columbian American artists. The strata on which these heads were found ranged from the earliest American civilizations right through to the Columbian contact period. Accidental stylization could not account for the individuality and racial particulars of these heads. Their Negro-ness could not be explained away, nor, in most cases, their African cultural origin. Their coloration, fullness of lip, prognathism, scarification, tattoo markings, beards, kinky hair, generously fleshed noses, and even in some instances identifiable coiffures, headkerchiefs, helmets, compound earrings, all. These had been skillfully and realistically portrayed by pre-Columbian American potters, jewelers, and sculptediums. Terracotta sculpture of faces was the photography of the pre-Columbian Americans, and what von Wathenau had done was to open new rooms in the photo gallery of our lost American ages. No longer was the African chapter in American pre-Columbian his. Arabs Riem equals. Introduction 15. Tory and irrecoverable blank because of the vicious destruction of Native American books. Here were visible witnesses of a vanished time, and they were telling us a remarkable new story. Wiener and von Wathenau, two ostracized German-American scholars, 50 years apart, their works unknown to each other, joined forces that day in my mind to establish a base for the hypothesis that Africans were here in the Americas before Columbus. Thus began my research. Over the years it has led me into many fields where important and recent discoveries have been made, but always, it seems, in isolation. Schwerin and Stevens in botany, Sterling and the Drucker-Heiser Squire team in American archaeology, Lote, Maury, Arkell, Delewa and Boffrey, Thompson and Randall McIlver, Davies, Summers and Wild in African and Egyptian archaeology, Wiener, Cobbett and Jeffries in philology, von Wathenau in art history, explorers like Heyerdahl and Lindemann in ancient seacraft and oceanography, de Quatrefages, Houghton and Dixon in ethnoanthropology, Wierczynski in craniology, Davidson and Diop in African and Egyptian cultural history. Hapgood in cartography, de Garay in serology, Fell, Gordon and the Verrills in their decipherment of Old World scripts on ancient New World stones, all contributing to a confirmation of the hypothesis, and yet, with a few exceptions, unaware of the work that has been done or is being done by the others. What I have sought to do in this book, therefore, is to present the whole picture emerging from these disciplines, all the facts that are now known about the links between Africa and America in pre-Columbian times. Ivan van Sertima. Author's note. The word Negro has become a very sensitive term, loaded with negative connotations. Whatever its original meaning, a specific race of Africans, or just black-skinned people of general African descent, that meaning has deteriorated in the popular imagination. It is not surprising that many blacks, particularly in North America, now react to the word with varying degrees of pain and disgust. I therefore consider it necessary to explain my particular understanding of the word and my use of it in this book. I have searched for alternatives, and I have used several in different parts of the text. For example, I have often used the term Negroid, since the adjective, strangely enough, seems to diffuse some of the negative connotations of the noun. I have tried to confine the use of the term Negro to quotations and direct reference to quotations. The word cannot be deleted, however, whatever the sensitivity of certain readers, from early and present anthropological and archaeological texts. The term black, although it is the fashionable and more acceptable term, presents problems in several contexts. To speak of a black skeleton would be ridiculous. Skin coloration, as such, means nothing in the study of bones and other ancient physiological remains. The classical distinctions between the three main racial categories, Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid, have to be determined by reference to certain structural features, measurements, and relationships that are not derived from superficialities of color. It is unfortunate that the early misuse of skeletal evidence to prove evolutionary differences between races, a blah. Authors note XVT. Tant fiction has placed the fairly precise science of craniology in popular disrepute. Black also means nothing when we are talking about gods among the Native Americans. Tezcatlipoca is a black god because black is his symbolic and ceremonial color. He is not African, as is Nahualpilli, the Mexican god of jewelers, whose indisputably Negroid features were sculpted in green stone by the Mexicans while his kinky hair was cast in pure gold. I have sometimes found hyphenated terms similar to those used by certain French African writers, terms like Negro African, trademark, useful. I have also used hyphenated terms like Negro Nubian and Negro Egyptian. Some may object to this. Why should one append Negro to Nubian? Either the Nubians are Negroid or they are not. This is a simplification of the complexity that one faces as an anthropologist and historian. The terms, which are used in this book to highlight the racial identity of Nubians in the 25th dynasty, stand in contradiction to attempts by several anthropo-historians, particularly the British scholars Arkell and Shinney, to deny the Negroid ancestry of the Nubian pharaohs. In spite of the excavations at Karanog, which demonstrate the overwhelming Negro-ness of the Nubians in this period, and the existing Negroid portraits of Nubian kings like Taharqa, Arkell declares, it is most improbable that Taharqa was a Negro, although he may have had some Negroid blood in his veins. Registered only recent and isolated studies have exposed the negrophobic biases and distortions of these authorities, and thus the hyphenated coupling of Negro with Nubian emerges as a corrective. The use of Negro Egyptian is even more necessary in the light of the mixed and confused racial situation in the north during certain dynasties. These racial distinctions would not need to be so heavily emphasized were it not for the attempt, deliberate and sustained over the centuries, to deny the contribution of the Black African to ancient Egyptian civilization. Registered A. Closing square bracket dot. Arkell, A History of the Sudan, from the Earliest Times to 1821. London, The Athlone Press, 1955 p. 128. 18 Author's Note. Obviously these terms are in transition and certain confusions exist. All a writer can do in such a situation is to avoid further confusion by explaining his own particular understanding and use of these terms. Ivan van Sertima. The Secret Route from Guinea. And he, Columbus, wanted to find out what the Indians of Hispaniola had told him, that there had come to it from the south and southeast Negro people, who brought those spear points made of a metal which they call guanan, of which he had sent to the king and queen for a saying, and which was found to have 32 parts, 18 of gold, 6 of silver, and 8 of copper. Raccolta, Party I, Volume 1. African guanines were alloys of gold containing copper for the sake of its odor, for it seems that the Negroes like to smell their wealth. The guanines brought home by Columbus were assayed in Spain and were found to contain the same ratio of alloy as those in African Guinea. Frederick Pohl, Amerigo Vespucci, Pilot Major. On Saturday evening, March G. 1493, a week after Columbus had been driven by a storm into Lisbon, following his first voyage to the Indies, he sat down to dinner with the Portuguese king at his court in the valley of Paraiso. Don Juan seemed to be in an extremely good mood. He talked to Columbus as to a close friend, with great candor and sweetness, insisting that his guest not stand, bow, or accord him any special deference, but sit beside him at table as an equal. The admiral was surprised, deeply warmed by this hospitality, but marveling, nonetheless, at the apparent for they came before Columbus. Sense of resentment or envy in the king. All through dinner he looked at Don Juan closely, wondering whether the mask would suddenly slip to reveal the malice Columbus believed was beneath. Had not Don Juan sent 3 armed caravels to track him down last September as he was setting out on his Atlantic journey? Had not the king given orders that on the islands of Madeira, Puerto Santo, and the Azores, and in the regions and harbors where there were Portuguese, Columbus should be taken? Asterisk only last Tuesday Bartholomew Diaz, patron to the king's ship, armed to the teeth, had confronted him, as he lay helpless in the port of Lisbon, his sails split in half by the storm. Diaz had ordered him to leave his ship and render an account to the factors of the king and had pulled back only because Columbus had responded with fighting words, saying he was the most high admiral to the sovereigns of Castile and had to give an account to no one. Perhaps, thought Columbus, he had overreacted to the event, because of the famine and terror he had suffered in the storm. After he had formally presented his letters to Diaz, had not Alvaro Dama, the Portuguese captain, come to his caravel in great state, with kettle drums and trumpets and pipes. Asterisk the king too had received him with the highest honors, as befitted a foreign prince. There was nothing, therefore, to be alarmed about. Diaz had issued a routine challenge to a foreign fleet lying at anchor in his country's port. And the talk of the 3 caravels last September, for he had never seen them, may have been just alarmist talk. Yet, as he sat there balancing these interpretations in his mind, Columbus felt uneasy and afraid. He had brought with him some of the Indian hostages he had seized on the island of Guanahani, Watling Island. These strange guests fascinated the Portuguese court. Not since 62 BC, when the king of the Swabians presented Quintus Metellus Celer, the Roman proconsul in Gaul, with a gift of Indians cast up on the shores of Germany by a storm, had men with skin the tint of red sand been seen in Europe. Registered. If the faintest shadow of his true feelings passed across Don Juan's face during his talk at dinner, it was when he looked at these men. Captives though they were, they became inverted in the single quote. The secret route from Guinea 5. King's agitated mind into a Trifan troop, their vigorous young bodies branded already with the rival insignia of the Spanish crown. He saw them as King Ferdinand's little puppets, signaling with their hands and limbs for the lack and loss of words. Some of them had paint on their faces, as puppets do, and their hair was unreal, as is the hair of puppets, as coarse and black as a horse's tail drooping over the eyebrows. Some appeared to the king like dolls, oriental dolls with eyes of hard, black glass, void of all expression. Within the glass of those eyes he saw the lands he too had dreamed about, and about which mariners and traders in his African service had spoken. Had he taken the rumors from Guinea more seriously, he would have been sitting there that evening, emperor of 2 continents. The thought of it tormented him. The deep resentments he felt against Columbus, which for diplomatic reasons he had suppressed, crystallized into a beam of mischievous energy directed at the men of the Indies. After dinner that evening, while he was talking with Columbus, he ordered a dish of beans brought and placed on a table near them, and by signs ordered an Indian from among those who were there to designate the many islands of his country that Columbus said he had discovered. The Indian at once showed Hispaniola and Cuba and the Lucayos and others. The king noted it with morose consideration, and in a moment, as though inadvertently, he undid with his hand what the Indian had constructed. In a few moments he ordered another Indian to do the same with the beans, and this Indian quickly and diligently showed with the beans what the other Indian had shown, adding more islands and lands, giving the reason in his language for all he had shown, though no one understood it. And then the king, recognizing clearly the greatness of the lands discovered and their riches, was unable to conceal his grief at the loss of such things, and cried out loudly and impetuously, giving himself a blow with his fist in the breast, "Oh, you wretched fool! Why did you let an undertaking of such importance slip through your fingers?" Trademark. The mask had fallen with spectacular suddenness. Columbus's fears were realized. Several members of the court surrounded the king. Some of them attributed his grief to the boldness of the ad. 6. They came before Columbus. Miral and begged leave to kill Columbus on the spot, destroy all the ships awaiting him in Lisbon, 9 leagues from the court, so that news of the discovery would not go back to Castile. But Don Juan said that God would damn his soul to hell for it, and that they should not touch the man. After this frenzied, whispered session with his advisers, Don Juan resumed his conversations with Columbus as if nothing had happened. His face was flushed, but his manner showed none of the agitation which had driven him to that extraordinary outburst. He made it clear, and with a certain grave candor and graciousness, that regardless of his GNOF and disappointment at not having been Columbus' patron, he felt great pleasure, nevertheless, that the voyage had been made and had terminated favorably. Trademark. The whole Christian world should rejoice at this, Don Juan said. His queen was staying in the monastery of San Antonio near the village of Villafranca on the right bank of the Tagus, less than a day's journey from the court. She too would like to see Columbus and accord him every honor before he left for Spain. The truth was, having failed to intercept Columbus both on his outward journey and his return, and having no heart now to order his assassination, as some of his advisers had urged, Don Juan quickly reconciled himself to the implications of this breakthrough to the islands and lands west of the ocean sea. These implications, he knew, could be serious for Portugal. They would call for a repartitioning of the Christian world, a redefinition of the spheres of power and influence assumed by the two great maritime powers. Before there could be any more Spanish claims to islands and lands within the ocean sea, he must negotiate the most advantageous terms for the partitioning. He must strive somehow to make Columbus his ally in this, for he would soon be as much a power to be reckoned with as the sovereigns of Spain. When he returned in triumph, offering up a kingdom beyond the sea to Isabella and Ferdinand, they would be eating out of his hands, hanging on his every word. The admiral would be virtually a prince of the ocean sea. But Don Juan knew that the rights and privileges of a private, the secret route from Guinea, 7. Citizen in and over vast and vague dominions, unless he had the physical force of an army behind him or the spiritual seal of a pope, could vanish in an instant if he lost the favor of the king and queen. He saw clearly the nature of this newfound power and vulnerability, both of which he intended to exploit. His first ploy, therefore, was to suggest that he could use his influence on behalf of Columbus, if the need were to arise, to see that his agreements with regard to the discoveries were honored. Columbus had drafted agreements with the Spanish sovereigns before setting out, making him a partner with the crown in his prospective discoveries. These agreements, referred to in his diaries as the capitulation, had been finalized in his absence, and copies of the documents submitted to the Portuguese king. Don Juan said he had looked at these very closely. He understood from his reading of them that the real credit for the conquest belonged to Columbus. He was keen to emphasize that this was Columbus's personal conquest, implying that it was well within the power of the admiral even now to bargain over those lands with any foreign prince with whom he might come to an agreement. Asterisk. Columbus was cautious. He had not yet seen the capitulation, he said. He knew nothing more than that the king and queen of Spain had advised him not to encroach on Portuguese territory during his journeys, not to go to San Jorge de Mina nor to any other part of Guinea, and this had been announced in all the ports of Andalusia before he set sail. This was his way of saying that Spain and her agents fully respected the Portuguese sphere of power and influence, and that the Portuguese were expected to show equal respect for theirs. Columbus also seemed to imply that he needed no one to act as protector or go-between in the matter of any agreements he might enter with the sovereigns of Castile. To this Don Juan graciously responded that he was certain mediators would not be necessary in this matter. On the following Sunday and 10th day, the discussions between the king and the admiral continued. It became clear that Don Juan's real concern was not with the chain of islands Columbus claimed to have discovered in the Gulf of the Ganges. Beyond them, beyond the mainland of Asia, if indeed it were true that 8 they came before Columbus. Columbus had chanced, as he claimed, upon Asia by way of the west. To the south and southeast lay another world. The KMG was certain of this. Africans, he said, had traveled to that world. It could be found just below the equinoctial line, roughly on the same parallel as the latitudes of his domain in Guinea. In fact, boats had been found which started out from Guinea and navigated to the west with merchandise. Registered, he was a fool not to have sent an expeditionary fleet into these waters in spite of persistent rumors and reports. But Portugal already had its hands full in Africa, and it was concentrating its exploratory energies on the eastern route to India. Columbus listened intently. The information about the Guinea boats was new to him. He had been to Guinea 10 years before and had seen the fortress at San Jorge de Mina which Don Juan was then constructing. Little was known of Guinea trade and navigation at that time, for the African world was vast and strange, and the Portuguese had but one consuming interest, gold, in the pursuit of which they had scratched a mere fraction of the Guinea coast. But why was Don Juan telling him all this, and in such a conspiratorial tone? What did he want? I want a line, the king said, drawn across the map of the world from north to south, from pole to pole. This line should be drawn 370 leagues west of the westernmost islands of the Cape Verde. Let it be the divider between the two Catholic kingdoms. Anything found west of the line goes to you in Spain. Anything found east of the line falls to me in Portugal. As he sat there brooding on this proposition, Columbus could hear the rain, driven by fierce winds, wasting its fury along the plains of Paraiso. The clamor of the rain and the wind stirred in him strong memories of Africa. He remembered how, at San Jorge de Mina on the Guinea coast, the rain would sometimes come, rushing through the trees, sweeping forward like a violent river that had burst its banks but beaten from passion into impotence. By the high brick walls of the Portuguese fort, he used to feel so. Registered a league was usually calculated as 4 Roman miles. According to Pole, Vespucci measured it as 4.5 miles. The secret route from Guinea 9. Lost in those days, dismissed as a dreamer, sustained only by a con. Fiction, passionate as the wind, as persistent as rain, storming in. Incessantly the minds of those who thought his schemes chimerical and foolish. He remembered his last audience with Don Juan before he had decided to try his luck in the Spanish court. The king had stared at him with a bored, tired face, his skin strangely puffed by some unknown sickness, his eyes mocking Columbus with disbelief. Now they sat man to man, or was it prince to prince? Don Juan was actually seeking his help to bring about a new division and reapportionment of power and possessions in the Christian world. Yes, he would go along with the drawing of the line. Yes, he would present the case with all his newfound power and influence at the Spanish court. But surely not out of gratitude for Don Juan's earlier indifference to his exploratory schemes nor his later attempts, if the rumors were correct, to seize him and his ships as they set out across the Western Ocean. Columbus now saw his advantage. He could name his price. What that price was no one can tell, but before he left the court on Tuesday morning some bargain over the line must have been struck. This line, as proposed by Don Juan on the strength of his intel, Ligence from Guinea, was finally settled by the two great powers at the Treaty of Tordesillas more than a year later, on June 7, 1494. This was years before incursions into South America by either Spain or Limtugdal. The later discovery of the continent placed Brazil east of the line, and so within Portugal's domain of influence, see Plate 1. This region of South America is washed by the North Equatorial Current, which joins the Canaries Current off the Senegambia coast of Africa. This current pulls boats caught in its drift toward the shores of the New World with the irresistible magnetism of a gravitational field. It was along this current that the Portuguese captain Alvarez Cabral, driven by a storm off the coast of West Africa in 1500, was blown helplessly but swiftly to Brazil. One wonders why Columbus, so greedy for his own gain and glory, would, out of the goodness of his heart or a fondness for Portugal, try to promote an agreement on this line, a line which 10 they came before Columbus. As far as Don Juan claimed, however skeptical his listener, could put a potentially rich slice of land into the rival camp. What did he stand to gain except to attract to himself the suspicions of the Spanish? When he raised the matter on behalf of Don Juan at the Spanish court, he did so, it seems, with such imprudent force that it led to some contention between himself and King Ferdinand. History does not record the details of that quarrel, but it would be interesting to speculate on the line of argument Columbus used to persuade the Spanish to agree to the drawing of the line. There was no basis, he probably said, for Don Juan's belief that land lay east of the line proposed. Spain, therefore, stood to lose little or nothing and to gain the peace and unity of the Catholic world by conceding Don Juan a slice of his hypothetical dominion. 2 is Sume that Columbus acted as Portugal's advocate in return for the courtesies he had enjoyed in the valley of Paraiso would be to ignore the history of the man and his expert avarice. Even those historians who would canonize CLM Stoffer Columbus have all agreed he was inordinately greedy. He demanded of Spain 1/3, 1/8 and 1/10 of everything found in the New World. Thus, if the gains amounted to $2,400 for a ship, Columbus would expect to receive first $2 for the third, next $300 for his eighth, and last $240 for his 10th, making in all $1,340, receiving more than the crown trademark. Knowing what a hard bargain the Genoese adventurer had struck with Spain over his potential discoveries, King Ferdinand must have wondered what really went on in the Portuguese court. It was later to appear in charges leveled against Columbus that the storm that drove him into Lisbon was either exaggerated or fabricated, and that he had made for Portugal deliberately in order to intrigue with Don Juan. Columbus, Ferdinand knew, was no stranger to the Portuguese court. He had been trying to further his schemes there for nearly 14 years. He had sailed to Guinea in 1483 on a Portuguese ship. His relationship with Portugal had soured only because its kings Alfonso and Don Juan were both slow to finance his enterprise. TLL, same, however, could have been said of the Spanish sovereigns. The secret route from Guinea 11. Isabella at first was not suspicious of her favorite. She attributed his curious advocacy of the Portuguese case to what she thought was his political naivete. The very month he sailed again for the Caribbean on his second voyage, she wrote, warning him, "In this affair of Portugal no determination has been taken with those who are here, Don Juan's ambassadors. Although I believe that the king will come to terms therein, I would wish you to think the contrary, in order that you may not on that account fail or neglect to act prudently and with due caution, so that you may not be deceived in any manner whatever." Only after Columbus's tardy response to her request for charts of navigation, and for the precise number and proposed names of the islands he claimed to have discovered off Asia, did she begin to wonder whether he was as open and straightforward as he seemed. 2 months after the signing of the Treaty of Tordesillas, about which the Spanish king had strong misgivings, King Ferdinand wrote Columbus asking him to come home immediately and help them sort out disputes with Portugal arising over the settlement of this extraordinary boundary line. Columbus was in Cuba, which he claimed at that time was the mainland in spite of native announcements to the contrary, when a mail boat arrived, carrying the king's letter. Columbus replied promptly, saying he could not go home, for he was too GM Belleville to move. "Whether you are to go on this business or not," wrote Ferdinand, "write to us very fully all that you know about this matter." The matter, however, cooled when Don Juan died of dropsy a year later. His death came as a relief to the Spanish who, in spite of the agreement and the continuance of their obligation to his successors, were none too eager to fix with an irrevocable finality and precision the limits of their domains within the ocean sea. Few Spanish maps, in fact, show a recognition of this line. Columbus was slow to act on what Don Juan had told him about the Guinea route, which led to the continent in the south. Circumstances made it difficult for him to investigate this matter on his second voyage. One of the reasons may have been his own disarming argument that Portugal stood to gain, and Spain stood to st. 12. They came before Columbus lose little or nothing by the drawing of the demarcation line. One can only speculate that part of his secret deal with Don Juan was that he should have a piece of the pie if and when the land was found, so that west of the line he would have his coffers filled by Isabella and Ferdinand, and east of the line by Don Juan. Pipe. This kind of double-dealing came as second nature to his fellow countryman Amerigo Vespucci, whom Frederick Pohl tells us paid llmnage to both courts and changed flags when it suited his advantage. Columbus had some secret understanding with Vespucci, and in a letter to his son, Diego Columbus, there is a strong hint of this. Columbus in this letter, dated 1505, asks his son to contact Vespucci as he is about to appear before the Spanish court, but to do so secretly, that there may be no suspicion. In the same letter Columbus speaks of payment that has been made to me and is being made, but is afraid to detail this payment, say, "I will give the information yonder because it is impossible to give it in writing." If he referred to the usual payments due him for his excursions and discoveries in the Indies, the terms of these were well known, published and protected by letters patent or legal articles. Why then the secrecy? Why was it impossible to commit the matter to writing? Why the great fear of arousing suspicion? Also, how do we explain the strange relationship to Vespucci, to whom he refers in this letter as if he were a messenger or agent in his pay? "See what he can do to profit me there at the court, and strive to have him do it, for he will do everything." Asterisk. This and other pieces of evidence seem to indicate that Columbus was deliberately holding back on South America. His strange insistence to King Ferdinand that Cuba was a continent, although he wrote Luis de Santangel, Chancellor of Aragon, months earlier declaring that the natives, who had lived there for centuries, were certain it was an island, asterisk, and his equally strange insistence that South America was an island, after the most cursory and superficial examination, may be seen in this light. Asterisk, he had committed himself, it seems, to keeping the Spanish away from the southern continent, perhaps to facilitate his deal with the Portuguese. No wonder Ferdinand and Isabella grew suspicious and allowed the secret route from Guinea 13. Bobadilla to seize Columbus and his brother and drag them back, naked and in disgrace, to Spain. Whatever Columbus may have personally known or felt or plotted, his argument, "nothing but water to the east of the demarcation line," was the best to counter Spanish suspicions and objections to the pact. It was the worst argument, however, to present to the court if he wanted to secure immediate promotion of further explorations to the south. If the theme of the first voyage had been discovery and exploration, the theme of the second was colonization and consolidation. The order went out. Take 2,000 Spaniards with you. Plant a colony. Build a church. Build a city. Let us have forts, farms, towns. Above all, pursue vigorously the search for gold whenever a break from ordinary labors will permit. Registered. The building of the new city of Isabella, the struggle to subdue and convert the natives of the Caribbean, who had massacred the first settlement of Spaniards and demolished their fort, occupied most of Columbus's time until his return from his second voyage in 1496. While in Española, registered, however, something happened that confirmed and complemented what Don Juan had said. The Indians gave proof that they were trading with black people. They brought to the Spanish concrete evidence of this trade. The Indians of this Española said there had come to Española a black people who have the tops of their spears made of a metal which they call guanin, of which he, Columbus, had sent samples to the sovereigns to have them assayed, when it was found that of 32 parts, 18 were of gold, 6 of silver and 8 of copper. Trademark. The origin of the word guanin may be tracked down in the Mande languages of West Africa through Mandingo, Kabunga, Taranka, Kankanka, Bambara, Mande and Bay. In Bay, we have the form of the word Kandi which, transliterated into native phonetics, would give us guanin. In Columbus's journal, gold, I given as Koana, while guanin is recorded as an island where there is much gold. Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, the Spanish. Asterisk present-day Haiti and the Dominican Republic. 14. They came before Columbus. Scholar who traveled with Columbus and who was often appalled by his linguistic blunders, even in the use of Castilian Spanish, wrote in the margin of the journal, correcting Columbus, this guanin is no island but that gold which a core, linked to the Indians, had an odor for which they valued it much. Similarly, in Raccolta, the Italian account of the voyage, one reads, there were pieces of guanin as large as the caravel's poop. The African spears presented by the Española Indians, which corroborated Don Juan's statement about the Guinea boats, were just one in a number of new factors pushing Columbus toward an exploration of the route from Guinea. His brother Bartholomew arrived in Española in command of 3 caravels on June 24, 1494. The admiral had not seen his brother for many years, and Bartholomew knew more, Las Casas tells us, than Christopher himself the intelligence coming out of the Portuguese African world. Bartholomew had worked as a cartographer in Lisbon. While there, he had drawn numerous maps for mariners, and he witnessed yearly the return of ships which had been navigating to the western lands of Africa by way of the ocean. Enlightened and moved by the tales told him by those who returned, as one might say, from another world, and himself more versed in maritime affairs, he communicated to his elder brother his reasons and arguments, proving to him that in sailing away from the southern part of Africa and directing his course straight upon the ocean sea he would surely arrive at continental land. Trademark. He confirmed what Don Juan had told Columbus the previous year. When Columbus returned to the Spanish court in 1496, he found everywhere a spirited discussion of these continental lands, said to lie to the south of the lands he had discovered and which the King of Portugal seemed to think lay within his own domain. Trademark. Jamie Ferrer, a jeweler and trader in precious stones. Also a distinguished geographer who had done extensive traveling in Africa and had been called in by the Spanish sovereigns to head the commission fixing the Tordesillas line, wrote letters to Isabella, who commanded him to get in touch with Columbus and tell him all he had heard about this new continent. Ferrer said he had picked up his knowledge from Ethiopians and Arabs. The secret route from Guinea 15. Had many conversations in the Levant, in Alcaine and Domas, and from these he had gathered that, within the equinoctial regions there are great and precious things, such as fine stones and gold and spices and drugs. The inhabitants are black or tawny. When your lordship Columbus finds such a people, an abundance of the said things shall not be lacking. His letter ends with the strange rider, which goes beyond mere graciousness and implies that he knew some of this information had already been conveyed to Columbus. Of all this matter, your lordship knows more when sleeping than I do waking. Asterisk. The king and queen were excited. They saw whole new kingdoms opening up. Colonization of LMG of islands was not enough. Columbus's mission would not be complete, they said, until these continental lands had been discovered, and HL under the banner of Spain. Asterisk. Thus the scene was set for the exploration of the route the African mariners had taken to the New World. Columbus sailed with 6 ships on May 30, 1498. He issued instructions to 3 of them to proceed to Hispaniola directly, while he ordered the course laid to the way of the southwest, which is the route leading from these islands to the south, because then he would be on a parallel with the lands of the Sierra of Loa, Sierra Leone, and the Cape of St. Diana and Guinea, which is below the equinoctial line. And after that he would navigate to the west, and from there would go to this Hispaniola, in which route he would prove the theory of the King Don Juan, and that he thought to investigate the report of the Indians of this Hispaniola, who said that there had come to Hispaniola from the south and southeast a black people who have the tops of their spears made of a metal which they call guanan. Asterisk. The journey by that route proved to be swift and the seas calm. But it suited the Africans far more than the Europeans, who could not bear the sun burning down upon the wild floating grasses of the sea with the same intensity as upon the grasses of the West African savanna lands. The heat tormented them almost to madness as they advanced through the Sargasso Sea. So ardent it was, so penetrating, that Columbus feared the ships would take fire. The butts of wine and water swelled, breaking the hoops of 16 they came before Columbus. The casks, the wheat burned like fire, and the pork and salted meat roasted and putrefied. Fortunately the rains came, without which, according to Columbus, none of them, unaccustomed as they were to such burning latitudes, would have escaped alive. Asterisk. Columbus ended up on a branch of the North Equatorial Current which took him initially to a Caribbean island with 3 great rocks, which made him think of the Holy Trinity. He named this island Trinidad, a little more to the MTLL. How cr he did come in sight of the South American mainland, August 1, 1498. Columbus, for some odd reason, would not land. Asterisk. On this 3rd voyage he came upon more evidence of the contact between Guinea and the New World. From a settlement along the South American coast on which his men landed on Tuesday, August 7, the natives brought handkerchiefs of cotton very sinang.il, woven and worked in colors like those brought from Guinea, from the rivers of Sierra Leone, and of no difference. Trademark. Not only were they alike in style and color but also in function. These handkerchiefs, he said, resembled almazers, Guinea headdresses and loincloths. Each one is a cloth so woven in colors that it appeared an almazer with one tied on the head and the other covering the rest. These were the earliest documented traces of the African presence. Within the 1st and 2nd decades of the so-called discovery, African settlements and artifacts were to be cited by the Spanish. When they were not reported as muricides, they were ignored or suppressed. But history is not easily buried. In the oral traditions of the Native Americans and the Guinea Africans, in the footnotes of the Spanish and Portuguese documents, part of the story lies. Another part lies embalmed under the American and African earth. As this earth is now being lifted by archaeological picks and trowels, a new skeleton emerges of the history of these adjacent worlds. Notes and references. For the evidence in this chapter, the author draws to the reader's attention a 2,114-page study published in 1Go3. His interpretation, however, of the events documented in this study is original. John. The Secret Route from Guinea 17. Boyd Thacker, in his 3-volume work, and Christopher Columbus, His Life, His Writings, His Voyages, examines all the original documents known and available, in half a dozen languages. Although this work, the labor of a lifetime, is inspired by a blind adulation of Columbus, by a vision of the admiral's saintly character and motives, no other work on the man, of which there are many, can match it for its encyclopedic scope and detail. In the footnotes, however, which seem like another book compulsively writing itself, we begin to see the night side or half-hidden face of history. There emerges, from under all the contradictions and cross-references, the sentences deliberately doctored or deleted in the conventional histories, the little-known deeds and statements of the admiral so nimbly glossed over, an illuminating pattern of consistency, through which we glimpse another image of the man and his time than the one his biographer strives to create. 1. John Boyd Thacker, Christopher Columbus, His Life, His Work, His Remains, New York, G. P. Putnam Sons, 1903, Volume 1, p. 665. 2. Ibid, p. 518. 3. 1 Hid, p. 664. 4. Item 5. Ibid, p. 537. 6. James Bailey, The God Kings and Titans, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1973, p. 40. Also, v. Luce, Ancient Explorers, in Jeffrey Ash, ed., The Quest for America, New York, Prager Publishers, 1971, pp. 91 to 92. Dot. Thacker, Op. Cit. P. 533. 8. Ibid. P. 666. This extraordinary incident is recorded by Friar Bartolomé de las Casas, the first historian of the Indies, as well as by the Portuguese historian Garcia de Resende. 9. Item 10. Ibid. P. 665. 11. Ibid. P. 667. 12. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2. P. 84. As Columbus required the countenance of the princes to hold his discovery, so these princes required the seal of the Roman pontiff not absolutely. 3. 18. They came before Columbus to possess but to maintain in peace their sovereignty in the New World. 13. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 1. P. 665. 14. This argument was later reflected in Columbus's Book of Privileges, in which he claimed it was in the power of the said admiral, after God, our Lord, to give them to any prince with whom he might come to an agreement. See Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 3. 15. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 1. P. 666. 16. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2. P. 379. 17. Bartholomew IMZ, patron of the King of Portugal's ship, who intercepted Columbus in the harbor of Rastelo inside the river of Lisbon on March 5, 1493, was the first to push his way southward along the Atlantic coastline of Africa till he turned the southern extremity of the Old World. He did this in 1486, winning for Portugal a southern route to Old India. See Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 1. P. 664. 18. Ibid. P. 282. 19. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2. P. 379. References to these discussions are made in Columbus's Journal of the Third Voyage. Columbus's son Ferdinand deliberately omits in the history, as do other works using this source as an authority, passages in the journal related to these discussions between his father and the Portuguese king on the Tordesillas line. He also omits reference to the views held by King Don Juan of Portugal as to there being great lands within the line and to the southwest. Columbus's son was aware that this could later be presented as evidence of the prior discovery of the American continent. 20. For the full text in Spanish of the Treaty of Tordesillas, see Ibid. pp. 165 to 186. 21. The expedition made by Pedro Alvarez Cabral, who sailed from Lisbon for Calicut March G. 1500 with 13 ships, found itself unexpectedly driven from the African coastline by a storm onto the shores of Brazil. Alvarez Cabral gave to this region the name of Terra de Santa Cruz. He returned to Lisbon at the end of July 1501, see Ibid. p. 444. 22. 1 bid p. 379. The secret route from Guinea 19. 23, 24, 29. 30. 31. 32, 33. Ibid. p. 541. In a letter sent to the nurse of Prince Don Juan of Castile in 1500, Columbus notes that when, after losing my sails, I was driven into Lisbon by a tempest, one was falsely accused of having gone there to the king in order to give him the Indies. See Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 435. Dot. Ibid. p. 698. Dot. Letter of Queen Isabella to Columbus dated September 5. 1493. See Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 554. Dot. Item. Dot. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 377. In his Journal of the Third Voyage, Columbus mentions how the sovereigns sent for him that he should be present at the meetings in regard to the partition and that he could not go, on account of the grave illness which he had incurred in the discovery of Cuba, which he always regarded as the mainland even until the present time, as he could not circumnavigate it. This sentence was suppressed by Ferdinand Columbus in the history, and one is left to wonder whether Columbus was making a pretense about Cuba being a continent in order to forestall any further exploration south at this stage until the matter of the Tordesillas line, which he had helped to promote on behalf of the Portuguese, was cleared up. It is strange that Columbus should insist in his letter to King Ferdinand that Cuba was the continent, when in earlier correspondence, discovered among the papers of Luis de Santangel, Chancellor of Aragon, Columbus had written, "I have learned from some Indians whom I have seized that this land was certainly an island." For this reference, see note 33. Letters of the Sovereigns of Spain dated from Barcelona, May 24, 1493, Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 556. Ibid. p. 200. The Spaniards seemed loath to put the line into their maps. Frederick Pohl, Amerigo Vespucci, Pilot Major, New York, Octagon, 1966. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 3, p. 399. R. H. Major, Selected Letters of Columbus, London, The Hawk Loot Society, 1870, p. 3. 20. 34, 35. 36, 37. 38. 39, 40. 41, 42, 43. 48, 49. They came before Columbus. Thacker, Volume 2, p. 371. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 3, p. G6. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 380. Leo Wiener, Africa and the Discovery of America, Philadelphia, Innes and Sons, 1920-1922, Volume 1. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 344. Las Casas, Historia, Lib. 1, Cap. 29. C. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 341. Antonio Gallo, De Navigation Columbi. C. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 340. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 363. Ibid. p. 36 is 5. Letter dated August 5, 1495. C. Thacker, Op. Cit. Volume 2, p. 369. Ibid. p. 363. Dot. Ibid. p. 380. Dot. Ibid. p. 381. Dot. Ibid. p. 371. Although some of his men landed on the South American coast on August 5, 1498, and Columbus held ceremonies of possession, as was the normal protocol in these matters, he himself did not put his foot on the southern continent. He immediately, hastily and mysteriously pronounced it an island. Ibid. p. 392. Ibid. p. 393. The visible witnesses. It is in contradiction to the most elementary logic and to all artistic experience that an Indian could depict in a masterly way the head of a Negro without missing a single racial characteristic, unless he had actually seen such a person. The types of people depicted must have lived in America. The Negroid element is well proven by the large Olney stone monuments as well as the terracotta items and therefore cannot be excluded from the pre-Columbian history of the Americas. Tilda, Alexander von Wuthenau, The Art of Terracotta Pottery in Pre-Columbian South and Central America. TMRAD is a narrow neck of land between the two Americas, which in a way both joins and splits them. From this point, the Isthmus of Darien, one could, if one flew above the clouds with the wingspan and vision of the condor, look down upon the two great seas that divide the world, the waters of the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. From such a point, though at a much lower altitude and with only a fraction of the range and binocular vision of the condor, the Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa stood on the summit of the Sierra de Quirigua, looking down upon the Mar del Sur, or Sea of the South, billowing far below him. It was the 25th day of September 1513. 22 They came before Columbus. It had been a long and dangerous march through the forests of the isthmus to this lonely peak in Darien. Below him at last lay the great sea of which the son of Camagri, the Indian cacique, had spoken. On this sea, according to what the young man had said, boats as big as the brigantines sailed, from a land richer in gold than any the Spanish had so far seen. Strange, how the Indians always seemed to be pointing a finger southward, whispering, "Gold, gold, gold," into the greedy, expectant ears of the Spaniards. When they sailed in the direction of that finger, under the mesmeric spell of that chant, there was still another Indian, his finger beckoning ever farther southward, with the same enchanting whisper, "Gold, gold, gold." Were these savages trying to make fools of them? The thought occurred to Balboa, but it blew at the back of his mind faintly. In the forefront was the warm, bright vision of golden sands beyond the Mar del Sur. He recalled the morning his companions had sat on the porch of the great longhouse of Camagri. They were still in a partial stupor from the festivities of the previous day. Camagüey had entertained them lavishly and had presented Balboa with 4,000 ounces of golden ornaments. The Spanish were dazzled by this generosity, but furious arguments broke out among them when Balboa ordered everything to be weighed so that the king's exchequer could have its fifth part before any division of the spoils. The men hovered darkly over the well-GHMG scales like crows over a battlefield. Suddenly, in the midst of the commotion, in strode the eldest son of Camagüey. He was obviously incensed by the vulgar fuss and noise. The spectacle of these foreigners WMNGLMG on the porch of his father's palace disgusted him. To the amazement of everyone, he leapt at the scales and knocked them over with his fist, scattering gold all over the porch. They were fighting over trifles, he told them contemptuously. If they were so greedy for gold, why, over those mountains, he piamented in the direction of the inevitable south, there was another sea. On it sailed boats as big as theirs, from a land where they would find more gold than they could ever weigh. The Spaniards in Balboa's company were so delighted by news of the visible witnesses 23. This sea and the land beyond and the gold that it blunted any sense of insult they might have felt at this impetuous outburst of the chief's son. His words ran through the Spanish settlements in Darien like a brushfire. Balboa himself was so overwhelmed by the glittering prospect that he decided forthwith to remove all obstacles in the way of his pursuit of it. In a rash, daring action that was later to cost him his head but shower him for a moment in glory. He usurped the government of Darien, drove out the governor Nicuesa, imprisoned the chief justice, Incisco, and marched at the head of his own army into the forests of the isthmus. He thus stole a march on Pedro Arias, whom the Spanish had officially sent out to check on the rumor of the new land and sea, partly by force, partly by conciliation, and by pacifying the native kings in the area. With presents, Balboa made it across the mountains. As he stood on the summit of Quirigua at last, he sank to his knees and gave thanks to God. He ordered his companions to build a wooden cross and plant it on the spot where he had knelt. He then went down the southern slope of Quirigua and, making his way to the shore of the bay, ran like a madman with a banner straight into the sea, declaring that he had taken possession of it in the name of Jesus Christ and King Ferdinand. Inspired by this discovery of the southern sea, Balboa and his men decided to push farther south along the isthmus. Under the shadow of Quirigua, they came upon an Indian settlement where, to their astonishment, they found a number of war captives who were plainly and unmistakably African. These were tall black men of military bearing who were waging war with the natives from some settlement in the neighborhood. Balboa asked the Indians whence they got them, but they could not tell, nor did they know more than this, that men of this color were living. Mulren, they were constantly waging war with them. These were the first Negroes that had been seen in the Indies. Peter Martyr, the first historian of America, reports on this remarkable meeting between the Spanish explorers and the blacks of Darien. The Spaniards, wrote Martyr, found Negroes in this province. They only live 1 day's march from Quirigua, and they 24 they came before Columbus. Are fierce. It is thought that Negro pirates from Ethiopia established the best after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. The natives of Quirigua carry on incessant war with these Negroes. Massacre or slavery is the alternate fortune of these peoples. Trademark. Martyr uses the word Ethiopia as a general term for Africa. He is not suggesting a specific country in Africa as the origin of these mysterious Africans cited by the Spanish. He could not conjecture on their exact country of origin or tribal identity, but he certainly knew from his own acquaintance with Africa, as a diplomat to Egypt from the Spanish court, that there was nothing far-fetched about African boats being washed up as wrecks on the other side of the ocean's coast. His comment also makes it clear that the African settlement was large enough to enable its members to wage wars of aggression or defense within the hostile environment in which they found themselves. An encounter with New World Nugmas was also reported off Colombia. Fray Gregorio Garcia, a priest of the Dominican order, who spent 9 years in Peru in the early 16th century, pinpoints an island off Cartagena, Colombia, as the place where the Spanish first encountered blacks in the New World. Once again, as in the Balboa incident in Darien, the blacks were found as captives of war among the Indians. In a book silenced by the Spanish Inquisition, Garcia wrote, "Here were found slaves of the Lord, Negroes, who were the first our people saw in the Indies." Trademark. Darien and Colombia were easily accessible to African shipwrecked mariners. These places lie within the terminal area of currents that move with great power and swiftness from Africa to America. These currents may be likened to marine conveyor belts. Once you enter them, you are transported, even against your will, even with no will, GDH, skill, from one bank of the asterisk. The word used El Garcia, esclavos, means slaves, but it is important to point out here that this party of blacks who were caught away from their settlement in Queriqua were not slaves, in the loaded post-Columbian American sense. They were war captives. The blacks also killed and made war captives of Indians they caught in these raids along the isthmus, as Peter Martyr points out. That was the fortune of war, then as now. The visible witnesses 25. Ocean to the other. We shall deal with them and all the problems of the Atlantic Sea voyage in Chapter 4, but it is important to point out here how many small, isolated black communities have been found on the American seaboard at the terminal points of these currents. Alphonse de Quatrefages, professor of anthropology in the Museum of Natural History in Paris, noted in his study The Human Species published in 1900 that black populations have been found in America in very small numbers and as isolated tribes in the midst of very different nations. Such are the Chazruas of Brazil, the Black Caribbees of St. Vincent in the Gulf of Mexico, the Jamassi of Florida. Such again as the tribe of which Balboa saw some representatives in his passage of the Isthmus of Darien in 1513. Yet it would seem, from the expressions made use of by Gomara, that these were true Negroes. This type was well known to the Spaniards. De Quatrefages shows how the Iocalian of these African New World communities coincides with the terminal points of Africa to America currents or sea roads. We only find these black men in America in those places washed by the Corrosivo, a Pacific current known as the Black Stream, and the equatorial current of the Atlantic or its divisions. A glance at the maps of Captain Kerhallet will at once show the rarity and distribution of these tribes. It is evident that the more or less pure black elements have been brought from Africa through some accident at sea. They have there mixed with the local races, and have formed those small isolated groups which are distinguished by their color from the surrounding tribes. Registered. These Spanish sightings of Africans in the New World and the later discovery by anthropologists of distinctive black settlements along the American seaboard, outside of the mainstream of the post-Columbian slave complex, constitute only one strand of the evidence of pre-Columbian contact between Africa and America. An overwhelming body of new evidence is now emerging from several disciplines, evidence that could not be verified and interpreted before, in the light of the infancy of archaeology and the great age of racial and intellectual prejudice. The most remarkable examples of this evidence are the realistic portraitors of Negro. 26. They came before Columbus. Africans in clay, gold and stone unearthed in pre-Columbian strata in Central and South America. It has only been within the last decade, however, that this evidence has begun to filter down to the general public. When in 1862 a colossal granite head of a Negro was found in the canton of Tuxtla, near the place where the most ancient of pre-Columbian statuettes were discovered, the historian Orozco y Berra declared in his History of the Conquest of Mexico that there was bound to be an important and intimate relationship between Mexicans and Africans in the pre-Columbian past. In his time, however, the Negroid heads could not be conclusively dated. We now know, without the shadow of a doubt through the most modern methods of dating, that some of the Negroid stone heads found among the Olmecs and in other parts of Mexico and Central America are from as early as 800 to 700 BC. Clearly, American history has to be reconstructed to account for this irrefutable piece of archaeological data. Explanations, not excuses, have got to be found. The implications of these discoveries can no longer be dismissed or ignored. The time has come to disperse the cloud of silence and skepticism that has settled over this subject for a century. A break in that cloud came about 7 years ago with the work of Alexander von Wuthenau. Fired by a passionate conviction that America was an inseparable part of the mainstream of world culture before 1492 and excited by the vitality and sophistication of pre-Columbian art, so long neglected in the great art museums of the world, this art historian and lecturer carried out intensive diggings and investigations in Mexico. Out of his dedicated commitment emerged a wealth of visible witnesses to the pre-Columbian presence of Africans and others in the Americas. His book The Art of Terracotta Pottery in Pre-Columbian South and Central America broke new ground. It shattered conventional assumptions in the field of American art as well as history. but its favorable reception has only become possible because there has been a genuine change, however gradual, however slight, in the climate of prejudice that has long inhibited any serious scholarly inquiry into this matter. The Visible Witnesses 27. Two recent conferences of American anthropologists have contributed to this change. These were the International Congress of Americanists, held in Barcelona in 1964, at which a French anthropologist said that the only things missing in connection with the Negroid terracottas of ancient America as final proof of the African presence were Negroid skeletons, which have since been reported in early pre-Christian as well as medieval layers, and the Society for American Archaeology, which held a symposium at Santa Fe, New Mexico, in May 1968 to discuss the problems of pre-Columbian contact between the continents and concluded, "Surely there cannot now be any question but that there were visitors to the New World from the old and historic or even prehistoric time before 1492. What von Wuthenau has done is to open a door upon the photo gallery of the Americas. For, lacking the camera, the ancient and medieval Americans sought to capture for all time, in the art of realistic portraiture throng the medium of clay, the significant figures of their respective generations. Africans moved through all their major periods, from the time of the Olmec culture around 800 BC, when they arise in massive stone sculptures, through the medieval Mexico of the Mayas, when they appear not only in terracotta portraits but on golden pectorals and on pipes, down to the late post-classic period, time of the conquest, when they begin to disappear as they disappeared all over the world until today, re-emerging once more as significant figures. Ahead from the post-classic period stares at us across 5 centuries with a lifelike power and directness, see plate. This is clearly the type of African who came here in 1310 in the expeditionary fleet of Abubakar II of Mali. These men made a tremendous visual impression upon the Mixtecs, last of the great pre-Columbian potters, for this is one of their finest clay sculptures. It was found in Oaxaca in Mexico. Its realism is striking. No detail is vague, crudely wrought or uncertain. No stylistic accident can account for the undisputed Negro-ness of the features. From the full, vivid lips, the darkened grain of the skin, the prognathic bone formation of the cheeks, the wide nostrils, the generously fleshed nose, down to the ceremonial earring and the cotton cap. 28. They came before Columbus. Cadamosto noted on Warrior Boatman on the Gambia, the American artist has deftly caught the face of this African. The core tradition of Malian documents in Cairo tell of an African king, Abubakar II, setting out on the Atlantic in 1311. He commandeered a fleet of large boats, well stocked with food and water, and embarked from the Senegambia coast, the western borders of this West African empire, entering the Ca. Nares Current, a river in the middle of the sea, as the captain of a preceding fleet, of which only one boat returned, described it. Neither of the two Mandingo fleets came back to Mali to tell their story, but around this same time evidence of contact between West Africans and Mexicans appears in strata in America in an overwhelming combination of artifacts and cultural parallels. A black-haired, black-bearded figure in white robes, one of the representations of Quetzalcoatl, modeled on a dark-skinned outsider, appears in paintings in the Valley of Mexico, see Chapter 5, while the Aztecs begin to worship a Negrotiti figure mistaken for their god Tezcatlipoca because he had the right ceremonial color. Negroid skeletons are found in this time stratum in the Caribbean, see postscript. A notable tale is recorded in the Peruvian traditions of how black men coming from the east had been able to penetrate the Andes Mountains. Asterisk figures, like the one described above, return to prominence in American clay. We shall deal with this in subsequent chapters, but it is important to bear in mind that the Negroid terracottas are scattered over several periods and bear witness, in conjunction with other evidence, that this was just one of several contacts between the two continents joined throughout pre-Columbian history by a long but easily accessible and mobile waterway. Onto this waterway Africans sometimes stumbled accidentally. This may account for some of the Negroid heads in Plate 2, which represent Africans appearing on the plateau of Mexico and other parts of Mesoamerica just before and after Christ. Here we see Native American artists struggling in clay 2,000 years ago to come to terms realistically with the alien physiognomy of the African. This struggle is not always successful. Prognathism or some other distant Negro-African feature is sometimes delivered. The Visible Witnesses, 29. Ably overemphasized for effect, producing vivid but grotesque evocations. Nonetheless, the dense, close curl and kink of Negroid hair, the goatee beard, so uncommon to the hairless American Indian chin, and the heavy ear pendants, a popular West African feature, come through quite clearly. With respect to the latter, Cadamosto, the Portuguese explorer who visited the Senegambian border of Mali in 1450, notes, these people all have their ears pierced round with holes in which they wear various ear rings, one behind the other. There may be some stylistic distortion in the Negroid head from the Mandingo contact period in Plate 6 bottom row. The chin juts out with an exaggerated and primitive power. Strangely enough, it was regarded by the American Indians as a sacred face. It was venerated later by the Aztecs, simply because it was black, as their god Tezcatlipoca. Black gods and gods with Negroid features, for black is sometimes just a ceremonial color, may be found among the American Indians. Another black god is the god of jewelers, Nahualpilli. The Negroid features of this god were sculpted in green stone by the Mexicans, while his kinky hair was cast in pure gold. There is also the god of traveling merchants, of whom we shall later speak, Ekchua, who enters Mayan mythology in the wake of the Mandingo, see Plate 18. It is hard for many to imagine the Negro African figure being venerated as a god among the American Indians. He has always been represented as the lowliest of the low, at least since the era of conquest and slavery. His humiliation as a world figure begins, in fact, with the coming of Columbus. Registered it was in the very decade of his discoveries that the black and white Moors were laid low. The image of the Negro African as a backward, slow and uninventive being is still with us. Not only his manhood and his freedom but even the memory of his cultural and technological achievements before the day of seem to have been erased from the consciousness of history. Even in the thinking of Wiener, MDW, Jeffries and James Bailey, white scholars. Columbus himself was the first to initiate slavery in the Americas, even against the wishes of the Spanish sovereigns. 30 they came before Columbus, who have all sought to prove the Negro African presence in pre-Columbian America. The black man still figures as an inferior. Bailey, in his book The God Kings and Titans, disclaims any Incanam base for African cultures before the Arabs and Romans. That African culture, prior to the Arab and Roman Ghoul trade, was an independent African invention, is nonsense. He sees them in ancient America simply as mercenary soldiers of the Phoenicians. Leo Wiener, the Harvard philologist, assumes that the great Mali Empire of medieval West Africa owed all its refinements, even its animist ritual and magic, to the Arab Islamic civilization. The Mandingo came to America before Columbus, he declares, but carrying another man's cultural baggage. He sees the Negro African as simply a conductor of Islamic cultural electricity. The South African anthropologist MDW. Jeffries refers to the Negro in one of his articles as a West African item, and while he presents forceful arguments for his pre-Columbian presence, suggests that he came here as a porter and paddler for the Arabs. For all these men, therefore, the image of the Negro African has not changed. They remain victims of the myth created and sustained for half a millennium, while appearing to strive manfully to dispel it. For them, before and after Columbus, the Negro is still a beggar in the wilderness of history, a porter, a paddler, a menial, a mercenary, the eternal and immutable slave. If this had indeed been the case, why should the Olmecs erect huge monuments to him which dwarf all other human figures in the Americas? Why should some of the Negroid representations be venerated among the Maya and Aztecs as deities? Why should the finest of American potters sculpt such vivid and powerful portraits of this contemptible man? Can we image modern black artists in Mozambique building colossal monuments to the Portuguese soldiers who clashed with the freedom fighters of Cabral? Or the South African whites, for that matter, erecting altars and temples to the garbage collectors or street cleaners of Pretoria? These contradictions do not appear as the glaring absurdities they really are unless a shift in consciousness occurs. Such a shift is required if we are to reconstruct the history of the visible witnesses. 31. America and Africa during those periods in which these worlds and cultures are seen to collide and converge. We cannot see very far if we enter an ancient time with contemporary blinkers, even if our pathways into the past are illuminated by 100 torches lit by the most recent archaeological discoveries. What is needed far more than new facts is a fundamentally new vision of history. In this new vision, the Atlantic is an open sea long before Columbus. but accidental drift voyages by African men, except in those cases where they brought fruit or grain with them alien to America, and this happened in prehistory at least twice, would in themselves have a very minimal effect, if any. Planned expeditions, however, were expeditions intended for other destinations in Africa which were blown off course, would be a different matter. They would bring not only a substantial but a select group of aliens to American shores. This may account for the presence of Negroid women in pre-Columbian America, see Plate 3. These women, of course, did not rule out interbreeding between the Africans and the natives, as terracottas showing American Indians with a Negroid strain attest, but their coming managed to prevent a clean obliteration of the evidence of an African presence through its total absorption into the genetic pool of the American and to preserve through the generations several distinctive racial traits. One of these women from the Karli pre-classic period bears a striking resemblance to the ebony head of the Egyptian Queen T, the Negroid mother of Tutankhamun. This racial type, Negro-Egyptian, with its peculiar coiffure, facial geography and expression, appears in the Mexican heartland around AD 700 BC. The most remarkable representations of Negroes in America are those that appear at this time. So realistic are these representations that even the most conservative Americanists have found it difficult to deny their Negroid identity, but they have been found in such incredibly early strata and as an integral part of such an early American culture that some investigators have been forced to ignore their embarrassing existence. No other archaeological 32 they came before Columbus discovery in the history of this hemisphere has presented such a puzzle. The questions they raise are as momentous as those once raised by the ancient observatory at Stonehenge and still hovering over the mysterious giants of Easter Island. There is no denying the great antiquity of these Negroid figures. The archaeological contexts in which they have been found have been radiocarbon dated. Registered carbon-14 can only be wrong 100 years either way, if we are dating materials less than 7,000 years old, and indisputably clear carbon-14 dat. Ings have been procured for organic materials associated with the culture and people who produced these Negroid figures. There is no denying their Negro-ness either. The ancient Americans who sculpted them have been shown to be absolute masters of realistic portraiture, and did not arrive at these distinctive features through accidental stylization. The features are not only Negro-African in type but individual in their facial particulars, canceling out the possibility of ritual stereotypes of an unknown race produced by some quirk of the sculptor's imagination. The people who were host to these Negro-African figures are known as the Olmecs. At the sacred center of the Olmec culture, La Venta, about 18 miles inland from the Gulf of Mexico, which flows into the Atlantic, there stood 4 colossal Negroid heads, 6 to 9 feet high, weighing up to 40 tons each. They stood in large squares or plazas in front of the most colorful temple platforms, the sides and floors of which were of red, yellow, and purple. They stood 12 to 20 times larger than the faces of living men. They were like Gok's among the Olmecs. In this center of La Venta there were great altars. One of these, known as the third altar, was made out of one of the Negroid heads, flattened on top for that purpose. A speaking tube was found to go in at the ear and out at the mouth so that the figure could function as a talking oracle, a detail we shall see later to be of considerable significance in identifying the area of the Old World from which these Africans came. The construction of these Negroid figures is a fact of staggering proportions. Imagine 40 tons of basalt block mined from stone. The visible witnesses 33. Quarries 80 miles away and transported to the holy center of La Venta, not in pieces but in one massive chunk, for the Negroid heads seem to be sculpted out of gigantic balls, not jointed shelves or built-up layers of stone. Hundreds of these balls making perfect spheres are still found today in Central America, suggesting that this was the way the stone may have been found by the Olmecs, imge basalt bubbles wrought by freak volcanic or meteoric activity. This would have facilitated rolling them across vast tracts of land. Other investigators, however, have suggested that crude stone was transported from quarries 80 miles downriver on rafts. It was not only at La Venta that these extraordinary heads were found. In all, 11 colossal Negroid heads appear in the Olmec heartland, 4 at La Venta, 5 at San Lorenzo and 2 at Tres Zapotes in southern Veracruz. The Olmecs who lived in the jungle country of the Gulf Coast and built these powerful monuments to the Negro were obsessed with the figure of the jaguar. The jaguar motif appears on hundreds of clay, stone and jade figures that survive their culture. Half jaguar, half human monsters with small, fat baby faces in Snarling mouths, sexless and smooth with the obesity of eunuchs, haunt and stamp this culture with a signature both unique and foreign. This feline, says Frederick Peterson in his book Ancient Mexico, evidently proceeds from tropical regions and was ported into Mexico. Peterson also mentions investigations into the skeletons of the ancient Mexicans. He pinpoints a substratum with Negroid characteristics that intermingled with the magicians. In September 1974, the Polish craniologist Dr. Andrzej Wierczynski disclosed to the 41st Congress of Americanists, held in Mexico, that some of the skulls from Latilco, Cerro de las Mesas and Monte Alban, all pre-Christian sites in Mexico, show, to a different degree, a clear prevalence of the total Negroid pattern. In February 1975, a Smithsonian Institution team reported the find of 2 Negroid male skeletons in a grave in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This grave had been used and abandoned by the Caribs long before the coming of Columbus. Soil from the earth layers in which the skeletons were found was dated to 34. They came before Columbus. AD 1250. A study of the teeth showed a type of dental mutilation characteristic of early African cultures, and clamped around theorist of one of the skeletons was a clay vessel of pre-Columbian Indian design. Skeletons have also been found in pre-Columbian layers in the valley of the Pecos River, which, flowing through Texas and New Mexico, empties via the Rio Grande into the Gulf of Mexico. Professor Houdin, a physical anthropologist, reporting on these finds, said of the skeletons, the Pecos skulls resemble most closely crania of Negro groups coming from those parts of Africa where Negroes commonly have some perceptible infusion of Hamitic blood. Trademark. Finds like these, in addition to the stone heads and Negroid clay masks of the same period, like the Negroid Silenus mask in the bottom row of Plate 6, force us to consider afresh the extraordinary parallels between ancient America and Africa in this period, dismissed before as mere coincidences. Is it not strange that it is in this very period when the Negro African begins to appear in Mexico and to affect significantly the Olmec culture that the first pyramids, mummies, trepanned skulls, stelae and hieroglyphs begin to appear in America? Is it not strange that it is during this VAY period that a Negro African dynasty gains ascendancy in Egypt and black pharaohs, Negro Nubians, don the plumed serpent crown of Upper and Lower Egypt? No mummies, no pyramids, appear in this hemisphere during the heyday of these things in the Egyptian world, but suddenly they spring up in full flower at the same point in time as the Negro Nubians usher in an Egyptian cultural renaissance, restoring these features that had long lapsed in Egypt and for which there are no evolutionary precedents in America. See chapters 8 and G. Egypt was passing through a very unstable period, and unusual movements of fleets and armies reflected this uncertainty. Egyptian fleets, as well as Phoenician fleets in the pay of the Black Nubian rulers of Egypt, were traversing the Mediterranean. The Phoenicians moving even into the North Atlantic to points as far north as Cornwall in the quest for supplies of tin. Metal supplies had been severely curtailed by the Assyrian control and the visible witnesses 35. Blockade of Asian sea routes, and they were sorely needed for the weaponry of the Nubian Egyptian armies. Ships on this metal run, moving in the vicinity of the North African coast, could very easily have been caught in a storm and swept off course by the North Atlantic currents. Such an accident, which has happened in many documented instances, could account for the startling appearance in the Olmec heartland of Negroes with elements of Egyptian culture. One branch of the North Equatorial Current would have taken them from the North African or West African coast right into the Gulf of Mexico. See Map of Atlantic Currents, Plate 10. But what impact could a boatload or even a fleet of Negro Egyptians have had on the Gulf of Mexico? These men would have been, in numerical terms, a drop of water in the human ocean of Mexico. It is estimated that the populations surrounding Levante must have been quite substantial at the time of Negro-Egyptian contact to have made the building of this great ritual center possible. The first Egyptian-type pyramid, which appears at Levante in this period, is 240 by 420 feet at the base and 110 feet high. To construct temple platforms, burial chambers and all took 800,000 man-hours and involved a labor force of at least 18,000. This does not include administrators and priests. How could a score or even 100 shipwrecked mariners from the Old World have a significant culture-transforming effect on so many people? This argument, advanced by some anti-diffusionists, who contend that a few aliens cannot, without military power, significantly affect a native population of substantial size, is pure nonsense. Cabello de Balboa cites a group of 17 Negroes shipwrecked in Ecuador in the early 16th century who in short order became governors of an entire province of American Indians. Trademark. The influence of Negro Africans on Olmec culture, which we shall discuss in detail in subsequent chapters, was considerable. Even more profound was the impact of Olmec culture upon all future civilizations in Mesoamerica. As Michael Coe, the distinguished authority on Mexico, has pointed out, there is not the slightest doubt that all later civilizations in Mesoamerica, whether Mexican or Maya, rest ultimately on an Olmec base. 36. They came before Columbus. Notes and references. 1. 14. 12. 13, 14. For a historical outline of incidents dramatized in the opening pages of this chapter, see Arthur James Weiss, Discoveries of America to 1525, New York, G. P. Putnam Sons, 1884, pp. 225 to 228. Lopez de Gomara, Historia de Mexico, on Ver, 1554. F. A. McNutt, ed. And Trans de Orbo Novo, the 8 Decades of Peter Martyr Dangera, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1912. Alexander von Wuthenau, The Art of Terracotta Pottery in Columbian Central and South America, New York, Crown. Publishers, 1969, p. 167. Alphonse de Quatrefages, The Human Species, New York, Appleton, 1905, p. 200. Ibid, pp. 201 to 202. M. Orozco y Vera, Historia Antigua y de la Conquista de Mexico, Mexico, G. A. Estiva, 1880, Volume 1, p. 109. See note 4 above. An earlier edition in German was published by Hall Verlag, Baden-Baden, 196s. Von Wuthenau, Op. Cit. P. G.B. Herbert Baker, Commentary, Section II-1, in Riley, Kelly. Pennington and Rands, eds. Man Across the Sea, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1971, p. 438. Ibn Fatal Allah al-Omari, Masalik al-Absar for Mamalik al. Amsar, trans. Godefroy, Paris, 1927, pp. 61 to 63. See also Mo. Hamd Habibullah's translation from the Arabic text quoted. In Basil Davidson, The Lost Cities of Africa, Boston, Little. Brown, 1970, revised edition, pp. 74, 75, and Spencer Trimmingham's version of the Abubakari Expedition in A History of Islam in West Africa, London, Oxford University Press, 1962, p. 67. Harold Lawrence, African Explorers in the New World, The Crisis, 25, June, July 1962, pp. 321 to 332. Heritage Program reprint p. 11. Von Wuthenau, Op. Cit. p. 178. Ibid. p. 6. Naupili is mentioned in the Florentine Codex. The Visible Witnesses 37. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. R. G. Granados quotes the listing in the Register of Mexican Antiquities of the Archivo de Indios. See representation on page 168 of Von Wuthenau and plate 18 of this volume. James Bailey, The God Kings and Titans, New York, St. Mar. Tins Press, 1973, p. 189. Leo Wiener, Africa and the Discovery of America, Philadelphia, Innes and Sons, 19,201,922, vols. 1 to 3. M.D.W. Jeffries, Arabs Discover America Before Columbus, The Muslims Digest, June 1953, p. 69. In this article, Jeff Frace remarks, the colocasia, the yam, the Negro and the non-barking dog are all West African items, and if these are found in the Americas before Columbus, someone must have taken them there before him. Italics added. Philip Drucker, Robert F. Heiser and Robert Squire. Radiocarbon dates from La Venta, Tabasco, Science, 126. July 12, 1957, pp. 72-73. Michael Coe, Mexico, New York, Prager Publishers, 1962. p. 88. Dot. Constance Irwin, Fair Gods and Stone Faces, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1963, p. 166. Dot. There are hundreds of giant basalt balls, almost perfectly spherical, to be found in Central and South America. One of these, in Costa Rica, weighing 16 tons, is reproduced in Bailey, Op. Cit. p. 9. Dot. Co. Op. Cit. p. 8g. Dot. Bailey, Op. Cit. p. 51. Dot. Frederick Peterson, Ancient Mexico, New York, G. P. Putnam, S. Sons, 1959. Dot. Alexander von Wuthenau, XWCTE, L. Faces in Ancient Amer. Ica, New York, Crown Publishers, 1975, p. 136. Dot. The Washington Post, February 29, 1975, p. A17, Associated Press Report. See also Ivan van Sertima, Al, Yale, L, G, F. Stis. Covery of an African Presence in America, The New York Times, December 4, 1975, op-ed page p. 41. Dot. E. A. Hooten, Apes, Men and Morons, New York, G. P. Put. Nam's Sons, 1937, p. 183. Dot. For details of alliances and maritime commerce of the period. 38 They came before Columbus. See Chapter 8 of this volume. For Negro mariners and Kappa. Abilities for ocean voyages, see Chapter 4. 29. Co. Op. Cit. p. 88. 30. Stephen Jett and Riley et al. eds. Op. Cit. p. 16. Jett gives as his source for this statement M. Cabello de Balboa, Obras, Volume 1. Quito, Editorial Ecuatoriana, 1945 p. 133. 31. Co. Op. Cit. E. E. R. E.S. The Mariner Prince of Mali. We are vessels of speech, we are the repositories, which harbor secrets many centuries old. Without us the names of kings would vanish from oblivion, we are the memory of mankind, by the spoken word we bring to life the deeds and exploits of kings for younger generations. History holds no mystery for us, we teach to the LNL Gargis. As much as we want to teach THCM, FM. It is we who keep the keys to the 12 doors of awful. I teach the kings of their ancestors so that the lives of the ancients might serve them as an exam. Plea, for the world is old but the future springs from the past. The words of the Mali Griot Mamadou. Kuyate, quoted in D. T. Neon, Sundiata, and Epic of Old Mali AD. 1217-1237. The following is a reconstruction of an event in the medieval empire of Mali, based on Arab historical and travel documents and the oral tradition of the Mali griots. Anthor's note. 1.11. 11 Morning the king was in a somber mood. Everyone within the palace courtyard sensed it, and as he came through a door in a corner of the palace with the great bow of the Mali kings shining in his hands, a chill fell over the assembly. His golden skullcap was askew, and the dagger-like edges of the brocaded band looked 40 They came before Columbus. Blunted. He had obviously spent the night nodding and dozing in full royal regalia, for under the velvety red tunic of Mutanfas the silk was heavily crinkled. Word was passed down through the crowd, waiting under the trees outside the gates, that this was no propitious day to air trivial complaints or broach matters too contentious for coup settlement. The king walked slowly to his pempi, with his face down. Even the stringed music of the gold and silver gimbras, which usually brought a softness to his stern, bearded face, sounded tuneless against his expression. Beside him walked his griot, Kuyate, the court historian, stopping when the king stopped, affecting a grave frown to blend with the temper of his master's mood. Behind them trailed a train of 300 armed servants. The king moved heavily to the pempi, a three-tiered pavilion which had been set up under a great silk cotton tree dominating the palace yard. He stopped before the silk-carpeted steps of the pavilion, and for a moment appeared almost frozen in thought, so that the long train of servants, reflecting his stride, became dutifully immobile. For the first time that morning he lifted his head and looked around. TT was a restless, hurried look that took in everything and nothing. He stared for a moment at the white sun of the savannas burning behind the webs of the great tree under which Sundiata, the founder of the empire, once sat. Then, like a preacher ascending his pulpit, he climbed the steps. The moment he was seated on the cushions of the Pempi, under the shade of the royal umbrella, surmounted by its golden bird, there was a roll of drums, and trumpets and bugles sounded. 3 pages ran out to summon his deputy and the military commanders of the regions. These dignitaries entered and sat down. There also entered into the king's presence 2 horses. They were without mounts, yet saddled and bridled, cantering with a beautiful control, STLM_H ridden by spirits. Beside them trotted 2 sacred goats whom the magicians believed protected their sovereign from the evil eye. It was the year 1310, in the city of Niani, on the left bank of the Sankarini. Abubakari II, grandson of a daughter of Sundiata, was holding court. The mariner prince of Mali 41. One of the military commanders opened the day's business. Things were not going so well for Mali in the siege of Jen. It was a small city, set in the backwaters of the Bani River, a tributary of the Niger, about 300 miles southwest of Timbuktu. But it had repulsed everything the Malian forces had hurled against it. The news did little to lift Abubakari's spirits. He had lost all heart to take Jen. It was a beautiful city, he was told, distinguished by its waterways and the design of its buildings. There were scholars within its walls as learned as the wisest men of Timbuktu, doctors who performed more advanced and delicate operations, such as the removal of cataracts, than any then known in the Arab world or Europe. It would be a feather in any conqueror's cap to take Jen. Ga and Mamadou before him had tried and failed. Jen was protected by treacherous swamps and approachable only by twisting canals and streams. Pour more troops into the battle, the commander advised, but the king shook his head. Leave Jen alone, he said, it is no Tagaza, Takeda or Kangaba, it has neither salt, copper nor gold. But he spoke against the counsel of his deputy and commanders without conviction. The truth was he was tired of this war. Since ascending the throne of Mali he had had but one ambition. It was to use all his power and wealth to realize a dream that had haunted him all through his childhood. Sakara, the slave-turned-king, the upstart and usurper, had broken the legitimate line of succession of the Mali kings, but during his 15 years of illicit rule he had extended Mali down along the Gambia River to the sea. Abubakari had heard many tales of that sea. It was known in his boyhood as the world's end. It was also said that the world began and ended in the water. Water stood at the end of the conquered world for Alexander, who, pushing at last to the sea, charged the waves with his horses, crying his heart out at the thought that there were no more lands, no more armies or cities to conquer. Water mocked Alexander, upon whom all the Mali kings from Sundiata down had modeled themselves. Water fascinated Abubakari II, spacious, mobile, brooding bodies of water. Water was like stored grain at Niani, for it took a full day for the servants to fill the royal jars in. 42 They came before Columbus, the river Kala, and returned with them to the palace. The boy Abu sometimes thought it strange that his ancestors had built a DLD so far from the water's edge. Abu had once traveled in a great canoe down the somber waters of the Sankarini. Eel marveled at the way the boatmen used their paddles to listen to the drumming of fishes and the whisper of currents, and the canoe sped as though it were sliding down a steep floor when the paddlers paused. He wondered dreamily where all the running bright brown water went, as boys are wont to wonder over what strange, far-off lands go drifting clouds. He had heard that the Senegal and other rivers in his kingdom ran beyond the land into a great sea. Men were more terrified of that sea than of the vast blinding plains of the Sahara. The Arabs called it the Green Sea of Darkness. Few had been known to enter upon it. Fewer still had been known to return. It was said that there was a powerful current, like the hand of a violent god, not far from the land's end, which beckoned boats into its fingers and threw them out at the uttermost edges of the world, where they fell with the sea into a black hole. But during Sakara's reign diplomats had come from the court of Morocco who said that this was all nonsense. Brand new ideas about worlds beyond this sea were circulating in North Africa. The works of Abu Zaid, Masudi, Idrisi, Istaqri and Al-Bufetta had trickled down to the university at Timbuktu. Scholars had come more recently, in the time of Ga and Mamadou, saying strange things, that the waters that washed the western end of Mali were not the end of the world at all, that the world had no end, for it was built like a bottle gourd. If you Put your finger at any point of a gourd and tried to trace a line across it. His griot told him, you won't come at the end of the line to the point where you started, beginning again at the point where it seemed you had come to an end. So it was with the world. Thus would a man return to the very spot from which he had set out, if he could march or sail across the circle of the gourd-shaped BLI. But there were those, the most closed and conservative of the clerics, who felt that the new thinkers in North Africa were sumptuous, romantic, insane. How could they believe that men, the mariner prince of Mali 43, were walking upside down in unknown lands at the bottom of the gourd-shaped world? He was glad that Kuyate, like Bala Faseke, Sundiata's griot, had too lively and questing a spirit to allow these reactionaries to reign in his imagination, had lived too close to the Mandingo magicians to forget that he himself was a vital force among the forces and not a mere victim of a pre-arranged destiny. Kankan Musa, his brother, took the Muslim clerics more seriously, but he, Abu, had always been in secret conflict with them. He had worn the robes of a Muslim when he was inaugurated as emperor over the 12 kings of Mali, but he was no more a Muslim than were the feathered and masked magicians of his court. He had even encouraged them to perform their rites ostentatiously on Muslim festival days. Asterisk. True, he appreciated his association with Islam, the superficial but diplomatically important link through this international religion between his and the Arab courts. But Mali had gone its own way and would continue to do so. Little did he owe to the Arab Muslims by way of the rituals of his culture, the appearance of his court, or the legal political structure of his government. He was vital to them, as they to him. Even Europe depended on the gold the Arabs got from him for their currency and jewels. The first coins to circulate in Europe since Roman times were minted from his gold. Thousands of Arab and African caravans every year passed through Timbuktu and Niani and the invincible little city of Jen, keeping the line of exchange and communication open between his dominions and Cairo. He had given, as had his ancestors before, most generously to the Muslim teachers and scribes at Timbuktu. But he would never allow them to take their ideology too far. Diplomacy was diplomacy, trade was trade, but culture and religion were inseparable strands of a native and sacred tradition. It was the lifeblood of the people. He understood why, on closer reflection, Sundiata had built his palace at Niani. It was close to the life of the cultivators, the life of the people on the land. Sometimes the kings of Mali had shifted their capital, but never away from the heartland of the peasants, when they could lose the feel of the earth from which they sprang. Registered, he had found it amusing when he heard how the gold Dilgurk of Bambok had 44 they came before Columbus. Withdrawn from trade with the Muslims when they tried to slip their alien god in among the Arabian silks and amulets and perfumes. He knew when he ascended the throne that many a Muslim devotee in the circles of the court would scoff at his transoceanic scheme. Several Mali kings, after they had taken their conquests to the limits their power would allow, had but one conventional ambition. His brother, Kankan Musa, was already talking about it. If Kankan Musa ever succeeded him, he would choose that way to make his mark upon the world, to lead a massive train of caravans, like the tribes of one Shriel on the move, across the desert to Mecca. It was less his brother's Muslim faith, Abu knew, than the desire to impress the Arabs, their greatest allies and rivals, with Mali's great wealth and power. Abu wanted to do something different, something new, something for which there was no precedent. Something too that would keep his spirit quick and young with a lifelong excitement. He was bored by petty wars, which meant so little in terms of new territory, now that Mali had extended itself down to the deserts of the north and the jungles of the south, as far east as the copper mines of Takeda, and as far west as the great and mysterious waters of the Western Sea. He was master of the largest empire in the world, larger, said the Arabs, than the Holy Roman Empire, large as all the civilized states of Europe. Where would be the Alexandrine joy that Sundiata, or his adversary, Sumenguru the sorcerer, felt when they started out on their great campaigns? And he was bored by the thought of a pilgrimage, even if it involved mile-long trains of camels and people, as Kankan liked to dream his would. He was bored by pious duties and by pious men. They repeated themselves endlessly. Some of the muezzins of the mosques reminded him of crickets singing at sundown in the darkening savannas. He could not conceal a certain hostility and contempt. Quranic recitals fell like an icy. Muslims were terrified senses, terrified of the primitive power of sex. Of Mali 45. Alarmed to see his daughters swim stark naked in the Kala while they entombed their women up to their eyes in cloth. He surrounded himself with people of like mind, scholars of Timbuktu who entertained theories of a gourd-shaped world and dreamed of lands beyond the waters, as men now dream of life on lands beyond the stars. The king gave all his attention to these men, so much so that affairs of state began to suffer, and even his griot tactfully reminded him of Calabi Daman, the ancestor of those who preferred adventure to the responsibilities of government. The king turned his head away. Mali was strong enough, and its tribute-paying estates dependent and loyal enough at this stage to sustain good and easy government. He would lose no time in the endless tasks of administration. He would spare no pains to build a fleet. Let it be known throughout Mali and beyond by all those who fished and sailed in lakes and rivers and off the sea's great coasts, and who knew about boats in the water and currents and winds and direction finding by the map of the stars, and about all such nautical things that they were needed at the court. Let the bozo come forward and the Somono, to whom Sundiata had given the monopoly of the water, and the boatmen of the Niger and the Gambia and the Senegal. And let messengers go even unto Lake Chad, beyond the copper mines of Takeda, where it was said that men still built boats on the principles of the ancient Egyptians. Night and day, it was the talk of the court. The king himself was sometimes confounded by the conflicting tales and theories of his advisers. Some said it was pointless to call on the experience of the river people. The sea to the west was no river. It did not behave like an inland lake or stream. One would have to build some thing truly massive to meet its monstrous moods. River craft would simply be dashed to pieces. Others said big ships sank more castily on stormy water than small ones. They set up too much resistance to the winds and waves. One man came forward from a fishing village on the western border of Mali. He lived on the edge of the sea, he said. There were seasons when it was still and smooth as a lake of glass, and the problem was not the winds and the waves at all, but the great 46. They came before Columbus. Calms. A big ship could sit on the water for days like a stone. Small boats like his had traveled on the ocean, and once caught in a storm, he had drifted for a few days until he came to an land. The king listened to this with great excitement, but the old man finished his story by saying that the island was small and poor, as barren as a sandbank, and that no one lived there. An Arab captain, who had come up the Niger River to Timbuktu and had heard of the king's great interest, said there was truth in the old man's tale, that he had heard of similar islands visited by North African sailors, but that they also were small and poor, and the people who lived on some of them were simple-minded folk. But these, he assured the king, were not the lands of the great ocean. They merely stood on its edge. If one sailed on and on, perhaps one would then come to a vast new world on the other side. Great discussions arose as to what kind of ship should be built. Some of his advisers said it should most certainly carry a sail. Others, that they should not depend on the sail, for they could be stalled for DDS on the sea when the winds DMP pod. The ship should be like the dual Tepa the Bantu and Arabs of East Africa were using on the Indian Ocean, which could shift from sail to oar, and oar to sail, so that it would have the double advantage of wind and muscle power. All that was needed, said one scholar, was the initial thrust. Birds were observed to fly for thousands of miles without getting tired. This was because they traveled on a moving stream or current in the air and could SLCCP with open wings, drifting with no muscular power across the lands of the world. He believed there were such streams and currents in the ocean. Abubakari listened to all this but took no chances. There would be no single design, no one kind of boat. He would give his blessing to all that seemed practical. He was not going to gamble on one man's theory and ignore the rest. He saw the configuration of his fleet like the political configuration of Mali. At its helm stood he, the central and unifying authority, under him, the most diverse and incongruous crew of elements on the Sudanic deck of the world. His fleet would be a mirror of his ship of state. L equals dot. The Mariner Prince of Mali 47. A broad plain was chosen along the Senegambia seacoast of Mali for the great boat-building operations. Troops were withdrawn from the east, where they were skirmishing with the Songhai, and from other minor campaigns, to focus their energies on this, the most ambitious of all campaigns. Great trees from the inland forests were felled and floated down the rivers to the border coast. Smiths, carpenters, captains of provision boats along the Niger, caravan guides, who used the compass and nautical instruments to plot their paths across the sandy sea of the Sahara, magicians and diviners, thinkers from Timbuktu, grain and gold merchants, potters and porters, weavers and jewelers were all assembled in that place. While the building of the boats progressed, a number of megaliths were erected, crude stone observatories, such as ancient seafaring nations used for astronomical kalula. Tions, the ruins of which survive today as indicators of the science of that time and the activities of that place. The king specified that each boat built for the ocean voyagers should be accompanied by or attached to a supply boat which stored gold and other items of trade, along with dried meat and grain and preserved fruit in huge ceramic jars to last its company in the master boat for at least 2 years, 4 times as long as the stocks of the trans-Saharan caravans from Cairo to the Sudan. 200 master boats were built, and 200 supply boats. As the task neared completion, Abubakari left his palace at Niani and encamped on the seacoast to watch the final stages of the operation. It was the scene an Egyptian pharaoh must have witnessed during the erection of a pyramid. He felt pride at the thought that he was probably the only king in the world at that time who was wealthy enough and enough at peace within his borders to divert such a vast labor force from its military and agrarian duties to gratify his royal whim. He would go Hubnan Sundiata after all, beyond the wildest territorial ambitions of the Mali kings, even BCMND Alexander, the mighty king of gold and silver whose sun shone over half the world. He called the captains of the boats together and issued this order: do not return until you have reached the end of the ocean, or when you have exhausted your food and water. 48 They came before Columbus. They went away and their absence was long, none came back and their absence continued. The king could not find peace. He was obsessed by the arrow he had hurled across the spaces of the ocean. What lands would it strike? Where would it fall from its flight to the end of the unknown world? He could think of nothing else. He found no joy in his food, his wives or his children, no comfort in music or the discourse of his griot. He abandoned and made impatient signs during important discussions of affairs of state. He called in the soothsayers. They could see nothing. It is too soon, Sultan, the old men said. But early that morning, before he entered the palace yard to hold audience at the court, he had had a dream from which he woke trembling. In this dream he saw hundreds of blackbirds drifting lazily across the sky. One of them in the tail of the flock began to fall. It fell clear out of the sky and hit him like a gourd, which then cracked and spilled white froth and salt seawater. The other birds turned to a clond in the distance and dissolved. He confided this dream to Kuyate, who said it was an omen, and he would soon hear news. Was it good news or bad news? The king pressed him. Kuyate was cautious. The drift of the birds was good news, the fall of the tail was bad. It could be seen both ways, he said. In the midst of the discussion about Jen, a commotion was heard outside the gates. The king, aroused by an obscure flicker of his instincts, half rose from the pempi. A murmur ran through the court. It was soon conveyed to Abubakari that a captain of one of the ships was waiting outside the Giatesh to have audience. Let him take precedence, said the king, curtly dismissing the business at hand, whereupon a man came forward dressed in ritually poor garments and a dirty scully, holding his trousers neilg as he approached the LFLNG platform. He shuffled forward in an attitude of reverent humility, knocking the ground with his elbows, then, as he came within a few yards of the pempi, stood up with bowed head, waiting for permission to speak. The king forgot himself. He descended the pempi in one step. The captain of the boat, fearing his wrath, began to speak. Sultan, we sailed for a long while until we came to what? J. The mariner prince of Mali 49. Seemed to be a river with a strong current flowing in the open sea. My ship was last. The others sailed on, but as they came to that plex, they were PNLLD out to sea and disappeared. Alice lost then, said the king. I do not know, sire. I do not know what became of them. The waters there were strong and swift, and I was afraid. I turned where was and did not enter that current registered. The king stared at him for a long while. The captain took a handful of dust and threw it nervously over his head and back like a bather splashing himself with water. The king returned to his pempi without a word. He clapped his hands and dismissed the court. This news made Abubakari II more fixed in his obsession. Some said it made him mad. He abandoned Niani and journeyed with a greater part of his corps to the plain at the western CD_T of Mali, where the first fleet had been fitted out and had disembarked. Like the pyramid builders of dynastic Egypt, he began to reorganize his whole empire around a single massive project. Board was sent out to the provincial governors at ML, passed down to THV Kun TG, the political chiefs of the villages, that all gold, all grain, after due deduction for official services, should be sent on to his camp on the Senegambian plain. A vast army of craftsmen, dwarfing the planners and workers of the first V.P.H.T. lawn, were assembled on that plain. Caravans which came into Niani in that period found the army, the royal family and its vast retinue, the drummers and the hugglums and the medicine men, all gone. Paired men and women were being chosen for the new expedition, and fears were expressed that the king in his madness would sacrifice hundreds of his subjects to the devils of the dark sea. Aboubakari II never looked back. He never returned to the court at Niani. This time he had a special boat built for himself, with a pempi on the poop deck shaded by the Berdemblazone parasol. He would commandeer the new expedition himself, keeping in touch with the captains of the fleet by means of the talking drum. Thus, in 1311 he conferred the power of the regency on his brother, Kankan Musa, on the understanding that Kankan was to assume the throne if, after a reasonable lapse of 50, they came before Columbus. Time, the king did not return. Then one day, dressed in a flowing white robe and a jeweled turban, he took leave of Mali and set out with his fleet down the Senegal, heading west across the Atlantic, never to return. He took his griot and half his history with him. Notes and references. 1. 8. 9. Court ceremonial and royal regalia described in the opening pages of this chapter are based on detailed observations of the Mali king and his court recorded by the Moroccan traveler Ibn Battuta, who visited Mali in 1352. See Ibn Battuta, Travels in Asia and Africa 1325-1354, trans. And selected by M.A.R. Gibb, New York, Augustus Kelly, 1969, pp. 326 to 330. For a description of Jen and the struggles of the mighty empire of Mali to control this beautiful but intractable little city, see Daniel Chu and Elliot Skinner, A Glorious Age in Africa, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1965, pp. 51 to 78. Harold Lawrence, African Explorers in the New World, The Crisis, 25, June, July 1962, pp. 321 to 332. Heritage Program reprint pp. 1 to 16. Ibn Battuta, Op. Cit. E.W. Boble, The Golden Trade of the Moors, London, Oxford. University Press, 1968. Spencer Trimmingham, A History of Islam in West Africa. London, Oxford University Press, 1962. Chu and Skinner, Op. Cit. p. 64. The Pilgrimage of 1324 is estimated to have involved some 60,000 people. By the time the caravan was assembled, it had become possibly the biggest moving crowd that Africa had ever seen. They assembled some 100 camel loads of gold dust, each load weighing 300 pounds. In A History of Islam in West Africa, Trimmingham points out that the lavish generosity of Aboubakari's brother and successor, on his visit to Cairo, led to the devaluation of gold in the world for 12 years. D.T. Nyan, Sundiata, An Epic of Old Mali, trans. From the Monde Byg. D. Pickett, London, Longmans, 1963 p. 79. See Chapter 4 of this volume and Thor Heyerdahl and Jeffrey. The Mariner Prince of Mali 51. Ash, ed., The Quest for America, New York, Praeger Publishers, 1971. These islands on the edge of the Atlantic coast of Africa are given Arabic names and included in a Geography of the World published by a Franciscan friar in 1350. For this reference, see Sir Clements Markham, The Book of Knowledge, London, 1912 p. 28. 11. See Chapter 4 of this volume. 12. Boble, Op. Cit. p. 53. Boble notes that, in the Senegal and Gambia there exists a number of megalithic sites in the form of stone circles. Other megalithic sites have been found further east within the borders of modern Mali. 13. Ibn Fadl al-Omari, Masalik el-Absar for Mamalik el-Amsar, trans. Godefroy, Paris p. Guthner, 1927, pp. 61 to 63. 14. Item. 15. Item. 16. Item. 17. In several popular histories of the Mali Empire, the abdication of Abubakari II and the assumption of power by his brother, Kankan Musa, is erroneously dated 1307 c. Lawrence, Chu and Skinner, Kankan Musa did not ascend the throne until 1312, and played the role of regent for several months before concluding that his brother, who left in 1311, would not return. See Trimingham, Op. Cit. For the most accurate and reliable dates and genealogical charts. 1. Africans. Across the sea. Perhaps Heyerdahl's greatest contribution has been to show by example that long voyages in primitive craft were not impossible. This may have been necessary for some Americanists, it was not for those who know the sea. Clinton Edwards, Man Across the Sea. Once you are on the West Africa run, the interesting alternatives should be noticed. The better your ship, the more easily you will cross to America on purpose. The worse your ship, the more easily you will cross by mistake. James Bailey, The God Kings and Titans. In the proper season, it was quite feasible to cross the Atlantic near the equator from Africa to South America in small, open boats. Frederick Pohl, Amerigo Vespucci, Pilot Major. ALBM, Da Cotamosto stood on the poop deck, looking out on the far blue banks of the Gambia, as his caravel sailed into the river. The Gambia was broad and bright at its mouth, streaming silently back into the Atlantic, whence they had come. The Portuguese pilot felt his pulse quicken as he saw the jungled banks fade into mist like a distant range of mountains. He liked to think of himself as a pioneer, although unknown to him, Phoenician sailors had circled Africa since 600 BC. And Hanno, a century. Africans across the sea 53. Later, had taken the Carthaginians beyond the Gambia, even as far as Sherbro Sound or the Bight of Benin. Farther up the Gambia, they dropped anchor and lowered the rowing boats. Cotamosto went down into one of these, which soon entered a stream branching from the main waterway. It was like a canal between the trees, which now began to close in on them, their submerged roots lifting and sinking in the swell. Suddenly this stream widened, and they saw in the distance what looked at first like a drifting island of black men. Cotamosto shouted to his crew to swing around and head back with all haste to the ships. Bearing down upon them were 3 large boats. They were of the type the Portuguese called zapali, dugouts made from enormous trees hollowed out. Like the ship's boats, they were propelled by oars, but they were much larger. There were 25 to 30 Negroes in each. Me strained at his oar with a mounting terror. This was a dreaded region of the Gambia country. To come within bowshot of these men meant certain death. The tips of their arrows sent poisons darting to the heart as fast as the pace of blood. Cotamosto was glad he had ordered the retreat the very instant he had sighted them. The race back to the ships was close. His men did not return so rapidly, however, but that these boats were close behind, within a bowshot of them, when they reached the ships, for they are very swift. When the men had boarded their ships, they began to gesticulate and to make signs for the African boats to draw near. These slowed down and approached no nearer. Attempts to persuade the boatmen that they had come in peace, and that they meant no harm, failed. The Africans held back, guarded and suspicious. They were as fascinated, however, by the strangers as they by them. LLMB studied the Portuguese QUWTL at a safe distance, then, at a signal from their captains, turned and departed. The next day, as the caravels penetrated farther up the Gambia, there issued from another stream another company of black men. They approached the Portuguese in a flotilla of huge boats. Cotamosto, in the leading ship, split the African flotilla into 2 sections, thrusting into the midst of them. 54 they came before Columbus. They numbered 17, he wrote of this encounter, of considerable size. Checking their course and lifting up their oars, their crews lay gazing. We estimated on examination that there might be about 1 MND Lil and 50 at the most. They appeared very well built, exceedingly black, and all clothed in white cotton shirts. Some of them wore small white caps on their heads, very like the German style, except that on each side they had a white wing with a feather in the middle of the cap, as though to DMHNGMSL the fighting men. A Negro stood in the prow of each boat with a round shield, apparently of leather, on his arm. They made no movement towards us, nor we to them. Then they perceived the other 2 vessels coming up behind me and advanced towards them. On reaching them, without any other salute, they threw down their oars and began to shoot off their arrows. This encounter between the Portuguese and the boatmen on the Gambia occurred in 1455. It is the only account of West African riverboats documented by Europeans before the coming of Columbus. But Africa was largely unknown to them, even to the pioneering Portuguese. Recent investigations into African watercraft show that some West African tribes specialized in fishing and boat building, that they ferried goods in huge water buses across their waterways as we ferry them in trucks on our roads. The boats seen by Cadamosto on the Gambia were very large and swift and built on the principle of the galley, using oars instead of paddles, but we would hardly think of them as the type of craft we would use to venture across an ocean. Some basic protection from the elements and the rudiments of a sail would at least be found on fishing craft. A.C. Haddon and James Hornell cite fairly sophisticated watercraft in use in pre-European West Africa. Asterisk the anthropologist. Greater than Malzi has drawn attention to stone boats large enough to carry 12 tons of cargo across the Niger. These huge provision boats were made by the Bozo, a West African people who live by fish. In the Talking Book of the 13th century, which records the oral tradition of the Mali Empire during the reign of J. Africans across the sea 55. Its founder, Sundiata, we learn of the vast fishing fleet of the Somono, also a people of the Niger, who covered that river with their boats so that Sundiata's infantrymen, returning to Niani from their victory over the Soso, would not wet their feet. Richard Hull, in his book Munyakare, African Civilization Before the Battery, notes the medieval prosperity enjoyed by Western Sudanic markets thanks to the security maintained by armies and riverine navies of first Mali and later Songhai. Huge boats laden with grain, ivory, and other commodities could travel swiftly and safely along the Niger. Registered the Niger, of course, is 1,000 miles from the Atlantic. It was the eastern border of the medieval Mali Empire, but it provides easy communication with the Gulf of Guinea, and its headwaters originate in the same highlands as those of Senegal, thus facilitating a link up with other African fisherfolk and riverine traders all the way to the North Atlantic. Fishermen and traders of West Africa traveled not only on inland lakes and rivers but along the Atlantic coast. Caught in a strong gale or sucked into a powerful current, they could easily find themselves adrift. How would these fishermen or traders, with provisions to last them only a few days at most, survive a journey lasting at least 2 months? How would these boats, intended only for inland transport or off-coast fishing, fare on the great ocean? Before one sets out to answer these questions, it is necessary to examine the prevailing myths about ancient boats and the sea, which traditional historians and scholars have promoted and perpetuated. These myths, created by men who did not even trouble to inquire into the basic facts of navigation and oceanography, made it difficult in the past, make it difficult even today, for the popular imagination to conceive of transoceanic crossings before Columbus. It is generally admitted that the first people to inhabit America were Mongols from Asia who came to this continent via the Bering Straits some 40,000 years ago, the earliest date suggested by the most recent research. They came as Ice Age primitives, with the barest rudiments of Asian culture, across a land bridge made possible by the weight of advancing ice sheets that buckled the Earth's surface, reducing the sea level by 356. They came before Columbus. 100 feet. This bridge was a plain 1,000 miles long. As the ice retreated, the plain sank into the sea, reappearing about 25,000 years ago to form once more a passage for wanderers from Asia. After this second glacial epoch, America is assumed to have lived in total isolation from the rest of the world and to have developed all its cultures independently until Columbus came. This latter assumption is a myth that has been seriously challenged, seriously enough to force second thoughts on conservative Americanists, only within the last few years. The absence of a land bridge since the last glacial epoch has accounted for the resistance of scholars to any consideration of contact in the post-glacial epoch. The sea stood in their imagination more forbidding than 10 Saharas, an impassable wilderness of wind and wave, mocking any movement between the two hemispheres. For more than a millennium after Christ, few Europeans dared sail into this vast sea, beyond the legendary Pillars of Hercules. How then could other peoples, especially Africans, conceived of as naked barbarians with a bodiless culture, venture the crossing? Professor Stephen Jett, a geographer, in a recent book, Man Across the Sea, has highlighted the prevailing attitudes among Europeans and Americans toward pre-Columbian crossings of the ocean. Western scholars, says Jett, particularly Americans, who are imbued from an early age with the doctrine of the discovery of America by Columbus, have tended to assume, first, that the West, including Southwest Asia, has always been the leader in technological progress and that, as a corollary, other areas of the world did not have equal or superior sailing craft or navigational knowledge, and second, that European ships of the 15th century, which made transoceanic voyages only with difficulty, must have been superior to those of 1,000 or 2,000 years earlier. Hence, polygenicists have contended that the watercraft of pre-Columbian times could have crossed the oceans only accidentally and by miraculous good fortune, and that, therefore, there could have been no significant influence on ancient America from beyond the seas. Africans across the sea. 57. It is to combat these and other assumptions that one shall outline what is known about pre-Columbian watercraft in Africa, and the actors, winds, currents, natural Africa to America routes, basic survival kits, seafood and freshwater sources, favoring and facilitating the Atlantic crossing. But first, we should dismiss the popular notion that the ships of Columbus represented an advance over earlier ships, thus making the Atlantic passage open, whereas before it had been an impassable barrier. The navigational knowledge of the 15th century Spaniards was elementary indeed. 8 or 9 pilots guided the Santa Cruz and the Naya, the caravels of Columbus, on his 1,493 approximately 1,496 expedition, 2nd, NVAGE. And according to Columbus himself, they were like blind men, although there were 8 or 9 pilot crew on board the 2 vessels, yet none of them knew where they were. On another occasion, he wrote in his journal, "Our ignorant pilots, when they have lost sight of land for several days, know not where they are. They would not be able to find the countries again which one have discovered." Trademark. The Spaniards knew nothing about longitude, and Columbus had to strike out for the latitude of Japan, hoping thereby to chance upon India. The major inventions in maritime navigation that were to transform European shipping during the Renaissance had been made before Christ and were completely lost to Europe during the Dark Ages. The system of latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates, used as valley as 100 BC in China, had not, even as late as the conquest period, been d-l by Europe, whose navigators could not read longitude until the 17th century. The lateen sail hoisted on the Spanish and Portuguese caravels came from the Arabs. The astrolabe, an instrument to determine latitude by the sun's altitude, although originally invented by the ancient Greeks, diffused to 15th century Europe after passing through centuries of development by the Arabs. Other popular notions that must be dismissed are that Africa had no knowledge of the sea, never had mariners, never made boats, nurtured a landlocked race, that her empires ended at the edge of the desert, unwashed by the world's seas. Africans were navigating the Atlantic before Christ, they had moved up the 58th, they came before Columbus. North Atlantic to Ireland, capturing part of that country in a very early period. Sumas McManus in The Story of the Irish Race records that, in their possession of Ireland, the Forborges were disturbed by the descent and depredations of African sea rovers, the Fomorians, who had a main stronghold on Tory Island off the northwest coast. Everyone accepts, of course, that this myth of Africa being a continent of landlubbers was not true of the north. The shipping of the ancient Egyptians is well documented. Archaeology is rich in its evidence of these ships, painting, graffiti, sculpture, reliefs on temple walls, ancient texts, even shipyard accounts, and most recently the wrecks themselves. The Norwegian writer and explorer Thor Heyerdahl has made more than an academic study of these ships. He has put the shipbuilding ideas and designs of the ancient Egyptians to a practical test and proven that their most primitive boats, the papyrus reed boats that were built before their wooden ships, could have made it across the Atlantic from Africa to America. What is extremely interesting about his experiment is not only the demonstration of the seaworthiness and ocean-going capabilities of the reed boat, but the fact that some of the far more sophisticated and elaborate boats with rigid wooden frames built along the same papyriform design would not have been able to make it. The famous Cheops boat, discovered in 1954 in the Cheops Pyramid in Egypt, for example, is the oldest preserved vessel in the world. Built around 2600 BC, it is very impressive looking, 146% feet long and nearly 20 feet wide. It tries to imitate in wood the ocean-going lines and curves of the papyrus boat, but is more like a huge, spectacular toy. It would have disintegrated quickly under the violent slaps of the ocean. Heyerdahl wondered why the builders of the Cheops boat tried so hard to imitate in rigid cedar the ocean-going lines of the pliant papyrus boat if papyrus was useless on the ocean. Scientists had scoffed at the idea that an ancient papyrus vessel could make it on the Atlantic. They had demonstrated in the laboratory, with loose sections of papyrus reed, that this material becomes waterlogged and loses all carrying capacities in less than a fortnight. They had also put the reed in stagnant seawater in laboratory tanks to show Africans across the C-59 that the cellular core of the reed quickly starts to deteriorate. All this struck Heyerdahl as meaningless. The real conditions, he felt, would disprove them all. Could one conclude that the Queen Mary would not float because a piece of its iron body sank like a stone in a laboratory tank? Flying in the face of these negative experiments, he organized the building of a papyrus boat near the Cheops ship at Giza in Egypt. He used the paintings and reliefs of boats in Egyptian burial chambers as his models. He bought 12 tons of sun-dried papyrus reeds, about 10 to 12 feet long, from Lake Tana in Ethiopia and hired 2 experienced boat builders, along with an interpreter, from Lake Chad in Central Africa. This area is not far from Takeda, the copper mines of medieval Mali. It is close to Egypt, and large boats of robust construction, similar to those used by the Egyptians, are still in common use. With Buduma tribesmen under the direction of Abdullah Jibrine, a papyrus expert from Lake Chad, a replica of the ancient papyrus boat was built. Heyerdahl called this the Ra, the word for sun in ancient Egypt as well as in parts of America and on all the islands of Polynesia. The Ra set out from Safi, on the Atlantic coast of North Africa, on May 25, 1969. It sailed to within a few days of the New World before it got into serious trouble. The Heyerdahl expedition had made one mistake. In the Egyptian model, a rope ran down from the curved tip of the stern to the afterdeck. It was thought that this rope was only there to maintain the curve of LHE stern. In fact, the stern, through this rope, acted as a spring supporting the pliant afterdeck. The ill-advised removal of this rope caused the afterdeck to sag, and the boat listed dangerously as it neared Barbados. A smaller model, Ra I-1, built on the identical Egyptian pattern by a Native American tribe, the Aymara, who profited from this trial and error, made it across the Atlantic from Africa successfully. What Heyerdahl had proven, in effect, was that the most ancient of Egyptian ships, predecessors of even more sophisticated models, could have crossed the Atlantic. He demonstrated also, through the shipbuilding labors of the Buduma tribesmen, that these navigational skills had been largely preserved among river 6-0 they came before Columbus. In and lacustrine Africans even to the present day. The papyrus boat, however, is but a modest curtain raiser on the vast theater of ancient Egyptian shipping. Even in the very early pre-dynastic times, the Egyptians were building plank boats as well as papyrus boats. These plank boats were sewn together, and the joints caulked with fiber. It was an extension of the method first used for the papyrus boats. By the dynastic period, they could boast of boats as long as 3-car trains. It is recorded that the black African pharaoh Sneferu, registered at the close of the 3rd dynasty, in one year made 60 ships that were 100 feet long, and in the following year built 3 with a bow tostern measurement of 170 feet. The Egyptians got their timber for boat building from Lebanon and from Byblos, major Phoenician ports, because Egyptian timber suitable for the purpose was the wood of the sycamore tree, which was so needed for its fig fruit that it could not be cut down for boats without special permission. From the earliest times, Egypt had carried on trade with the Phoenician capital of Gebel, Byblos. This was the land from which the Egyptians obtained wine, certain oils for funerary use, and cedar wood from the Lebanon ranges for construction of ships, masts and flagstaves, for coffins and choice furniture of every type. In exchange for such products, the Egyptians made deliveries of gold, fine metalwork and writing materials, especially the precious Egyptian papyrus. Intercourse was carried on by traders in caravans, but even more so by sea in Egyptian trading vessels, so characteristic of the service in which they were engaged that they were designated Byblos travelers. Byblos itself was greatly influenced by Egyptian commerce and culture, even if it was not actually an Egyptian colony. Egyptian ornamentation and script were employed by Phoenician craftsmen in the decoration of metalwork and in other applied arts, while the Egyptians in turn borrowed certain of the Phoenician technical processes for working metals. The mixed racial composition of the Egyptians and the role of Black Africa and Black Africans in ancient Egypt is discussed in Chapter 7. Africans across the sea 61. Egyptian boats were always welcome in the port of Byblos, for the Egyptians would present gifts of alabaster vases, jewels, and amulets to the king in return for resin and planks of timber. The Egyptians sometimes bought boats from the Phoenicians of Ebanan, though they often built their own from the timber imported from Phoenicia. In a subsequent chapter, one shall discuss the relationship between the Phoenicians and the Nubian-controlled Egyptians in the 800 to 700 BC period, but it is important to emphasize at this point the long-standing maritime bond between these two states, Egypt and the island complex of Phoenicia, and the fact that a high percentage of Egyptian cargoes was carried in Phoenician bottoms, even though the Phoenician was the paid mercenary and the Egyptian the master employer and patron, in most cases. What has been claimed to be a Phoenician figure, probably a merchant captain, was found standing engraved on a stele beside the Negroid stone figures at Levanta. The maritime relationship between these two states must therefore be examined. Why should Negro Africans in Egyptian-type helmets be found in juxtaposition with Phoenicians in an archaeological site dated circa A2 BC? Along the Atlantic seaboard. This juxtaposition is not an incongruous one at all. Egyptian mariners were a very mixed bunch indeed. During the 18th dynasty, it is recorded that Egyptian crews comprised native Egyptians, Asiatics, mostly from Palestine, Syria and Libya. Other foreign mercenaries and Nubians. In the 19th dynasty, there was a fine royal navy consisting of merchant ships sailed by their own crews and skippers but carrying trained marines. Mention is made of a division of Sheridan, Meshwesh and Negroes. The Phoenician element in Egyptian shipping is not to be ignored, but it should not be exaggerated either. Some writers have made legendary navigators and maritime supermen out of these people. It is true that Egyptians did not rove the Mediterranean from one end to the other like the nomadic Phoenicians, but boats in the sea were as important to the Egyptians as caravans in the land. In fact, we owe a great deal of what we now know about ancient ships to the huge ritual boats that were buried with some 62 they came before Columbus. Of the pharaohs, the walls of tombs and temples abound with paintings of them, from the 60-oared pre-dynastic boats found on inscriptions in the tomb of the pharaoh Menes at Abydos to the fresco of a squadron of 5 ships belonging to the fleet of Queen Hatshepsut in the temple of Deir el-Bahri. We can watch the evolution of the Egyptian ship over a span of 3 millennia. The Egyptians were the great innovators of maritime science. The Phoenicians were probably among the boldest and the best sea pilots of their time, but not equals, surely, of the Egyptian ship architects and engineers. The Phoenicians copied the Egyptian warship developed by 1194 BC, and from them it passed on to the Greeks and Romans. The ships of the Far East also came heavily under the influence of Egyptian navigation. Among these influences we may mention the papyrus and reed boat, the steering oar, quarter rudders, both the sheer and tripod mast, the square sail twice as high as wide, the boom at the foot of the sail, spoon-shaped hulls, transverse beams projecting through the hull sides and the central mat-covered cabin. There is also the persistent influence of ancient Egyptian models on boats of the Upper Nile and the Sudan, the Black South. Sewn plank boats closely resembling the Egyptian boat of King Sahur, circa 2600 BC. Still sail on the Nile. We have pointed to Egyptian influence on the shipping of the Far East. Egyptian ships also visited the Somali coast of Africa, Punt. In East Africa, however, shipping, though of great antiquity, owes less to early Egyptian than to a much later Arab influence in the Indian Ocean. It would be of interest to look at the ships of these maritime African peasants, the Swahili, for it appears that some of them, while trading on the Indian Ocean, through storms in the monsoon season drifted or were blown into the Koro Siwo, a current known as the Black Stream. This is a Pacific current, at the terminal point of which, on the Pacific coast of North America, a tiny isolated African community, the Black Californians, has been found. Accidents of this nature must have been very rare indeed, and the likelihood of survival very slim. An accidental voyage from Asia to America is far more complicated. Africans across the sea 63. Immeasurably longer and more tortuous than the Africa to America drift voyage. It would appear, however, according to Bancroft and de Quatrefages, that it did sometimes happen. On the East African coast, along the shores of the Indian Ocean, lies the Bantu Islamic civilization of the Swahili. These Africans were trading with India and China many centuries before Columbus. In the 13th century it is recorded that the Swahili transshipped an elephant to the court of the Emperor of China as a gift. One of their early trading vessels, the M. Tepa, is shown in Plate 11. It was used in Indian Ocean trade for many centuries. Some of these vessels weigh as much as 70 tons and are much larger than the one shown in the illustration, which is from a model in the Fort Jesus Museum at Mombasa. They are secured by palm fiber lashings and are completely without nails or other metal clinchings. A considerable range of sailing ships was used by the Swahili for trade, fishing, and the ferrying of farmers along the East African coast. Hundreds of Swahili ships, quite apart from the Arab dhows that came in from the Persian Gulf in the November-December months, plied between ports such as Tanga, Bagamoyo, Kilwa, in what is now Tanzania, Kipini, Kilifi, and Mombasa, to name just a few of the Kenyan ports. Some of these vessels did not use the compass or navigate by the stars, since they kept close to the familiar coastline and ventured forth only by LD, but others sailed into the ocean to India and China, south toward the island of Madagascar and beyond, or took a northwesterly route to the shores of Arabia and the Persian Gulf. There were interesting variants of the Swahili M-Tepa, a smaller craft known as the dual M-Tepa, which alternated between the use of oars and sails so that the ship was not at the mercy of the wind and current, and could, except in a violent storm, maintain course and speed against them both. When the wind was in the sailor's favor, he unfurled the sail, but when it was not, he dismantled it and rowed. This dual feature, the capacity to shift from sail to oar and oar to sail, from wind power to muscle power and back, proved invaluable in the absence of engines on the open sea, and was common. 64 They came before Columbus. To many vessels, those of ancient Egypt, the Arab world, and the East African coast. But it was not an attribute of the Spanish caravel, the type of ship in which Columbus made his historic voyage. Columbus was taken off course for days by contrary currents. E.v. Evidence of this comes from several letters, such as the one he wrote to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella from Jamaica as late as the fourth voyage, July 7, 1503. I was carried away by the current for many days. The total dependence on the wind could also lead to complete stasis. Here again, the letters written by Columbus substantiate this. The vessels of India, America, do not sail except with the wind abaft. This is done not because they are badly built or clumsy, but because the strong currents in these parts, together with the wind, make it impracticable for them to sail with the bowl, and for in one day they would lose as much way as they might have made in 7. For a similar reason one could not use the caravels, even though they were Portuguese latines. This is the reason for their not sailing except with a favorable wind, and they will remain in port, waiting for 7 or 8 months at a time, nor is this particularly strange, for the same often occurs in Spain. Trademark. Due to this kind of paralysis in windless seasons and spaces, a Spanish caravel of the 15th century could actually take longer to complete the Africa to America journey than the simplest African boat. Thus Vespucci, in a Spanish caravel using sail power, took 64 days to make it from the Cape Verde Islands off West Africa to the South American coast, while Hannes Lind Mann, a German medical doctor in an African dugout using current power, accomplished the crossing in 1955 and 52 days. The invention of the sail was a crucial event in the story of sea manship, occurring 6,000 years before the introduction of the steamship engine, yet wind propulsion by sail, setting such rigorous limits upon the direction in which a ship could move, and enforcing, by the nature of the winds, a very low average speed between ports, is a far from satisfactory way of achieving motion over great tracts of ocean. It will be contended, however, that even if the caravel was not as agile and maneuverable as some of the simpler craft cited, it Africans across the CGG was a better gamble on the ocean because of its size, which could withstand the buffeting of the wind and waves. There were Arab ships of greater size and tonnage in pre-Columbian times, to be discussed in Chapter 12, but though African boats were considerably smaller, since they were largely designed for river traffic and coastal fishing, it should be pointed out that seaworthiness is not proportionate to size. To the contrary, the larger the size, the greater the stresses set up by wind and wave as y encounter the inertia of the heavy craft, and thus the greater the possibility of breaking up. A fairly small craft, if it is well constructed, is more likely to survive a long sea voyage, especially if it is of IB construction, as are lashed log rafts and sewn plank boats. Several mariners have made this point. J. Marion in his Lonely Voyagers notes that the notion that a small boat cannot go far afield is a complete fallacy, while C. A. Gordon in Sea Quest asserts, again and again it has been proven that seaworthiness has little to do with size. Asterisk. in boats much smaller than the 30-man Zoppoli which attacked Cotamosto, in an African dugout without sails and without the muscle power that could propel the Zoppoli in the absence of favorable winds or currents. Hannes Lindemann made the Atlantic crossing from Africa to America to show that such a journey could be made in such a boat. To prove this point that river boats can make it on the ocean, again and again Atlantic crossings have been made by small boats of every description, at least 2 rafts, 2 dugout canoes, 2 dories propelled only by oars, several dories fitted with sails, conventional sailboats as small as 5 feet, 11 inches in length, and unconventional boats including kayaks, folding boats and amphibian jeeps have been successfully floated across the ocean. The Mariner Marion lists 120 intentional modern solo and 2-man long ocean voyages. These crossings of the Atlantic to America and the Caribbean from points in Africa and Europe have been made not only in boats inferior to the heavily manned watercraft of Africans found on the Gambia before 1500 but also in some cases with little or no provisions, thereby establishing that even if by some mishap of storm or treacherous current African fishermen or riverine 66 they came before Columbus. Traders were cast out into the Atlantic, they could have survived the ocean voyage. Fishermen and riverine traders, as a rule, take some provisions with them. But Dr. Alain Bombard rode a life raft, La Heretique, from Casablanca in North Africa via the Canaries to Barbados in 1952 without any food or water, with only a cloth net for small sea fauna, a fishing line with hook for tunny and 2 spears, a small one for sea perch and a large one for blugor fish. He survived his 65-day voyage in perfect health. Lindemann, the tester of the African dugout, took along, in addition to Bombard's fishing kit, only an implement to squeeze liquids from fish to make sure of a DRMKMG supply, in case no rain fell on the ocean. If adequate water is available, a man can survive for days or longer without food and, contrary to popular opinion, seawater can be used as a supplementary water source as can fish juices. At least in some latitudes and at some seasons, rainstorms in the ocean would provide adequate fresh water and food, especially to people familiar with the sea. Such was Heyerdahl's experience in the Kon-Tiki. There is a 19th century record of Japanese surviving an accidental drift of 11 months and landing on Oahu, and Brooks refers to 2 accidental voyages from Japan to North American waters, of 17 and 18 months respectively, with 3 of the crew surviving in each case. Trademark. In view of the foregoing, the question of accidental drift voyages of Africans to America, apart from the intentional and well-provisioned voyages of the Mandingo in the 14th century, and the voyages by the Songhay in the latter half of the FLTth, needs the most serious examination. Accidental African voyagers would have been likely to make their landfalls within the same wind and current band, striking points in the region of the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean or the northeastern corner of South America. As Alexander Marchant has pointed out, once cast into the mid-Atlantic, it is almost impossible to avoid the South American coast. It is not surprising, therefore, that Alvarez Cabral, caught in the pull of currents off the Guinea coast, drifted westward across the Atlantic and discovered Brazil in 1500. The Portuguese were to learn then officially that nearly 200 Africans across the sea 67 miles of territory lay within the Tordesillas line, that about 1,500 miles from the Cape Verde Islands off West Africa there was the continental landmass which their king, Don Juan, had confidently claimed, on the strength of African testimony, existed. The famous explorer Alexander von Humboldt, in his Examen Critique, explains what happened to Cabral. Pedro Alvarez Cabral, whom Dom Manuel sent on the track of Vasco da Gama to the Indies, wishing to avoid the calms of the Gulf of Guinea, landed unexpectedly on the shores of Brazil. The intimate knowledge that we have today of the multiplicity of these currents or pelagic streams of different temperatures which traverse the great longitudinal valley of the Atlantic offers an easy explanation for the extraordinary drift towards the west which the little squadron of Cabral experienced. A lot more is known today about these currents from Africa to America than was known in Humboldt's time. 2 main currents, the Guinea current and the Canaries current, are really banned to our study. The following information, so vital to an understanding of how the ocean provides its own pilots and propellers, is illustrated in Plate 10. The Guinea current, according to Carl Schwerin, flows eastward along the Guinea coast, with frequent cycles out to sea where it joins the South Equatorial Current. The northern portion of the South Equatorial Current joins the North Equatorial Current in mid-Atlantic between 25 and 50 degrees west longitude, depend, ling on the season. This current originates along a likely part of Africa, and although it runs the wrong way, it communicates frequently and naturally with the South Equatorial Current, which runs in the right direction. Furthermore, these are relatively fast-flowing currents, so in spite of the increased distance, time of transit would be comparable to that along the Canaries Current. The Canaries Current flows southward along the coast of Africa to Cap Blanc or Cape Verde, depending on the season, where it splits. One branch continues south along the coast. The other branch flows into the Atlantic and becomes the North Louis-Maal Current. This strikes the American coast in a broad 68 they came before Columbus. Banned from the Guyanas through the Antilles. The strongest part of the current runs along the coast of Venezuela from Trinidad to the Guajira Peninsula. This is one of the areas of South America where we have evidence of early horticulture. This current also leaves the African continent in a most propitious region, along the coast of Senegal and Gambia. Italics added. Trademark. The coast of Senegal and Gambia was a propitious region indeed, for this was the Atlantic border of medieval Mali. It was out of the Senegal River into the Atlantic that the fleets of Aboubakar II sailed for the western lands. Long journeys across charterless wastes were not new to the Mandingo. They knew that the desert, like the Great Sea, had LTS signposts in the sky. And they called the Sahara the Sandy Sea. They navigated it as though it were a sea, using nautical instruments and astronomical computations to guide them. Tafud al-Alabi, an Arab text quoted by E.W. Bovell in The Golden Trade of the Moors, states that the Negroes travel in the desert as it were upon the sea, having guides to pilot them by the stars. The compass too was used by both Arab and African merchants in the Sudan who had to cross the desert in their caravans. Of nautical instruments the Sharif was a keen ire. His interest in them seems to have sprung from their proved value in the desert. Merchants traveling to the Sudan were forced to use nautical instruments. Paul Imbert, a French sailor making his journey across the desert by caravan, remarks in a letter to a friend, to steer their course they, heads of the caravans, * make their observation from the rising and setting of the sun, and the stars and compass direct them. They always take care to have someone in the caravan who understands these matters. If West Africans were using the compass and astronomical computations for desert travel, it hardly makes sense that they would venture out intentionally on the unknown sea without these aids to guide them. It would make little sense too if the Emperor of Mali, Aboubakar II, during whose reign, 1307–1311, Timbuktu had already become a seat of learning, had equipped an expeditionary fleet without drawing on the storehouse of knowledge available to him, and which he, with the enormous wealth of Africans across the C6G, Wangara, Bambouk and Bore, was philanthropically financing. The skill of the Arabs in seafaring, after all, was known the world over, and although their secrets were jealously guarded from commercial rivals, as were Mali's secrets regarding the source of its envied gold, this nautical knowledge would have been readily available to such a generous patron of scholarship at Timbuktu. At Timbuktu, which was approachable by both land and water, visited by both caravans and boats, the Black Emperors kept a magnificent and well-furnished court. Here were a great store of doctors, judges, priests, and learned men that were bountifully maintained at the king's cost. And hither were brought divers manuscripts of written books out of Barbary, which are sold for more money than any other merchandise. Because of all these factors, the core tradition of Mali should be taken seriously. This tradition, which was dramatized in the previous chapter, has come down to us through al-Khalgashandi and the Masalik al-Abasar, the works of the scholar al-Umari, an Arab of Damascus who spent his early life in the service of the Sultan of Egypt. He quotes the words of the then governor of Cairo, Ibn Amri Hajib, who questioned Kankan Musa on this matter. In fact, much of what is known of the memorable pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 comes from the works of al-Umari. Like the Meccan pilgrimage, Aboubakari's expedition was done in a grand style, involving perhaps as many vessels as the caravans of Kankan Musa 13 years later, but leaving only ripples on a very far shore, an enigmatic chain of artifacts and influences, which, like resuscitated mummies, are beginning at last to haunt us with questions. Notes and references. 1. J. V. Luce, Ancient Explorers, in Jeffrey Ashe, ed. The Quest for America, New York, Prager Publishers, 1971. 2. G. R. Crone, The Voyages of Cadamosto, London, The Hawk. Loot Society, 1937, pp. 57-59. 3. A. C. Haddon and J. Cornell, Canoes of Oceania, Honolulu, Bishop Museum, Special Publications, number 27 to 29. 70. 10. 11. 13. 14. 15. 16. They came before Columbus. Dot. P. Malzy, Les Bozos du Niger et leurs modes de pêche bull. De l'Institut Français d'Afrique Nord 8, 1946 pp. 100 to 132. Dot. E. T. Neon, Sundiata, An Epic of Old Mali, trans. From the Monde by G. D. Pickett, London, Longmans, 1965 p. 79. Richard Hull, Munyakare, African Civilization Before the Battery, New York, John Wiley and Sons, 1972 p. 59. Dot. R. B. Morris, W. Greenleaf, NDR. H. Farrell, America, a His. Tory of the People, New York, Rand McNally, 1971. See Introduction. Dot. Stephen C. Jet Diffusion versus Independent Development, in Riley, Kelly, Pennington and Rands, eds. Man. Across the Sea, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1971 p. 7. This is, in my opinion, the most distinguished and informative essay in the symposium, touching with admirable concision on all the main problems of pre-Columbian contact between the Old World and the New. Dot. Arthur James Weiss, Discoveries of America to 1525, New York, G. P. Putnam Sons, 1884 p. 159. Ch. F. Tozer, A History of Ancient Geography, New York, Biblo and Tannen, 1964 pp. 167, 172, 343, also. Needham, Science and Civilization in China, Cambridge, England, Cambridge University Press, 1959 pp. 498, 537. Needham claims the Chinese were the pioneers in the use of magnetic polarity for direction finding, and that they invented the compass before the Arabs, but the diffusion to Europe of this invention through the Arabs cannot be disputed. Dot. Weiss, Op. Cit. pp. 66 to 68. 12. G. F. Hirani, Arab Seafaring in the Indian Ocean in Ancient. An Early Medieval Times, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1951. Sumas McManus, The Story NF The Irish Race, Revised Eddy. Tion, New York, Devon Adair, 1944. Thor Heyerdahl, Isolationist or Diffusionist. In Ash, Op. Cit. James Booley The God Kings and Titans, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1973 p. 87. George Steindorf and Keith C. Seal, When Egypt Ruled the East, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1957 p. 21. Africans Across the Sea 71. 17. Pierre Montet, Everyday Life in Egypt in the Days of Ramesses the Great, London, Arnold, 1958. S. Eric Marks, Egyptian Shipping, Mariner's Mirror, 33, 1947, pp 139 to 169. 9. G. Elliott Smith, Ships as Evidence of the Migration of Early Cultures, Journal of the Manchester Egyptian and Oriental Society, 1916, pp. 63 to 102. 20. Donald Mackenzie, Myths of Pre-Columbian America, Lon. Don, GRV Sham Publishing Co., 1924 p. 117. The Black Current or Black Stream, Koro Siwo, flows steadily in an earthcurl direction along the eastern coast of Japan, and then sweeps in a curve towards the west coast of North America. The January monsoons from the northeast, writes Bancroft, The Wanderings of People, pp. 4-5, are apt to blow any unlucky coaster which happens to be out straight into the Koro Siwo. The vessels are drifted either to the Sandwich Islands or to North America, where they scatter along the coast from Alaska to California. For de Quatrefagis's comment on the Black Californians, see The Human Species, New York, Apple. Ton, 1905 p. 202. Basil Davidson, The African Genius, Boston, Little, Brown. 1969 p. 213. Dot. A. H. L. Prince, The Swahili-Speaking Peoples of Zanzibar and the East African Coast, London, International African Inst. to 1967 pp. 52 to 55, 66 to 68, 74 to 75. 3. Weiss, op. Cit. Footnote on p. 180. Dot. Douglas Phillips Burt, A History of Seamanship, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1971 p. 23. See also H. B. Culber and G. Grant, A Book of Old Ships, Garden City, New York, Garden City Publishing Co., 1935. On p. 78 of that work, the following remark: the Colombian caravels is made, they went to windward slowly, or not at all. 5. Jed and Riley et al., eds. Op. Cit. p. 9. Ibid. p. 10. Dot. J. Marion, Lonely Voyagers, trans. H. Hawkins, New York, Putnam, 1954. For this reference, see Jed and Riley et al., eds. Op. Cit. 72. They came before Columbus. 28. C. A. Gordon, Sequest, Philadelphia, McRae Smith, 1967. 29. Alice Keogh, Small Boats on the North Atlantic, in Riley et al., eds. Op. Cit. p. 275. 30. Ibid. p. 276. 31. Jed and Riley et al., eds. Op. Cit. p. 14. 32. C. Cabral's Voyage to Brazil and India, London, The Hakluyt Society, 1937, p. 49. 33. Carl H. Schwerin, Winds Across the Atlantic, Possible African Origins for Some Pre-Columbian New World Cultigans. Mesoamerican Studies, No. 6, University Museum, Southern. Linois University, 1970, p. 12. See also Thor Heyerdahl, Feasible Ocean Routes to America in Pre-Columbian Times, American Antiquity, 28, 1964, pp. 482 to 488. 34. E. W. Boble, The Golden Trade of the Moors, New York, Ox. Ford University Press, 1968, p. 119. Also titled Caravans of the Old Sahara. 35. Boble, Op. Cit. The source of West African gold, Boble states, was a remarkably well-kept secret. It puzzled almost all outsiders for over 2,000 years, and for half of that time their efforts to discover where the gold came from were as unremitting as they were unsuccessful. 36. Margaret Shinney, Ancient African Kingdoms, New York, New American Library, 1970. 37. For an English translation of this oral tradition, see Basil Davidson, The Lost Cities of Africa, Boston, Little, Brown, 1970, revised edition, pp. 74, 75. Among the Quetzalcoatls. The Quetzalcoatl of the Mexican Valley documents was never blonde or fair, as stated by the friars, but virtually always pictured as black-bearded, and in illustrations had his face painted black. Basil Hedrick, Man Across the Sea. Yellow is the straw his beard is in flat contradiction to other descriptions of Quetzalcoatl that refer specifically to his black hair or black beard, from which several scholars have inferred that the nameless Aztec poet, employing poetic license, bleached the black beard of Quetzalcoatl to present him as a sun symbol. _ Constance Irwin, Fair Gods and Stone Faces. It was the sound of the drums that filled the shore with watchers. It came from far over the water like the playful thunder of gods on a calm, bright day. When they looked out to sea, at first they saw nothing. Then several dark forms appeared, boats drifting out of the east toward them like a shoal of sea dragons. The year was 1311, the strangest things had begun to happen. The diviners had said there would be another messenger coming from the lands of the sun god in that year. The vessel that bore him was the first to approach the shore. They saw him standing like a king under a canopy that had been 74. They came before Columbus. Mounted on a step dais in the center of the boat. He was clothed from head to foot in long, flowing white robes. He looked like a true child of the sun, burned dark by its rays. His black hair and beard stood out against the whiteness of his vestment. Surrounding this white bearded figure was a great company of boats. The men all looked marvelously black, as if they had been bathed in the sacred fire. Surely they had come from a land burning in the white heart of the sun. Against the blue canopy under which he stood they could see quite clearly the outlines of a great golden bird, the serpent-slaying eagle. They thought that was an ensign of Quetzalcoatl. Truly this was he come back again, as he had promised, by way of the sea where the sun rises, and with many white-capped, white-robed companions. It was exactly 6 cycles since he had disappeared from among the Toltecs at Tula. Thus must Abubakari II have appeared to natives in the American heartland when his fleet drifted into that world in 1311, as a white-bearded figure, coming from the east, the land of the sun, in boats. In like manner did Cortez appear exactly 4 cycles later, 1519, figuring in the imagination of the Mexican king, Montezuma, as another Quetzalcoatl, or messenger of the Sun King. Quetzalcoatl, as a solid figure of American history, the son of Mixcoatl, chieftain of the Toltecs, goes back to the 10th century, 980 to 999. As a mythical configuration, plumed serpent, rain god, eat. He goes back many centuries before that. Enormous confusion surrounds this complex figure. How could he have appeared and reappeared on the Atlantic seaboard, at times far separated, assuming different forms? How could he have been both native and foreigner, man and god, black and white? No one definition can embrace Quetzalcoatl. He had several representations or aspects. He was the feathered serpent king and rainmaker god in Central America. Quetzal, bird or plume, and Coatl, serpent, signified a connection between bird and snake. The snake was supposed to be a kind of evil dragon guarding the well of life. He contained or imprisoned the life-giving moisture. An eternal conflict existed between him and the great bird who, among the Quetzalcoatls 75, nested in the tree of life and would wrestle with and devour the snake, thus releasing the rains, the fertilizing waters necessary for men and crops. The origin of this serpent-devouring bird lies in Africa. The plumed serpent myth and all its highly arbitrary abstractions and interconnections, such as the winged disc motif, evolved through ancient Egypt's contact with Black Africa and because of special political circumstances in the Egyptian dynastic period. Donald Mackenzie, in his book Myths of Pre-Columbian America, has shown how this happened. He has demonstrated what very real circumstances in Africa and Egypt led to the very abstract relationships between birds and serpents. The bird and serpent were incorporated at an early period into the mythology of the ancient Egyptians, but Africa provided the concrete stage for what was later to become a mythical combat between bird and serpent. There is only one bird in the world, Mackenzie points out, that is a persistent and successful hunter of serpents. This is the well-known secretary bird of Africa. In general appearance, writes a naturalist, it looks like a modified eagle mounted on stilts and may exceed 4 feet in height. It is heavy and powerful, with webbed feet and sharp talons. The naturalist Varro gives the following description of the bird and of its method of attacking snakes. As nature exhibits foresight in all she does, she has given to each animal its means of preservation. Thus the secretary bird has been modeled on plan appropriate to its mode of life, and it is therefore for this purpose that, owing to the length of the legs and tarsi, its piercing eye is able to discover at a long distance the prey which, in anticipa tion of its appearance, is stretched on the sand or among the thick grass. The elegant and majestic form of the bird becomes even more graceful. It now brings into action all its cunning in order to surprise the snake which it is going to attack, therefore it approaches with the greatest caution. The elevation of the feathers of the neck and the back of the head shows when the moment for attack has arrived. It throws itself with such force on the reptile that very often the latter does not survive the first blow. Trademark 76. They came before Columbus. To avoid being bitten, if the first attack is not successful, the bird uses its wings as a kind of shield, flapping them vigorously. Its powerful feet are the chief weapons of offense. No other bird has been so well equipped by nature for battling with snakes. Eagles and vulcans have powerful talons and beaks, but they do not possess the long legs of the secretary bird, which are DL_M, loosely necessary to ensure success when a serpent is attacked. Stories regarding this strange African bird were prevalent in ancient Egypt. The priests and seamen who visited Punt, in what is now Somaliland, became familiar with its habits. Mackenzie shows how the secretary bird of Africa suggested that form of the Egyptian myth of Horus in which the god is the falcon hawket. Attacks the serpent form of Set, the slayer of Osiris. The Set serpent took refuge in a hole in the ground, and above this hole was set a pole surmounted by the falcon head of Horus. In the winged disc symbol of the sun god in ancient Egypt, we may trace the influence of stories about the secretary bird L.R.U.G.H.T. from Africa, as the winged disc the god Horus pursues Set and his companions in their various forms, including their serpent forms. This winged disc symbol is made up of the religious symbols of Lower and Upper Egypt. Since these two divisions of ancient Egypt came to be joined through conquest, the winged disc became a political symbol of unity in the Nile Valley, representing the merger of the two parts. The disc represents the sun. The wings are those of the falcon god, Horus, the chief deity of the dynastic Egyptians, who united Upper and Lower Egypt by conquest. The two serpents that entwine the disc and extend their bodies above the wings are the serpent goddesses of the two ancient divisions of Egypt, namely Nekhabit and Uazit, known by the Greeks as Buto. Occasionally these serpents were crowned with the diadems of Upper and Lower Egypt. This bird and serpent motif in the winged disc symbol traveled in ancient times to America. We find not only clear evidence of the Egyptian prototype in the winged disc of ancient Mexico and Polynesia, but we find it used in the same way. The ancient FGYPHDM placed the image of the winged disc over the entrances to the inner chambers of a temple, as well as over its gates, and on stela. Among the QUETZALCOATLS 77 and other objects. Sometimes the symbol was simply the winged disc without the serpents. In pre-Columbian America, the winged disc was placed on temple door lintels as in Egypt. The Polynesian form of the winged disc is of special interest because it shows in the disc the head of the bird-devouring serpent, the secretary bird of Africa with which seafarers had become familiar. Trademark. Professor Elliot Smith has shown how Egyptians influenced symbolic gateways in Asia. The winged disc of Egypt on the gates represent the means of communication between the living and the dead, and symbolically the portal by which the dead acquired a rebirth into a new form of existence. Trademark. The megalithic gateway of the sun at Tiahuanaco in South America is one of several American gateways distinguished by the Egyptian winged disc symbol. It not only carries this symbol over the gate but a frieze CLCPL.TMG 3 rows of birdmen attendants. The origin of birdmen and of gods with bird heads in Black Africa and their later diffusion to dynastic Egypt will be discussed when we come to deal with Negro African influence on ancient Egypt and the Negro and Egyptian influence on the Olmec heartland, see chapters 7, 8, and G. But now let us return from the ancient symbols of Quetzalcoatl to Quetzalcoatl as man in the medieval Mexican world. The name was given to the native son of an American king, Mixcoatl, as well as to a number of extraordinary figures or cultural innovators from outside, at least one of whom appeared on the eastern Atlantic seaboard with a fleet of boats and, after an indeterminate stay, set out again on the Atlantic with the intention of returning home. Quetzalcoatl was also the name given as an honorific title to two high priests of Tenochtitlan in Mexico, in memory of the god of civilization and learning. Archetype of the Pinesil, ideal. Tenochtitlan was founded by the Aztecs in 1325, and the decision to found a city in that place was based upon a legendary battle between an eagle and a serpent there. The confusion between the native Mexican, son of Mixcoatl, and the alien figure appearing on the eastern seaboard has presented historical problems, but certain facts are now clear. The Quetzalcoatl who came from outside and was reputed to have landed in America in a company of boats was a tall, bearded man. 78 They came before Columbus. He was clad in long white garments, probably carried a royal mace or ball of some kind in his hands, and wore a turban, conical crown, or similar headdress. The main source of confusion over his appearance has been the use of the word white in some oral traditions. This word has been completely misinterpreted by many scholars and has led to the most fanciful notions that it was a European who innovated civilization and religious reform in America. The myth and ritual, the pattern of religious expression in America, differ sharply from those of Europe. The Catholic friars finding the cross in America, the cross is also found in pre-Christian Africa and had nothing to do there with Christ, pounced on the phrase white bearded figure, and claimed that Quetzalcoatl was St. Thomas or St. Brendan. In 1949 p.m., Hansen even made claims for Quetzalcoatl as a reincarnated Jesus Christ. As Basil Hedrick points out, the Quetzalcoatl of the Mexican Valley documents was never blonde or fair, as stated by the friars, but virtually always pictured as black-bearded, and in illustrations had his face painted black. The truth is, white is a purely European convention when used as an exclusive referent for skin color and race. White in American Indian terms did not mean, in pre-Columbian times, Caucasian. Quetzalcoatl did not have Northern European features. Native Americans spoke of him at times as being white in a symbolic sense, in the way Muslims may speak of Muhammad as a handful of white light in Allah's palm. A black or brown Negroid Hamitic man, as Abubakari was, appearing out of the east in long, flowing white Muslim robes would be called white. White may also be used, as a referent to skin, for pale Asiatics like the Japanese. Moncoq de Pay relates in a narrative published in 1725 that when a band of white bearded figures, haunting the Pacific coast in a post-Columbian period were hunted down, they were found to be Japanese. Even in this instance, the term white, used as a literal referent for the skin of the Jupums, was a post-Columbian linguistic influence. Mackenzie has discussed all the tales of white bearded men who were alleged to have appeared in America. He presents a number of KMLCMTL representations that are indisputably among the QUETZALCOATLS 79. Based on an Asiatic figure, a Quetzalcoatl from the west, the Pasiphae, does not cancel out a Quetzalcoatl from the east, the Atlantic. The Asiatic Quetzalcoatl is found in the world of the Incas, the Black Quetzalcoatl in Mexico and the Yucatan. Thor Heyerdahl, however, has argued strongly for the pre-Columbian appearance of a Caucasoid figure to explain the so-called white god of civilization with which Quetzalcoatl is sometimes identified. His arguments are ingenious, but when he presents sculptures of the white Quetzalcoatl, they all speak very clearly against his case. They are all native or Asiatic, or black-faced or non-human. None is European in facial contour. This is not to deny that there may have been a few Europeans in America before Columbus. There is a real case, for example, for the pre-Columbian presence of the Vikings in the northernmost part of the American continent, circa AD 1000. The most brutally critical appraisal of the literature on this subject, a vast library by Brigitta Wallace, concedes incontrovertible archaeological proof in the North site, Monceau Meadows in Newfoundland, even though the Newport Tower may be questionable and the Vinland map a fake. What, however, is the significance of this early contact in the cultural history of the American? The Vikings brought no new plant, influenced no art, introduced no ritual, left no identifiable trace of their blood in the Native American. Like waves, they broke for a moment on alien sands and then receded. The same may not be said of the African. He is not enshrined, perhaps, in an architectural monument, but his face broods over the Olmecs, his skeleton lies beside the ancient Mexican magicians, a strain of his cultivated cotton is found married to an American, wild ancestor, his blood runs even in the veins of the Lacandons, the most secluded of the Maya tribes. It is one thing, therefore, to concede a European pre-Columbian presence. It is another thing to claim that Europeans, be they northern Vikings or southern Viracochas, brought civilization to the Americans before Columbus. This flies in the face of all the known cultural facts. The myths, the rituals, the magico-religious systems of Native America stand out in sharp contrast to those found anywhere in Europe. What is more, so they came before Columbus. The agricultural system and the calendar of white Quetzalcoatl is alleged to have introduced elements of both bear no relationship to ancient or medieval crop science and timekeeping among European peoples. There is a disturbing and persistent attempt, and it may be quite unconscious, so involuntary has become the racial reflex, to create a white Superman to account for all civilization and all major achievements of non-consciousoid peoples. In this connection, I would like to take issue with Erich von Däniken, who, in his Chariot of the Gods, invents a divine species from outer space to account for the building of both the Egyptian pyramids and the gigantic stone figures of Easter Island. Quetzalcoatl, in some of his representations, does wear solar ear discs, but this is because of his association with the sun god complex. Von Däniken finds representations of birdmen in Egypt and America, but these have nothing to do with outer space. The first birdmen appear in the rock art of Africans in the Tassili Mountains of the Sahara, centuries before they appear in the tomb art of dynastic Egypt and in the art of ancient America, see Chapter 7. It is true, of course, that the huge figures of Easter Island represent no known human race but are a race of legendary giants. The prototype of the Sioux. For human giant, however, may be found on this earth and within the same sun god complex. The Egyptian god Horus attained, A.C. according to J.H. Breasted, a stature of 8 cubits, nearly 14 feet. Camels have been found etched on the rocks of the desert plateau of Markwasi in South America. Because there were no camels in South America, Bondinican assumed space. Men etched them there. A Native American camel existed in pre-historic times, as finds in Gypsum Cave, Nevada, show. Registered, but even if this were not the prehistoric camel, is it not more logical to assume that Africans, who were very familiar with the camel, drew these animals? Is it harder to believe in Africans crossing the Atlantic, a distance of 1,500 miles, than in artists from outer space, etching camels in Markwasi, 15 light years away from their home star? Hedrick, who has done the most recent research on the subject of Quetzalcoatl, has tried to link the appearance of the native among the Quetzalcoatls 81 Ubtmlcoat in the north with the later appearance of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent figure, in the south. He gives a late 10th century date ADGGG for the disappearance of Quetzalcoatl from the Toltec capital of Tula and a date of circa 1020 for his appearance as Cuculin in the Yucatan. Hedrick believes the man Quetzalcoatl and Cuculin were one and the same, and dismisses any consideration of him as an alien from another hemisphere. He believes he was an indigenous Mexican, being dark-skinned, as opposed to a fair European outsider. He succeeds in effectively dismissing the myth of a white pre-Columbian visitor as the origin of Quetzalcoatl. But in his attempt to do this, he limits the issue to a simple either or proposition. Thus his article on Quetzalcoatl is entitled Quetzalcoatl, European or Indigene. The possibility of Quetzalcoatl being a dark-skinned outsider, such as an African or Arab African, which would fit in with the relevant descriptions and cultural data, does not enter into his considerations at all. The 10th century dates that Hedrick gives fit in well with his thesis. One would not contest a native Quetzalcoatl. Mixcoatl's son came to be known as Quetzalcoatl simply because he was the high priest of that god. But while Quetzalcoatl's first appearance as a man may be traced to a native figure, Quetzalcoatl grew into a complex myth and emerged as a god of cultural innovation and civilization because of a series of reappearances, actual and expected, in American history. As the Jews waited for the appearance of a Messiah, so did the Americans await the cyclical return of the legendary Quetzalcoatl. Such an expectation led them to assume that Cortés was a Quetzalcoatl when he appeared in Mexico in 1519, precisely 4 cycles after the appearance of Abubakar the Second in 1311. BD is 52 years by American Indian time. Abubakar II himself, as one mentioned earlier, appeared exactly 6 cycles after the disappearance of Quetzalcoatl by way of the sea from among the Toltecs, ADGGG. How developed was the Quetzalcoatl cult and its rituals when the Mandingo came? This is hard to say, but it must have taken on a broad general pattern to which details from outside were later added. We can be certain it did have some embryonic form before the coming of the Mandingo. The Pyramid of Cholula dedicated 82 they came before Columbus. To Quetzalcoatl predates the Mandingo journeys by many centuries. The plumed serpent motif in ancient Mexico goes back to a much earlier contact. We can be equally certain that the feathered serpent cult in medieval Mali fused with that in medieval Mexico. The ritual correspondences between the two cults are so close that they pass beyond the stage of mere cultural convergence to the point where the incidence of coincidence clearly suggests a medieval marriage and fusion. The Mexican Quetzalcoatl was the fine feathered snake. He was also the symbol of water or moisture produced by rain, which after a long drought, awakens vegetation to new life. The high priests also spoke of Kukulkan, his counterpart in South America, as the feather snake which goes into the water, and these figures in both cases became identified with the rain god. The rain ceremonial dedicated to the rain god is represented by the image of Quetzalcoatl, and to him is a seraph, the invention and conscientious execution of penance and chastisements. In the figure of Quetzalcoatl, the rain god was combined with the rain magician who, with his prayer and his prach oaths, ensured to his people the rain needed for their crops. From this, Quetzalcoatl evolved as a god from whom prosperity could reign. In medieval Mali, the equivalent of Quetzalcoatl is the Dasiri of the Bambara, the tribe of the Mandingo from which Abubakar came. The Dasiri is the protector of the village, the beneficent spirit, whose sacred animal is a snake, who is addressed with the words, "Preserve us from evildoers. Above all, give us rain, without which the harvest is impossible." The feast of the Dasiri takes place at the beginning of the year, like that of Quetzalcoatl. The worship of the Dasiri is closely associated with the activity of the Mandingo Kuer. This Kuer or Kor is a Semiskret sect whose initiates perform certain dances and sacrifices under a tree where the spirit is supposed to live. The most striking of these are the self-flagellating dances, dances of penance and chastisement, in which the dancers wrap them selves in thorns or lacerate their breasts and armpits. Some beat themselves with long, flexible scourges. In the OCCULT ceremonial, the same self-chastisement and the use of thorn pricking. Among the Quetzalcoatls 83 occurs. In both the Mexican Quetzalcoatl and the Mandingo Dasiri worship, these thorn prickings and whippings were designed to bring blood out in drops. This blood dropping or bloodletting symbolized the falling of raindrops. Again, Quetzalcoatl is later represented with a beard, so alien to the Native American chin. In Dasiri worship, the house chiefs are all old men, and the religious priest who presides over them is bearded. In the Mexican ritual, the prestum, priest of the Quetzalcoatl, adopted an artificial beard. The artificial beard, as such, was an earlier influence. As the Dasiri and Kor festivals take place annually, the god or spirit becomes the measurer of time. Similarly, Quetzalcoatl is considered to be the inventor of the calendar, some aspects of which have been shown to correspond closely to an Egyptian calendar introduced as late as 747 BC, c. *CapTCR 9. There is also an ancient calendar found in Chiapas, described by Bishop Francisco Nufis Vega, that mentions 7 negritos, representing the 7 planets, and in detail refers to the naming of their 20-day calendar. Registered. Quetzalcoatl is associated with a tree. The Dasiri and Kor are inseparable from a tree. The Dasiri is supposed to live on a specific tree, which is sacred. In like manner, Quetzalcoatl is represented as a hummingbird kneeling on the top of a tree. Registered, the Dasiri is also worshipped on an altar of a conical or truncated form, which supports a clay bowl. * The bowl, which receives libations, is placed under a tree or on the first branches of the tree. This same tree is represented in America. E. G. Brinton, in his primer of Mayan hieroglyphics, describes this tree, a central design in the Chilan Balam, or Sacred Book, of Mani. His work reveals the Mayan design of the cosmos, known as Thetabolo of the Bakubs or the plate of the Bakubs, an exact representation of the Bambara altar and of the bowl on the lower branches of the tree, with a celestial base catching the rain from the cloud mass. This design, according to Brinton, is surrounded by 13 heads which signify the 13 Ahau-Kadans, or greater cycles of years. The number 13 in American mythology symbolizes the 84 they came before Columbus. 13 possible directions of space. The border of 13 heads expresses the totality of space and time, and the design itself symbolizes life within space and time. This is shown as follows. At the bottom of the field lies a cubical block, which represents the earth. Always conceived of in this shape in Mayan mythology. Above. The earth cube, altar of the gods, support L by 4 legs, which rest upon the 4 quarters of the mundane L, LDLL. Is the celestial base, which contains the heavenly waters, the rains and the showers. Above it hang the heavy rain clouds ready to fill it. Within it rose the tree of life spletum, its branches far upward. On their extremities the flowers are fruit of life, the soul or immortal principle of man. Apart from the central design in the plate of the Bakubs, within which are the altar, bowl, cloud mass, tree and god, corresponding to the Mandingo altar, bowl, cloud mass, tree and god of the Dasiri, there are other designs that are also remarkably similar to those found in Mandingo territory. Thus the 13 heads in the plate represent the division of the zodiac into 13 parts, and this zodiacal division into 13 has been found in 13-headed zodiacal designs on calabashes in West Africa. It is a curious fact that a similar division into 13 is recorded only among West Africans and Americans, with the sole exception of a little-known people, the Kyrgyzs. Secret signs and glyphs are inscribed within geometric designs on the plate of the Bakubs. Leo Wiener has presented evidence to show that these signs and glyphs correspond closely to, and may have their origin in, Arabic and Sudanic gadwals. Gadwal is a technical term in sorcery. It is a talisman or charm and consists of a sign or inscription written or drawn on a pitchie of paper within. Quadrangular or polygonal designs, squares, parallelograms or even circles. These signs or inscriptions are supposed to possess magical powers. They usually consist of letters or numerals, magic words, the names of gods, the angels and demons, as well as the planets, the days of the week, and the elements, and sometimes even pieces from the Quran like the Fatiha, the first chapter. The applications of these magical designs are manifold. Frequently the paper on which one is drawn is burned to smoke someone. Among the Quetzalcoatls 85. With its smoke, or the writing is washed off and drunk. The underlying notion behind the gadwalls is that secret relationships exist between the various components of the gadwall, and positive results may be achieved by the most propitious arrangement of these components. Trademark. These talismanic signs written or drawn in columns, which have their origin in the Arab world and are found in the West African Sudan, show a strong resemblance to Central American glyphs. The most interesting of the Sudanic rock inscriptions photographed by Desplagnes have columns of glyphs, most of which begin with the form of spiders. The design of these spiders makes them identical to the ones on American burial mounds given by Holmes in Art and Shell of the Ancient Americans. The amazing thing about these spiders, both the African and the American, is that they carry a cross in their centers. This is not the Christian type of cross, but as the simplest representation of the fourfold division of the gadwall. It is an ornamentation that is in constant use in the Western Sudan. It forms the central design of circular objects, and is done in square patterns with looped ends, exactly as in bird gadwalls found in pre-Columbian American mound builder gorgets burial mounds, and is worked in dotted line forms upon knobs. In the mound builder gorgets are found not only the spider with its gadwalls but the looped end gadwall with a cross in the center, all placed within a circle. See plate 15. These are among the most striking of the objects in the mounds. Asterisk. Another notable correspondence between the cultures of Mexico and Mali may be found in the priestly cap of the Magi. This is a conical hat with a neck flap which was a distinctive headgear of kings and priests in ancient Persia. It was passed on from Persia to the Arabs and perpetuated among the magicians of West Africa. It reappears in America as a crown worn by the black-bearded Quetzalcoatl. Its shape is not its only distinctive feature. It was the representation of the visible heaven, and so was painted to represent stars. Leo Wiener has traced the Arabic name for this starred hat through the Mande language, and the same name for the hat is found in Mexico. Arabic, Ku Bila, Mande, Ko Fila, in Mexico, Ko. 86. They came before Columbus. Pillai. All are pronounced roughly the same word in fact following the phonological rules of transformation in its passage through the three language areas. Standing by itself, this could be a simple coincidence. The details of the cap, however, seem conclusive. C. Engem in the History of Mexico describes the hat. The crown, he says, which was called by the Mexicans capilli, was a sort of small mitre, the forepart of which was raised up and terminated in a point, and the part behind was lowered down and hung over the neck. And the capilli, says E. Seller in the Codex Borgia, was a headdress frequently made of an ocelot skin, so as to represent a lot of dots, that is, the stars of the magician's cap. That this kingly and priestly cap of the Magi, with its conical shape and star decoration, should have been preserved in America in its identical form and should also have kept almost the same name which was current for it among the Mandingo, strongly suggests that the cap represented the influence of the 14th century African visitors. Quetzalcoatl. Ritual was largely rainmaking ritual. Controlling the weather and ensuring an adequate fall of rain were among the primary tasks of the cult's priests and magicians. The rainmaker was thus an important person in both African and American cultures. There are instances of rainmakers entering foreign provinces during a time of drought and acquiring instant control over a people because they brought rain. The first Mandingo king to become a Muslim convert was persuaded to enter the new faith by a Mohammedan whose prayers in a time of great drought coincided with the fall of rain. Asterisk. The Mohammedan, of course, was no rainmaker in the classical sense, but luckily he entered the king's court at a most propitious moment for his propaganda mission. Often a special class of magicians existed in African societies for the sole purpose of regulating the heavenly water supply. In some African societies, the rainmaker was known as the shepherd of heaven and held the office of both political and providential king. The Mandingo kings, in spite of their later Muslim orientation, never lost their ritual link with the land and the weather. They were princes of the magicians, animists first, Muslims a poor sect. Among the Quetzalcoatls 87. Ant, as the Epic of Sundiata, the founder of the Mali Empire, clearly shows. They always kept their royal capital in the Agricule. Turl PM Vinces, close to the cultivators who present E and L this misty Cal connection between the king and the crops. Trademark. A number of general features in rainmaking ritual may be highlighted in a comparative outline of weather magic in African and American cultures. The discovery of the skeletons of ancient magicians of Mexico with strong Negroid characteristics, as reported by Frederick Peterson, suggests that here was a fertile area of influence. The black figure predominates in American magic, and while it was convenient to think this blackness was exclusively symbolic when one believed there was no contact between the cultures on opposite sides of the Atlantic basin, we are now left to ponder the nature and extent of that influence, some of which could have been as early as the African and Egyptian presence in the Olmec heartland, c. 700 BC, some as late as the Mandingo contact period, 1310–1311, during the critical years of the founding of modern Mexico. The evidence seems to suggest that these black magicians brought a number of new ideas. This would account for vague basic parallels between the two systems, parallels which may have proceeded without contact from a common idea, developing through contact into a complex of identical traits. Rainmaking ritual in both Central America and West Africa, for example, included dancing with water-filled perforated pipes in the mouth and blowing the water through the perforation at the sky, throwing water from a vessel held high in the air so that the FLTLM spray descended on the drought-stricken land or the sup. Pliant crowd, squirting water in a fine stream from the mouth onto a field and watering the graves of twins, who were thought in both cultures to have some mysterious connection with the weather. The rainmakers in both culture areas made use of black rainstones, and in their sacrifices slaughtered black animals. This was also the case in South before or after filtering through into Mexico. A Peruvian oral tradition tells of black men coming to them across the Andes. To procure rain, the Peruvian Indians sacrificed black sheep in a field. The Africans of West Africa sacrificed black. 88 They came before Columbus. Sheep, black fowl, the blood of black oxen and black cattle. Lest it be thought that these are natural choices, suggested simply by the color of rain clouds, it should be pointed out that the Sea-Hinnies did the opposite. To ensure a good harvest of their 5 cereals, they offered to the gods white wild boars, white oxen and white sheep in sacrifice. It is a curious fact that before Columbus set out on his third voyage to pursue the Guinea route, as Don Juan had outlined it to him, he sent some of his men into Santiago, one of the Cape Verde Islands off Africa, to look for a herd of black cattle. Trademark. The ritual value of these animals must have been high, and one may surmise that Columbus contemplated them as a gift to the American Indians. The search, however, which lasted several days, was not successful. Black clothes also were chosen by the West African and Mexican rainmakers for their ceremonials. Rain was stopped in both cultures by the use of fire sticks and firestones, sometimes by placing hot coals on the ground to burn the stubborn footfall of the rain. Many other analogies of a general nature may be noted, but let us confine ourselves to one on the same level of specificity as the rainmaking rituals. The creation of effigies are magical images, often of enemies, in the belief that to injure or destroy the image is to effect a like injury or destruction upon the enemy himself. For thousands of years this was known to the sorcerers of Egypt and was widely practiced in Africa. The North American Indians employed the same ritual of pricking or piercing the doll. For example, when an Ojibwe Indian desired to work evil on anyone, he made a little wooden image of his enemy and ran a needle into its head and heart, or he shot an arrow into it, believing that wherever the needle pierced or the arrow struck the image, his foe would at the same instant be seized with a sharp pain in the corresponding part of his body. If he intended to kill the person outright, he burned or buried the image, uttering certain magic words as he did so. The use of a person's private cast-offs, such as hair, nails, a rag of his garment or drops of his blood, for magic directed against him was also an African and American practice. The magician. Among the Quetzalcoatlshg. Kneaded these relics into a lump of wax, which he molded and dressed in the likeness of the intended victim, who was then at the mercy of his tormentor. The idea was that if the image was exposed to fire, the person whom it represented would immediately fall into a burning fever. If it was stabbed with a knife, the victim would feel the pain of the wound. These practices are of great antiquity in Africa. An Egyptian wizard was prosecuted in 1200 BC for making effigies of men and women in wax, theral, causing paralysis of their limbs and other grievous bodily harm. Asterisk. Remarkable as these coincidences in image magic may seem, they could not be advanced as evidence suggestive of contact if other hard evidence was not available. Such evidence, however, exists, and it is in the light of this that these rituals should be re-examined, particularly when it can be shown that the analogies in African and American magic go beyond single trait resemblances to major clusters or complexes of traits. Notes and references. 1. Donald Mackenzie, Myths of Pre-Columbian America, London, Gresham Publishing Co., 1924, pp. 44-57. 2. Ibid, p. 45. 3. Ibid, pp. 45-46. 4. Item. 5. Ernest Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, London, Methuen and Co., 1904, Volume 1, p. 481. 6. Mackenzie, Op. Cit. p. 62. 7. Item. 8. Item. 9. Mackenzie, Op. Cit. p. 63, quoting G. Elliot Smith in the Journal of the Manchester Egyptian and Oriental Society, 1916. 10. George Vaillant, The Aztecs of Mexico, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1941, p. 182. 11. For a discussion of the pre-Columbian cross in America and its correspondence with the Egyptian use of the cross on the Nile, see Constance Irwin, Fair Gods and Stone Faces, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1963, p. 166. Also, Mackenzie, Op. Cit. pp. 84, 85. As in the Old World, Mackenzie writes, the 90 they came before Columbus. Cross symbol was connected with the gods of the 4 points of the compass who controlled the elements, and therefore with the doctrines referred to in the previous chapter, winged disc. Symbolism, metal symbolism, color schemes affecting mummified organs, cyclical change of royal garments, sequence of ages, etc., including that of the 4 ages of the world, which were colored like the cardinal points. The Spaniards were so convinced, however, that the pre-Columbian cross was a Christian symbol that they examined Mexican mythology for traces of St. Thomas. 12. D. Daly, Mexican Messiah, an attempt to identify Quetzalcoatl with St. Brendan, Popular Science, 39, 1891, pp. 95-105. 13. P. M. Hansen, Jesus Christ Among the Ancient Americans, Independence, Missouri, 1949. 14. Basil Hedrick, Quetzalcoatl, European or Indigene. In Riley, Kelly, Pennington and Rand, eds. Man Across the Sea, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1971, pp. 255-265. 15. Alphonse de Quatrefages, The Human Species, New York, Appleton, 1900, pp. 205-206. 16. Thor Heyerdahl, The Bearded Gods Speak, in Jeffrey Ash, ed., The Quest for America, New York, Prager Publishers, pp. 199-238. 17. Brigitta Wallace, Some Points of Controversy, in Ash, ed., op. Cit. pp. 155-174. 18. H. Breasted, A History of Egypt, New York, Charles Sarab. Nurse Sons, 1900. 19. Eric von Däniken, Chariot of the Gods, Michael Herron, trans, New York, Bantam Books, 1974, 45th edition, p. 106. 20. William T. Corlett, The Medicine Man of the American Indian, Springfield, Illinois, C. Thomas, 1935, p. 6. 21. Hedrick, Op. Cit. p. 260. 22. Leo Wiener, Africa and the Discovery of America, Philadelphia, Innes and Sons, 1922, Volume 3, p. 259. 23. Henry, Les Bombera, Meinster, 1910, p. 120. See also Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3, p. 261. 24. Henry, Op. Cit. p. 102. See also Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3, p. 261. Among the QUETZALCOATLSG1. 34, 35. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 5. Henry, Op. Cit. p. 116, and Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3, p. 264. Alexander von Wuthenau, Unirp, D. Faces in Ancient Amer. Ica, New York, Crown Publishers, 1975, p. 77. Maurice Delafosse, Hot-Senegal, Niger, Paris, S. Larosi, 1912. Volume 3 p. 168. See also Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3 p. 264. Dot. Seller, Codex Borgia, Volume 2 p. 66. 29. Delafosse, Op. Cit. p. 16g. Dot. D. G. Brinton, A Primer of Mayan Hieroglyphics, Boston. Ginn & Co., 1893 p. 47. Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3 p. 270. Ibid, pp. 268 26q. Dot. W. H. Holmes, Art and Shell of the Ancient Americans, in the Secondannual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology to the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, 1880-1881, Washington. D.C., 1883. Dot. Ibid, p. 286. Dot. Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3 pp. 319 to 321. 36. Abad. Francesco Saveria Clavigero, The History of Mexico, Charles Cullen, Trans, Philadelphia, 1804, Book 7, Section 8. Seller, Op. Cit. Volume 3. Dot. J. Spencer Trimingham, A History of Islam in West Africa, London, Oxford University Press, 1962 p. 62. Ibid, p. 65. Dot. Hiernariambi, Kogoshui, Cato and Hoshino, Trans, New York, Barnes & Noble, 1973 p. 91. John Boyd Thacker, Christopher Columbus, His Life, His Work, His Remains, New York, G. P. Putnam Sons, 1903, Volume 2, p. 379. 42. Sir James Fraser, The Magic Art, in the Golden Bough, Volume 1, London, Macmillan, 1922. Mandingo Traders in Medieval Mexico. We observe the fusion of two forces, tradition and newness, to produce the Aztec Empire. This stan was accelerated by the arrival of a series of cultured immigrants who brought with them ancient knowledge. The most interesting are those whom the chronicles name those who returned: Ignacio Bernal, Mexico before Cortez. From across the water and nearby Tenochtitlan, he could hear the hollow scream of the conchas and the roll of the temple drums. Fainter than those sounded from the sanctuaries of his own quarter, they lingered longer nevertheless, echoing in the Valley of Mexico and in the silent marketplace of Tlatelolco as voices in the secret valleys of the ear echo with the whisper of morning dreams. He shook himself and rose from the sleeping mat. A soft silver dust and mist had settled on the water, but the sun sliced it with sharp, swift strokes, sweeping clean the floor of the lake until he could see the silhouette of canoes. Paddles were already slapping the water, fishermen returning from the morning catch, traders unloading their merchandise onto the island's little quays. He had lived for more than a cycle in Tlatelolco. As a young man he had spent long hours emblazoning boards for Aztec nobles by affixing the native duck, chicken and heron feathers with his Ixtli knives. Now he was an officer of the guild, inspecting the Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico. 93. Quality of featherwork offered to the public by his caste. Many years had passed since the days of Quaquapitsuac, in whose reign Pocteca from the hot lands had come, some of whom had skins as black as the sheen of ocelots. Their arrival had changed his life. They had come bearing the feathers of the Quetzali bird. None of the work he had done before their coming could compare with the coats of arms he later wrought with the green, blue and red plumes of that magnificent southern bird. They had come also with the hides of a strange animal not seen before in Mexico, even in the stalls of the hunting tribe, the Otomi. These black merchants from the hot lands sold vivid, colored mantles of cotton cloth, the cloaks so richly dyed they seemed to copy the iridescent plumage of the birds, so various in design that the radial wheel of the sun, feathers and stylized shells, the skins of tigers, the forms of rabbits, snakes, fishes and butterflies mingled in the myriad of motifs with triangles, polygons, crosses, squares and crescents. Together with these garments they brought into the marketplace golden ear pendants, smoking pipes, some with the heads of the traders carved on the bowls, exotic stones and shells. They came at first in twos, and then in a small band. Their coming attracted attention, but this was less because of the extraordinariness of their appearance. Foreigners, after all, were expected to look different than the extraordinariness of their wares. Some of the luxuries they offered in the common marketplace had been enjoyed almost exclusively by the noblemen and kings of Mexico, who seemed to have had some earlier contract with them. Registered in the reign of Cuauhtémoc, they had suddenly appeared, the spearhead of a larger migrating group. Out of what world they had originally come no one knew, but they trickled in from the direction of the south and the southeast. It seemed as if everyone were on the move at that time. All sorts of people were gravitating toward the lakes to form the nucleus of a New Mexico. Because they were of no known race or tribe, their origins obscure, their habits nomadic, they were confused at first with some dark, wandering branch of the Chichimecs. But Chichimec was 94. They came before Columbus. Often just a vague, broad term for vagrant peoples, registered especially peoples whose language appeared to be mived. These strangers had, in their passage to Mexico from some settlement in the south, picked up Nahuatl, the lingua franca of the Aztecs, but they spoke it as a second tongue, for several of their words were clearly not of that language. Chichimecs, however, they certainly were not. He had known some of those nomads from the desert plateau. He thought of their condition as barbaric and wretched. They wore loincloths of palm fiber in that time, their women stood in awe of the simple loom, they had never fired a single pot. Unable to scrape a living from the land, they gathered mesquite seeds and hunted rabbits. These foreigners, on the other hand, wore feathered headdresses, polished and brilliant earrings, cloaks and loincloths of the finest woven cotton, small white shells on their ankles rattled softly as they walked. The Chichimecs had never built temples or idols, had no high priests. They lived in caves and domed brush shelters. They always ended up as misfits when they lingered in the Butahad, Makedflumemakandan Homdenopibical South. They had entered the Valley of Mexico armed and apprehensive, but with an air of authority. It was hard to tell what they thought and did in private as he peered at the walls of their houses. Windowless, these houses cloaked in mystery, like the gardens of an inner court, the lives within. But the blacks had built a temple in the town as soon as they had formed a sizable kupoli. In the forecourt of this temple they set up the wooden statue of a werewolf, who was their Nawal. This statue fascinated him. They called the god to whom it was built Coyote Nawal. It was fashioned in the form of both a coyote, the American werewolf, and a man. It was dressed in a coyote skin, but it stood slightly bent like an old man, its coyote head covered by a human mask. Asterisk, as Ignacio Bernal points out, after some time the meaning of the word was enlarged to include all the recent arrivals are those emigrants who led a nomadic life. Mexico before Cortez, Garden City, New York, Doubleday. 1963 p. 75. Equals. Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico 95. Its teeth were long and pointed, sheathed in gold. In one hand it carried a stick, which was adorned with black stones, so it looked like a heavily knobbed club. On this the god leaned. Its feet were dressed like those of the traders, with small white rattles on the ankles and sandals of yucatl leaves on its paws. He was not the only one of the featherworkers who was fascinated by these strangers. The attraction of men from the hot lands who provided them with exquisite new material for their trade was overwhelming. It was not long before they were drawn also to their Nawal and began to join in their rituals and festivities. Even though he himself had never worshipped Coyote Nawal, these were the men with whom he eventually did most of his business, and they had become his good friends. He had been allowed to stand on the edge of the palisade as the masked men chanted and danced on the day of the festival. Only yesterday it was, and he had gone to sleep on his mat with the image of braziers piled with resinous pine wood burning away. The night, a few native women, their faces luminous and unmasked, had danced with the men. They were daughters of the featherworkers who had been taken to wife by the blacks. Thus had the gods and rituals of the native and the foreign, of the Pocteca and Amanteca, registered slowly fused. Through it all, the comings and goings, the meeting and the mixing, the wedding of gods and of women, he had been there. The years of the strangers had flowed over him like all the strange rivers flowing in that long canon of years into the Valley of Mexico. He felt the change like water running over a subterranean floor as he looked deeper into the past in the morning. The sun was sitting on the edge of the lake now, and the sky and the stream had merged, mirroring each other. Beyond, in the distance, he could see the tops of the volcanoes, smoking, but he could no longer tell whether the thin, drifting dust he saw over the volcano Popocatépetl was truly native volcanic smoke or the far-flung flowers and branches of a foreign cloud. Asterisk a mixed trader, featherworker caste in medieval Tlatelolco, the market island across the Lake Rom, Mexico Tenochtitlan. 96 They came before Columbus. Of all the strange rivers flowing in that age of change and flux into the Valley of Mexico, that of the Mandingo was the strangest. Into the bloodstream of how many American tribes this alien stream was soon to, lo it is hard to tell, but in Central America at least it entered that of the Otomi and the Lacandon. In the southern lands, the hot lands, from which it had traveled to the Central Valley, it had flowed into the Arabos tribe of the Orinoco, where that river flows through what is now Venezuela, the Argualos of Cratera, and the Portuguese and Matayas of Brazil. Balboa had seen some of its surviving elements in Darien, now Panama. Through the Shuanas of the Panamanian Isthmus, it had moved in its steady northward sweep. It is with Mexico, however, that we are most concerned, for here we can see the confluence of cultures, not just the confluence of bloods. When we compare the cult of the werewolf, the coyote of the prairies found among the Amanteca with the cult of the werewolf, the hyena of the savannas found among the Bambara of medieval Mali, we see quite clearly that we are at the very head of that confluence. The werewolf cult among the Bambara, the leading tribe of the Mandingo, was known as the Nama, and the priests are headmen of. The cult is the Nama Tiji, heads of the Nama, or the Aman Tiji, heads of the faith. It is a simple jump from Nama Tiji or Aman Tiji to Aman Teka, for both Tiji and Teka mean master, chief, or head man. The morphemes tek, teki, in fact, pronounced roughly the same as the Mandingo tig, tiji, carry the same and related meanings through nouns, adjectives, and verbs in a number of Mexican languages and in Nahuatl. Registered, this is but one of many coincidences. In the Mexican ritual, the god of the Amanteca is clothed in the werewolf's skin, although it wears a human mask on its head. This is identical with the Bambara ritual. In the Mexican ritual, the god wields a stick knobbed with black stones. This imitates the stick wielded by the werewolf god of the Bambara, for that too is knobbed, though with fragments of sheep's horns. The Bambara ritual involves the feathered carcass of two great birds. In Mexico, a pot is carried on the back of the god, with numerous feathers of. Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico 97. A bird introduced from the tropical south by the Pacteca, namely, the Quetzali bird. In Mexico, the god wore an anklet of small white rattles. Rattles are used in the Bambara ritual, not just the ankle rattle of the cult dancers but the gourd rattle, favorite paraphernalia of the African magician. In fact, in both Mexico and Mali, the gourd rattle becomes a sort of ventriloquist's dummy for the voice of the god. This gourd rattle is the chief instrument of both the West African and American fetish man. In it resides the speaking divinity or devil. The rattle has the same name in America as in Mali. The Arabic mitraka, passing through the western Sudan and Bambara as mantaraka, appears in the American language Guarani as mbaraka, also in the American languages Arawak and Tupi as maraca. The association with magical ritual is also the same. Tupi has not only the word maraca, gourd rattle, but maraca and bara, wizard. Witch. The refrain of the Carib diviners using the gourd rattle in other ceremonies in the pre-Columbian Caribbean was also the same. The imprecation of the Caribs consists in a series of songs and chants of which the refrain is Haure. Similarly, the Mandingo Negroes call their talking devil whore. Trademark. But now to return to the werewolf cults. The Mexican werewolf god is described by the historian Bernardino de Sahagun as having 5 male idols and 2 female ones, 7 in all. In Mali, these accompanying idols were symbolic of the 7-day week introduced by the Arabs, but the Mandingo modified this introduction by inserting 2 rest days, Monday and Thursday, to bring it back to their 5-day week. These 2 days are dramatized in the Mexican ritual by the females, who, unlike the males, are not dressed like the werewolf. Again, the festival of the werewolf god was celebrated in both cultures twice a year. In Mali, the god is smeared in blood, usually chicken blood. In Mexico, where human sacrifice was habitual and only slightly mediated by the humanity of Quetzalcoatl, blood is provided in the first of the 2 festivals by humans. Registered. The correspondence, however, between Mandingo Nama and Mexican coyote worship does not end there. A look at Nahual from the word Coyote Nahual, the werewolf god in America, leads us. 98 They came before Columbus. Into other areas of correspondence. E.G. Brinton, in his book Nahualism, discusses the nature and meaning of Nahual and the many derivatives of the verbal root na, indicating that these words and the body of beliefs attached to them, Nahualism, were Mgh Tinto Mexico by foreign medicine men. Nawal means knowledge, wrote Brinton, especially mystical knowledge, the knowledge of the hidden and secret things of nature. It is significant that neither the radical Na nor any of its Deneb and are found in the Huasteca dialect of the Mayan tongue, which was spoken about Tampico, far removed from other members of that stock. The inference is that in the southern dialects it was a borrowed stem. Nor in the Nahuatl language, although its very name is derived from it, does the radical Na appear in its QNNPluti and true significance. To the Nahuas, also, it must have been alone. It is true that de la Serna derives the Mexican Nahuali, a sore. Ser, from the verb nahuatlia, to mask or disguise oneself, b. Cause a Nahuali is one who masks or disguises himself under the form of some lower animal, which is his Nawal, but it is altogether likely that Nawaltia derived its meaning from the custom of the medicine men to wear masks during their ceremonies. Therefore, if the term Nawal, and many of its associates and derivatives, were at first borrowed from the Zapotec language, a necessary conclusion is that along with these terms came most of the superstitions, rites and beliefs to which they allude, which thus became grafted on the general tendency to such superstitions existing everywhere and at all times in the human mind. Along with the names of the days and the hieroglyphs which mark them, were carried most of the doctrines of the Nawal, ISDS, and TLW name by which in time they became known from central Mexico quite to Nicaragua and L. The mysterious words have now indeed lost much of their ancient significance. Among the Lacandons, of Mayan stock, who inhabit the FMFQTQ of the upper waters of the Usumacinta River, at the present day the term Naguat or Nagutlat is said to be applied to anyone who is entitled to respect and obedience by age. Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico 99. And merit, but in all possibility he is believed to possess superior and occult knowledge. It should be mentioned in this connection that serological surveys of the Lacandon Indians, the most secluded of Maya tribes, conducted in the 1960s by Dr. Alfonso de Garay, director of the genetic program of the National Commission for Nuclear Energy in Mexico, indicated early and extensive contact between the Lacandons and Africans. Negroid characteristics have been found in their blood, although they have not been known to mix with outsiders in post-Columbian times. Dr. Garay's report includes, among other things, a reference to the sickle cell, a malaria-resistant mutant gene usually found only in the blood of Black people. Asterisk. Brinton, in his study of Nagualism, has provided us with a series of Na words in Maya and Maya dialects, like the Quiche dialect of the Yucatan, the Zapotec language and the Nahuatl language, to show that some foreign group passing through these linguistically diverse but geographically close peoples introduced this series of words. Looking at the series, we see that Na is at the root of words in these languages meaning mystical knowledge, intelligence, prophecy, sorcery, and magic. One example from each language group should be enough to illustrate this point. Na, intelligence, in Maya, Nahual, to prophesy, in Quiche, Na, medicine man, in Zapotec, and Nahual Li, magician, in Nahuatl. The same root Na is at the base of a series of words with the same meanings in the Mande languages. One part of the series springs from the Arabic Naba, to prophesy, Nabai, prophet. Naba, intelligent, and appears in the West African Pulin. Diula languages is Nabu, in Soso is in Nabai, and in Wolof is Nabai Na. Ideas behind these Arabic Naba, Nabi words, however, have fused and become confused with ideas of the native Nama cult, so that we get Naba in the Habsgara language for masked men, who are known as the Nama in Malinke. In Malinke also we get Nama Koro, which literally means hyena wise men, which is an exact translation of the Nahuatl Coyote Nahual, meaning coyote wise men, where the American coyote were. 100 They came before Columbus. Wolf of the prairies is substituted for the African hyena, werewolf of the savannas. There is one aspect of the African Nama ritual that was not carried forward in the main coyote ritual, but nonetheless preserved in another ritual associated with a black god the Mexicans call Echua. Attributio SF, a beekeeper god found in the Mandingo Nama worship, seemed to have fused with attributes of the Mandingo traders themselves to produce the complex figure of this STMN, god among the Mexicans. Echua was a god of traders or traveling merchants, and was often confused with the coyote god, whom the Amanteca worshipped. He is black in all his representations and is also pictured as warlike, armed with a lance and sometimes engaged in combat. This is to be expected, because the Mandingo trader had to be warlike and always on his guard against hostile, suspicious tribes as he explored new trade routes. In fact, it is as a captive of native tribes with whom he had waged wars of self-defense that the pre-Columbian African was first seen by the Spanish in the New World in the Isthmus of Darien, now Panama, and on Anez land off Cartagena, Colombia. A particularly African feature of this trader god, Echua, was the bale of merchandise he carried on his head. Professor Gonzalo Aguirre Beltran has pointed out, in his Ethnohistory of the Negro in Mexico, that this habit of carrying heavy THMGs on the head, and young children astride the hip, is an indisputable African influence upon the Mexican. Echua is also often distinguished by his age. He is usually featured in the Mexican codices as an old man with a toothless jaw or one solitary tooth and a drooping lower lip. He is also related to bee culture. This is demonstrated by his presence in the Codex Troano in the section on bees. All these aspects of Echua link him unequivocally with the old beekeeping god found in Nama worship among the Mandingo. In Nama worship, the god, represented as an old man, was sometimes put in a beehive, used as a tabernacle, while his devotees drank a honeyed drink and danced and howled around him. The medieval Mexicans celebrated the festival of Echua on the same day as the holiday of Hobnal, the god of the beekeepers, and during this feast they drank 3 bowls of honeyed wine. Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico 101. A Mandingo element from Nama worship also accounted for the extraordinary nose of this black god among the Mexicans. The long nose of Echua is due to the fact that the idol of the Nama, called the Congolo Nama, head of the Nama, is Arcipiarvisum, El Bai. A fantastic bird, that is, with a beak. That beak is carried forward in the long nose. The FK Chua thus becomes among the Mexicans the lord of the nose. The relationship may now be seen very clearly between the Amanteca of Mexico and the Amantiji or Namadiji of Mali. The worship of the werewolf totem, or Nawal, underwent very few changes indeed in its transplantation from Mali to Mexico. As in all transplantations, local fauna and materials simply replaced the original. The hyena became the coyote, the stick-knobbed with sheep's horns became the stick-knobbed with black stones, the bright tropical birds of Africa had their feathers matched by the rich plumes of the South American Quetzali bird, but the basic complex of ideas and their unique organization remained behind as skeletal evidence of their African origin. Vague, general parallels in ritual behavior may evolve independently in remote cultures, but there is a UNNPL-X cluster of elements here, not only symbols, images and ritual acts, but even linguistic labels and conceptual confusions that could not have been repeated in their arbitrariness by virtue of a similar response to the same phenomena. The identicals are so staggering that one feels one is looking into a mirror at what both the Mexican and Mali magicians would call the shadow of the twin, the spirit of the double. As for the merchant caste known as the Pacteca, let us examine some of the items they brought into Mexico. While these, or most of them, were almostly made by them in their new settlements along the Atlantic seaboard and in South America, they were copied from Mandingo prototypes. The names carried forward in these items demonstrate this. From Sahagan's account of the first foreign merchants we learn that they sold mantles, chimali, and waistcloths, maxtli. In the language of Maya, chimali is translated as shield, buckler. Valpalchimali, a derivative of the word, is translated as battle cloak. A study of the word in the Mexican languages establishes a rela. 102 They came before Columbus. Tianship between buckler and cloak. In Maya, more than one idea is rooted in the word. In addition to shield and cloak, there is chim and chimal, meaning pouch. These oddly linked ideas of pouch and cloak are also contained in terms found in the Mande languages. They have an Arabic origin and came into the Mande languages through the Arab caravan trade. An Arabic term is section imla, plural, dollar imel, pronounced chimal, meaning a garment in which one wraps oneself, as well as a bag or pouch put to the rasmi of a palm tree in order that the fruit may not be shaken off, or held under the udder of the ewe or goat, when the udder is heavy with milk. Asterisk. Equally interesting is maxtli, which in the American language of Nahuatl means a waistcloth to hide the nudity. This garment is tied around the private parts of women as an intimate adornment. It is shown to correspond with the Malinke word masiti, adorn. Meant bambara masiri, adornment, to make one's toilet, and bambara masirili, ornamentation, toilet. There is also the fay, male loincloth, which in Mexico is nagua. This barely covered a woman's privates, falling from the waist to the middle of the thigh. It may be traced back to Nagba and Mande, from FN_. RR in Malinke and Dayula, intimate famale cover cloth to lagam in Arabic, which is of menstrual cloth. The very composition of the word for trader, pakteka, provides us with an interesting clue as to its origin. Pakteka is a compiamemdi of pak and teka. Teka may be traced to the Mande word tg, as one have already shown. The pak in pakteka is traceable to the Pole. In Mayapalam, merchant. This finds its counterpart in the language of the Siniki, another people in the medieval Mandingo world. Siniki gives us Falam, rich man, merchant, * Fray Toribio de Modulinia in his memoirs refers to the Mexican marketplace as Tien Quizco, which may have been derived from Tan Gaz Mau, a word for trader, in West Africa. Even today in Central America, Tianquiz and Tiong are used colloquially for marketplace. Since many of the trader words and trading items we have been discussing have Arabic roots, it would appear that Arabic cultural influence on the medieval Mandingo was pervasive and over. F_. Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico 103. Whelming. This is not the case. The Islamic influence on medieval Mali hardly touched the common people. Even the kings, from Sundiata down to the king of the Atlantic expeditions, Abubakari II, gave Islam little more than lip service. There were, of course, exceptions. Kankan Musa, Abubakari's half-brother, took a vast horde of 60,000 Mandingo across the deserts to Mecca, the Islamic heartland, in 1324. But Mali's administrative and political structure owed nothing to the Arabs. It was not a theocracy but grew out of a federation of native families. Mandingo animist ritual and magico-religious beliefs were not Arab Islamic, although the Mandingo later took scraps of the Quran and transformed them to suit their purposes. Their magicians chanted the 5th chapter of the Quran, the Fatiha, as if it were another of their magical incantations. Arab Islamic influence on medieval Mali, therefore, was very peripheral, but its impact on trade and on traders cannot be denied. Nearly all traveling traders in West Africa became Muslims. It was the pragmatic thing to do, since nearly all foreign trade was with the Arabs, hence, the many Arabic words to be found in Mandingo trading items. Trademark. Another Arabic influence may be found in the coats of arms of medieval Sudan. Most notable of these is the crescent on some Sudanic medieval armor. It is generally represented by one upward sign, but frequently it has 3 stars connected with it, or the crescent is one epcated 2 or 3 times. This is a Chiracteris Muslim emblem. It is also found in medieval Mexico. The crescent accompanied at the bottom by 3 stars or crescences, found on many Mexican shields. The Norwegian historian Svein Magnus Gratis has pointed out that when warlords moved on to conquer and settle in new lands, they carried their coats of arms with them. He maintains that some of the American glyphs were carried by Old World warriors as the heraldic emblems of their noble families. Registered, it has been shown that one of the main Mandingo enten or insignia of distinction or nobility, the triple crescent, was the same as the Mexican, except that within these crescents the Mandingos sometimes inserted pictures of animals. Their totems are R_RMLS, since the Mexican featherworkers designed coats of arms, and were heavily influenced, as we have 104 they came before Columbus. Seen by the Mandingo merchants, it is only to be expected that some of these designs would be carried over. Even the word for noble or man of distinction is preserved in an identical Carib word, Nitano. Trademark. Extraordinary animal skins also entered Mexico from the south, skins of animals unknown in the Americas. In a letter to the Spanish sovereigns written in 1505, known as the Lettera Rarissima, Columbus mentions the presence of the lion in America. No such animal prowled the prairies or forests of either north or south in the age of Columbus, though there is evidence for a prehistoric American lion. It has therefore been suggested that he made a mistake, though Columbus probably became acquainted with the appearance of the lion during his visit to West Africa in 1483. In any case, he could not have seen it as a living beast in free motion or in captivity in the New World, but may have been led to this remark by the sight of its skin somewhere on display. Bernal Diaz, who was taken along with Cortez by the Mexican king Montezuma to see the marketplace of Tlatelolco in the first quarter of the 16th century, mentions, in his detailed list of merchandise, the skins of lions. Trademark. It is hard to believe that a man with the meticulous care and precision of Diaz was led into the same mistake. The lion's visage, its mane, its proportions are very distinct. Ds could not have confused it with the tiger, its close cousin, for he also makes mention of tigers. Lions would have been unusual even in medieval Mali, a savanna empire, known as the Bright Country, because it had no jungle. There were lions, however, to the south of the Bright Lands, and rare as they were captured in hunting raids. Medieval African KMGS and powerful men took pride in lion skins. Sumenguru the sorcerer, king of the Soso, whose defeat by Sundiata led to the foundation of the Mali Empire in 1234, lined a room of his 9-story castle with the skins of many animals, including the lion. It is conceivable that since the lion was not native to the Americas in historic times and lion skins were seen in the Columbian contact period, these may have been the well-cured skins of animals Africans had hunted down in their original homelands and transported either in the Mandingo, 1310–1311. Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico 105. Or Songhay, circa 1462–1492 contact period. These skins could be preserved for generations. Lion skins of great ritual value in Africa have been passed down the line of African chiefs and kings. We have been concentrating in this chapter on the evidence of Mandingo traders in Mexico, but it would be wrong to suppose that the Mandingo settled only there, and that it is only in Mexico that their influence may be demonstrated. Seems that the landfalls of the 1310 and 1311 expeditions were in the Isthmus of Darien, now Panama, and the northeastern corner of South America. A vanguard of the party certainly entered Mexico, but settlement in Mexico extended slowly over the ensuing decade. Registered reports of foreign groups trickling into Mexico ashore all through the first quarter of the 14th century, which quarter ended 1325 with the Legendofa battle between an eagle and a serpent and the choice of the site of the battle as the place to build Mexico Tenochtitlan. Trademark among these foreign migratory groups is one which is reported to have brought agriculture and pottery to a hunter and gatherer tribe of the Chichimecs and to have helped in the design and erection of the first windowless houses on Lake Texcoco around 1327. Texcoco was the starting place for the inland journey to the hot lands. These immigrants were known as those who returned and were credited with line gold and silver work and with ancient knowledge. They may have replaced a company of blacks who settled 14 or 15 years earlier, 13107–13117, in Mexico, and then abruptly left in a vain attempt to return to their native home. The Mandingo blacks practiced settled agriculture, and they must therefore have had fixed settlements in South and Central America. But their traders, by the very nature of the occupation, were nomades, ever on the move. Passing through unfamiliar and sometimes hostile territory, they built temporary bases for their defense. Some of these bases, built on elevated mounds, strongly resemble West African stockades. A comparison of the Pule. The traders from black settlements in Darien and northeastern South America came north to Mexico much later, 1407–1425. These were descendants of the 14th century immigrants. 106 They came before Columbus. African stockade from F. Morse travels into the inland parts of Africa with Lemoyne's drawing of a Florida stockade made in the mid-16th century, reproduced in de Bry's De Comatis at Insularum Ritibus, Virginia, is most striking. Both are circular, built of heavy upright posts, have an identical gate entrance and contain rows of circular huts, and within both the stockades are 2 fields. It is important to point out in this connection that the Pels were part of the complex of peoples within the medieval Mandingo Empire, and that their presence in pre-Columbian America has been further established by Jules Cobbett's discovery of an amazing number of animal names shared between them and the Guarani, an American tribe. There were several bases from which the African traders spread in the 2 Americas, from the Caribbean in the Songhay period. Circa 1462–1492, from northeastern South America in the Mandingo period, 1310 onward, into Peru, and from a base in Darien moving along roads marked by the presence of burial mounds into and beyond Mexico, as far north as Canada. These burial mounds provide further witnesses to their presence and the lines of their dispersal. Within them, among the usual native items, are to be found pipes with West African heads and totems, see Chapter 11, other Negroid figurines and gad walls and blue and white shells. These shells have been found in such quantity and so selectively stored, akin in typology to a coin collection, as to suggest very strongly that they were used as money, a practice familiar to West Africans but alien to the pre-Columbian American, for whom shells had simply a ritual and ornamental, not a monetary value. Notes and references. 1. Jacques Soustelle, The Daily Life of the Aztecs, trans. Patrick O'Brien, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson, 1961, p. 162. 2. Bernardino de Sahagun, Histoire Générale des Choses de la Nouvelle Espagne, Paris, G. Masson, 1880, bk. 1, chaps. 18, 19, p. 5871. See also Leo Wiener, Africa and the Discovery of America, Philadelphia, Innes and Sons, 1922, volume 3 p. 245. 3. Sahagun, Op. Cit. Book G.P. 54711, places the coming of the Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico. 107. Pocteca de Mexico in the reign of Quaquapitzuac. This is an obscure king, and the precise years of his reign are not given, but we can safely assume, as does Wiener, that the event occurred in the first quarter of the 15th century. Jacques Soustelle also agrees with this date for the appearance of tropical traders in Tlatelolco, then Exotelilco. He places the coming of the Pocteca in 1407, the year the king Lacade Otl begins his reign. The evidence presented for the identification of some of these traders from the hot lands with West African blacks is of a ritual, linguistic, serological, artifactual and oral historical nature. Soustelle, Op. Cit. p. 27. Ibid. pp. 132, 133. Michael Coe, Mevico, New York Praeger Publishers, 1962. pp. 165, 166. Ibid. p. 133. Item. Also, see Ignacio Bernal, Mexico Before Cortez, Art, History, Legend, Trans. Willis Barnstone, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1963, pp. 75 to 88. 89. Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3 p. 242. 10. Sahagun, Op. Cit. pp. 58711. See also Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3 p. 245. Sahagun writes, the quarters of the Amanteca and Pocteca were confused and the same happened to their gods. Harold Lawrence, African Explorers in the New World, The Crisis, 25, June, July 1962. Heritage Program reprint p. 8. Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3 pp. 228-229. 3. Ibid. p. 242. 4. Ibid. p. 193. Ibid. p. 251. Rest days, Mondays and Thursdays, 242. The two female idols. The American sacrifice of human blood in this ceremony was later modified and brought in line with the African surrogate sacrifice, which never involved humans as sacrificial victims. Quetzalcoatl himself, that is, one of his human representations, is one, purported to have broken with the ancient American traditions and introduced surrogate sacrifices in place of 108 they came before Columbus. Human sacrifice. Recent explorations in the sacred well at Chichen, where a pure maiden is supposed to have been sacrificed each year, have brought to light hundreds of small wooden figures covered with latex. Some Mexican archaeologists think that these dolls were sacrificed symbolically in place of flesh and blood maidens. For the latter reference to the latex dolls, see Irene Nicholson, The X in Mexico, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1966 p. 24. 17. D.G. Brinton, Nagualism, Philadelphia, McCalla & Co., 1894 p. 56. 18. Alexander von Wuthenau, Unexpected Faces in Ancient America, New York, Crown Publishers, 1975 p. 27. 19. Wiener, Op. Cit. Volume 3 p. 250. 20. Ibid. pp. 258-259. 21. Gonzalo Aguirre Beltran, La Ethnohistoria y el Estudio del Negro y en Mexico, in Tax, ed. Acculturation in the Americas, New York, Cooper Square Publications, 1967, pp. 161 to 168. For this reference, 1 a.m. indebted to Ms. Harriet Lay Mann, who translated Beltran's article for my personal use. 22. P. Shella's Representation of Deities of the Maya Manuscripts, Papers of the Peabody Museum of American Archaeology and Ethnology, Harvard University, Volume 4, Number 1, p. 34. 23. Seller, Codex Borgia, Volume 1, p. 322. 24. Wiener, Op. Cit, Volume 3, p. 259. 25. Ibid, p. 230. 26. Ibid, p. 231. 27. Ibid, p. 234. 28. Ibid, pp. 229, 230. 29. Wiener, Op. Cit, Volume 2, p. 112. 30. Wiener, Op. Cit, Volume 3, pp. 364 to 365. It should be pointed out in connection with the Arabic words for garments in Mandingo that appear in medieval Mexico that the Mandingo did not change their mode of dress to suit the Arabs. The Mandingo traders simply gave Arabic names to the garments they sold and wore. As Wiener puts it, they did not adopt the Arabic habiliments, but those that they wore bore names derived from the Arabic. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. Mandingo traders in medieval Mexico 109. Ibid, p. 237. Cyrus Gordon, Before Columbus, New York, Crown Publishers, 1971, pp 92, 93. Wiener, Op. Cit, Volume 3, p. 238. Ibid, p. 369. John Boyd Thacker, Christopher Columbus, His Life, His Work, His Remains, New York, G. P. Putnam Sons, 1 Go 3, Volume 2, p. 694. Albert Idell, ed. And trans. The Bernal Diaz Chronicles. Gar. Den City, New York, Doubleday, 1957, p. 160. E.T. Neon, Sundiata, An Epic of Old Mali, trans. From the Monday by G. D. Pickett, London, Longmans, 196s. Soustell, Op. Cit, pp. 2, 3. Bernal, Op. Cit, p. 87. Wiener, Op. Cit, Volume 2. See comparative plates between pages 176 and 177. Gaston Edouard Jules Covet, Les Barbares en Amérique. Alger, J. Bringen, 1930 pp. 132 to 133. Wiener, Op. Cit, Volume 3, p. 36s. 3. Wiener, Op. Cit, Volume 2, pp. 249 to 270, Volume 3, pp. 230, 239 to 245. 250. The case for certain West African functions and values of shells as a pre-Columbian influence on Americans is presented by Leo Wiener. This, however, is considerably overstated. While shells found in the burial mounds with other Mandingo artifacts indicate the use of shells as money, this use was very restricted and may have applied to a minor category of exchange. Few Native Americans used cowrie shells as money until post-Columbian times, when in some cases such use was introduced into America through the slave trade. The value relationship preserved between the dark blue and purple and the white shells and the names given to some of these indicate an imported cultural influence. Among startling identities in the appearance of shells, one may mention a variety of olive shell found in the interior part of the Congo and in some excavations in Mexico. For reference to the latter comparison, I am indebted to an unpublished monograph on shell culture by Dr. Jane Safer of the American Museum of Natural History. Black Africa and Egypt. What was most characteristic in the pre-dynastic culture of Egypt is due to intercourse with the interior of Africa and the immediate influence of that permanent Negro element which had been present in the Pienpelern of southern Egypt from the remotest times to our day. Randall Meekiver, Ancient Races of the Thebaid. Egypt was the receiver still more than the giver. Ancient Egypt was essentially an African colony. Basil Davidson, The African Past. If you could stand on the summit of the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza, looking south, you would feel your spirit walking down a street that took you back to the hegemonies of man's longest civilization. As far as you could see on the southern horizon would lie the conical tents of the gods, pitched upon the earth for more than 60 miles, pyramid after pyramid, row after row of royal tombs, skyscrapers of sheer stone, the blocks of which, if laid end to end, would circle the belly of the world. You could descend in, walk unannounced into this city of the dead, for the doors of the tombs are standing open. When Count Volney stood under the shadow of the Great Sphinx in 1783 and looked at these man-made mountains stretch Black Africa and Egypt 111 ing across the western desert, he was startled and confused. He had walked across the low flat country, dotted with villages of mud brick huts, where stood the tall date palms. The floor of the land was a vivid green, and through the green ran an intricate network of irrigation canals. Brown and black-skinned men of slender build and dark hair, mostly negroid, emptying a broad and flat nose, very short, a large flattened mouth. Thick lips were seen along the banks of the canals, swaying up and down as they rhythmically lifted irrigation buckets attached to what looked like a well sweep. These men were native Egyptians, with skins and features like many of the slaves of the French Empire. How could things have been turned so upside down? How could history have been so violently reversed? A strange guilt troubled Count Volney. It was so natural to think of blacks as hewers of wood and drawers of water. When did this curse begin? How we are astonished, he later wrote, when we reflect that to the race of Negroes, at present our slaves, and the objects of our contempt, we owe our arts, sciences. 15 years later, an expedition under Napoleon marched into Egypt. The scientists of that expedition were equally astonished and impressed. From what they saw, they concluded, as the Greeks had done 1,000 years before, that Egyptian civilization owed its inspiration to a black race. This rediscovery by Europeans of ancient Egypt, and the disclosures of a winking face, worthful Negro-African element in the ancestry of a civilization to which Europe owed so much, came as an embarrassment. It came also at a most inopportune time. It threatened to explode a myth of innate black inferiority that was necessary to the peace of the Christian conscience in a Europe that was then prospering from the massive exploitation of black slaves. Africa was being systematically depopulated. TT's empires had disintegrated. Its HLSTTMF had been buried. Its movement in step with other world civilizations had been abruptly halted. Only its most backward and inaccessible elements were left virtually untouched to bear false witness in later times to the scale and complexity of its evolution. 112 They came before Columbus. The Christian conscience of slave-trading Europe had been assuaged for a while by a myth which drew its inspiration not from the Christian Bible, as some theologians of the day then thought, for the Bible makes no distinctions between black and white, but from a very arbitrary interpretation of a biblical story, the story of Ham, which appeared in the Talmud, a collection of IJBW-ish oral traditions, in the 6th century AP. Starting out as an innocuous little anecdote, Noah curses a son of Ham, making him and his progeny a servant of servants for looking at him in his nakedness. It grew to become a most pernicious racial myth. It has affected nearly all histories of Africa and Africans for the past 200 years. The curse of the son of Ham, it was said, was the curse of blackness. The descendants of the son of Ham, according to this interpretation of the story, were the Africans and the Egyptians, who, at the time the MDH began to circulate, had fallen from their pinnacle of power. When, however, the Napoleonic expedition uncovered the splendors of ancient Egyptian civilization, a new version of history was urgently required. The myth of blackness as a curse had backfired. How could a black and accursed race have inspired or contributed greatly to the development of a pre-European civilization? An ingenious new version was not long in the making. Political necessity, seen as now, is the mother of historical invention. Christian theologians began to suggest that Noah had cursed only Canaan, one son of Ham, and that therefore the curse lay only on his progeny, the black race. Another son of Ham, Mizraim, had not been cursed. From him issued the marvelous Egyptians, the creators of the greatest of early civilizations. The Christian conscience can't sleep peacefully again. Canaan's sons, after all, the black branch, were only getting what was their terrible destiny and due. The sons of Mizraim were the Caucasoid curse-free branch of the Hamites, according to this new version. With the creation of these two legendary branches, a servile and accursed Negroid branch and a gifted and blessed Caucasoid branch, the problem of the Hamitic curse was neatly solved. From then on. Black Africa and Egypt 113. Historians and anthropologists would talk of Hamitic culture bringers in Africa, meaning whites, fairy grandfathers touching Kemi, the original word for Egypt, HTER, the Black Lands, with the magical wand of civilization. Behind the van of the clergy, to assist and consolidate this version, rose up a scientific establishment that tried to prove that Negro Africans had nothing whatever to do with the evolution and development of Egyptian civilization. Skeletal material from Egypt was selectively gathered and selectively measured and classified. The American anatomist Samuel Morton, the Shockley of the 19th century, using pseudoscientific criteria, flattered and delighted his negrophobic listeners by demonstrating to their satisfaction that the Egyptians were a Caucasoid race and indigenous to the Nile Valley. This finding flatly contradicted the claim of the historian Herodotus that the Egyptians, compared to the Greeks and other European Caucasoids, were for the most part a black-skinned and woolly-haired people. The findings of Morton have been shown to be false. Extensive skeletal surveys of the ancient Egyptians, both before and during the dynasties, show them to be of roughly the same racial composition as the blacks of a modern Caribbean island, with a predominantly Negroid base and traces of Asiatic and Caucasoid admixtures. As Basil Davidson has pointed out in Africa in History, it now seems perfectly clear that the vast majority of pre-dynastic Egyptians were of continental African stock, and even of Central West Saharan origins. These people later mixed with Asians and Caucasians migrating into the north of Egypt. The Nile was the meeting place of races, but the Negro-African element both before and during several of the dynasties was a dominant racial element. An Oxford professor of anatomy, Arthur Thompson, and an Egyptologist of the same university, David Randall McIlver, carried on the most extensive surveys of ancient Egyptian skeletal material ever made. They are reported in 1905 that from the early pre-dynastic period to the 5th dynasty, 24% of the males and 19.5% of the females were pure Negro. Between the 6th and the 114 they came before Columbus. 18th dynasties, about 20% of the males and 15% of the females were pure Negro. An even larger percentage were intermediates with Negroid physical characteristics. But the density of the Negro-African racial presence in pre-dynastic and Livnasalc Egypt is an empty statistic in itself. What should most concern us is the contribution of Black Africans to the birth of Egyptian civilization, their participation in the growth and development of that civilization, and the eventual emergence toward the close of the dynasties of a black power, the Nubians, from a land south of the Negroid and mulatto Egyptians, as the source of both spiritual and political authority in the Egyptian world during the significant 800 to 700 BC New World-Old World contact period. Black Africa's influence upon the genesis of Egyptian civilization was profound. What came up to Egypt from south and west of the Nile was seminal. In the early formative centuries, the Sahara did not divide the African continent. Far from being a natural barrier between the peoples of West Africa and North Africa, Basil Davidson has pointed out the old Sahara joined these peoples together. All could share in the same ideas and discoveries. Many travelers journeyed through the Green Sahara in New Stone Age times. They used horses and carts that have been found along two main trails between North and West Africa. New ideas were being taken back and forth by these old travelers. We shall make little sense of African history unless we have this picture constantly in mind, this picture of the great regions learning from each other, teaching cash other, trading with cash other through the centuries. Trademark. But in this cultural give and take, what did the Black African outside of Egypt really give that was so crucial to the foundations of Egyptian civilization? Recent archaeological studies in the Sahara and the Sudan have shown that much of the art one finds in the tombs of the pharaohs, many of the bird and animal deities the ancient Egyptians worshipped, and the custom and technique of mummification itself originated among Negro Africans south and west of the Nile. It has always been assumed that mummification originated in Black Africa and Egypt 115. Egypt. There is evidence to show that it was practiced there as early as the Second Dynasty, circa 3000 BC, since Quibble found at Saqqara several tombs of this date in which the bodies had been collaboratively bandaged, the limbs being wrapped separately. From the beginning of NTG, 4th Dynasty, 2 Gu 2750 B. There is the canopic box of Hetepheres, mother of Cheops, the builder of the Great Pyramid at Giza, which still contains packets of what presumably were the viscera preserved in a dilute of nacron, a chemical NSED in embalming, which is proof that the body had been embalmed, though the mummy was not in the tomb. There is an Egyptian mummy on display in the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons in London that dates back to the 5th dynasty, 2750–2475 BC. Point 2. But going back to centuries earlier than the earliest of these Egyptian mummies is a recent find in the rocky hills of the Fezzan, the body of a Negroid child, mummified, flexed and buried beneath the dirt floor of the family shelter. The body was carefully preserved, in this case by drying, before burial. The discoverer, Italian archaeologist F. Mori, claims a date of 3500 BC for his find, and the carbon-14 dates back him up. The spectacular thing about that date is that it makes the Fezzan mummy older TLL, the oldest known Egyptian mummies. There is one thing more. On the wall of the rock shelter in which the child was buried, someone had painted a mummy figure bound in many cloths and tied with bands. This is the way the dead were represented in Egypt in later times. And yet Dr. Mori believes the painting may date even further back than the child's burial. Another blow to the Egyptian image, to her reputation as premier undertaker. The implications of this go beyond mere burial practices. Mummification in dynastic Egypt was part of a complex body of ritual and belief. The concept of the king as divine, as a god in person among men, lay at the root of royal mummification. The particular form of this divine kingship found in Egypt came not from Asia, as was formerly supposed, but from the heart of Africa. Egyptian ideas of kingship, Bohannon and Curtin have pointed out, developed in Egypt itself and were developed on an African. 116 They came before Columbus. Cultural base. The ideas about the nature of the dead were expressed in the pyramids, which ideas developed with amazing rapidity once they started, and the forms of the state that emerged are significantly different from similar ideas and practices found in Asia Minor. Divine kingship seems to have been an African invention, for the African form differs radically from the other. Millennia later, it could be found in Uganda, in the Benue Valley, along the Guinea coast and down into Rhodesia. Asterisk. Prototypes of some of the bird and animal deities of the Egyptians have been traced back to the desert rock art of Negro Africans in the Tassili Mountains. Even the ceremonial costumes of the pharaohs blossomed out of sartorial styles displayed by some figures on these rocks. Anthropologist Henri Lode has brought this Saharan art to the world's attention, the beautifully drawn herds and herders, bird-headed goddesses, the hunters dressed in animal heads and tails. People of Negroid type, claims Lode, were painting men and women with a beautiful and sensitive realism before 3000 BC, and were among the originators of naturalistic human portraiture. Pottery is now known to have been made by black Africans as early as 7000 BC in a fishing hunting community near Khartoum. The people of this community fired pottery and combed it with a catfish spine to give it a basket effect. The oldest ivory figurines found in ancient Egypt were sculpted by the Badari, a Negroid race of the Egyptians. Registered another form of art found among the Egyptians which came up from the Sudan and points to a domestication of cattle as early as 4500 BC by black Africans, are the ruck paintings of cattle with intricately twisted horns. The fanciful shapes of these horns reappear in the temple and tomb paintings of dynastic Egypt. Discoveries of this nature are of the greatest significance. They give the lie to the Hamitic hypothesis, which made claims, still believed by many historians of Africa, that pastoral science, the skills of cattle rearing, came into Africa through Caucasoid Hamites. Thus C.G. Seligman, the most bigoted and influential British exponent of this racial theory, stated in a book, originally published in 1930 and reprinted without change as late as 1966, that the in Black Africa and Egypt 117. Coming Hamites were pastoral Europeans, arriving wave after wave, quicker-witted than the dark agricultural Negroes, italics added. The earliest agricultural settlement in the Negro Sudan, that of the Fayum, shows that pastoral and agricultural science existed side by side. British archaeologist A.J. Arkell excavated 2 sites along the Nile, one near Khartoum, south of Egypt, where the Nile percent PHTS, and one in the Fayum area. In the Fayum site there was clear evidence that people were growing grain and minding cattle as early as 4500 BC, while in the Khartoum site the blacks were cultivating arabs and making pottery. Arkell found something even more interesting, something that connected these two sites to an African source west of the Nile, deep in the Sahara. In both sites were considerable quantities of Amazon stone beads, microline feldspar, from the Eghe Mountains, north of Tibet in the Sahara. In the Khartoum site was found dotted wavy line pottery identical with pottery in the Tibet area. Registered. What this indicates is that Tibet was a dispersal area of cultural influences moving up the Nile from the Sahara, and that when that desert, once a fertile plain, ended its wet phase and began to dry up, black Africans started moving north and east, following the shrinking tributaries of the Nile until they reached the flood plain, thereby colonizing Egypt. Every new archaeological find seems to be pushing the agricultural breakthrough in Africa further and further back in time, and the influence of this breakthrough on the ancient Egyptians should not be underestimated, since the great and early civilizations were built only after mankind had reached the settled agricultural stage. It has always been assumed that Africans were late in the day in this respect, and since the Asian agricultural complex was among the earliest, the agricultural science of Egypt was thought to be largely Asian in origin. The American anthropologist George Peter Murdoch has reclassified the great agricultural complexes in the ancient world: the Southwest Asian complex, Caucasoid; the Southeast Asian complex, Mongoloid; the Middle American complex, American Indian; and the Sudanic complex, West African. The Sudanic I. 118 they came before Columbus. Complex was completely ignored until recently. Russian botanist Vavilov, who listed all plants in the three non-African complexes, never visited Black Africa. Hence, he and others made serious misclassifications, especially with regard to indigenous African crops that had traveled to India and were thought to have originated in Asia. Murdoch, by use of geographical and linguistic distribution of plants and plant names, as well as recent agricultural finds, has been able to prepare a classification of plants belonging to the Sudanic complex. He has shown that the Mande people of West Africa created a center of plant domestication around the headwaters of the river Niger circa 4500 BC. He has also shown that while Egypt gave nothing in the way of plants to Black Africa, Black Africans contributed the bottle G mud, the watermelon, tamarind fruit, and cultivated cotton, Gossypium herbaceum, to Egypt. Murdoch's claim that crops moved north and east across the African continent from this center of plant domestication in the western Sudan is borne out by a study of Nubian agriculture. Nubia, the black state on the southern boundaries of Egypt, in spite of its long passage under the dynastic Egyptians, has little in the way of crops that it owes to Egypt. Its basic crops were Sudanic in origin. It seems, whatever the reason, that whereas West African crops traveled up the Nile and took root in Egypt and its colonial outposts, Egyptian crops are not to be seen in sites west and south of the Nile. In one of the fireholes of the 4500 BC settlement near Khartoum, excavated by Arkell, the charred fragment of an oil palm fruit, an indigenous West African plant, was found located far north and east of its original home, the agricultural complex of the nuclear Mande, moving in an Egyptian direction. No comparable find indicating the southward or westward movement of an indigenous Egyptian plant exists. C. Wrigley is critical of specific points in the Murdoch thesis but concludes nonetheless that plant domestication must have occurred very early in Africa. He argues that the existence of wide networks of MGU, LG, US which are only remotely related, fine pot Terry dating back to 5000 BC in East Africa and livestock in the eastern Sudan in 4000 BC attest to an equally early emergence of Black Africa and Egypt. 119. Food producers in sub-Saharan Africa. Roland Porters presents, as evidence of ancient African agriculture, the fact that India as early as 1300 BC had imported a number of indigenous African crops. Botanist Edgar Anderson, operating by wholly different methods and using different evidence, arrives at the same conclusion as Murdoch. He agrees that there was a lay African origin of agriculture around the headwaters of the Niger. Trademark. The investigations of Delcroix and Bafri provide archaeological support for this hypothesis of an early, dense center of agricultural domestication in West Africa. Among the numerous archaeological materials that they have studied from West and Central Africa, they identify the Tumbian of Guinea and the Paratumbian of the neighboring Sudan as the remains of simple agriculturalists. Carl Schwerin suggests that the Tumbian culture began somewhere close to 5000 BC. Asterisk asterisk radiocarbon dates for these sites have not yet been obtained, but Professor Davies has provided radiocarbon dates for later sites in the Niger area which, while not as early as the Arkell dates in the Sudan, show that the general consensus among these botanists, archaeologists and anthropologists has a basis in fact. For the Tenere Neolithic, a later agricultural phase in the Niger, he gives a date of 5140 BC plus or minus 170 years. As I have indicated before, the drying up of the Sahara pushed Black Africans northward up from the central Sahara and the Sudan toward the Nile floodplain. This they occupied in fairly dense concentrations in the pre-dynastic period. It is this northern migration of the Black African into the basin of the Nile that made the land of Kem, Egypt, essentially an African colonization trademark. Thus the blacks in the pre-dynastic period, hugging the banks of the Nile, were responsible for major agricultural innovations along that ancient river. The blacks dominated a land from the 29th parallel north to the 10th parallel south, see Plate 19, 11, circa 3400 BC. This land was the old Ethiopian Empire. In the north, from above the 29th parallel to the Mediterranean, there was a slice of land, 1/4 of Lower Egypt, into which Asians and a sprinkle of Caucasians trickled. These foresigners waged wars with black Africans until the Africans won a 120 they came before Columbus. Decisive victory over them circa 3400 BC under the African king Menes. It is from this point that real Egyptian history begins, because it was then that the African king joined the two lands, Uazit with Nekebit. Nekeb was the old black capital. It is at this point too that the winged dice motif developed as a political symbol signifying the unification of the two lands. Menes laid the foundations of a city which was to become the capital of the Pedum kings for 3,000 years, named after him. Asterisk. During one of the longest reigns in history, Menes brought about the kind of stability that not only PMBULML a solid foundation for a first dynasty but also the economic and social conditions necessary for a far more uniform expansion or religion, the arts and crafts and the mathematical sciences. Here too is where Mesopotamia, Palestine and Greece, although not as advanced, may have made cultural contributions to the Africans and received much from them in return. Asterisk. The unification of the lands led to the mixing of Asians and Africans in the north. The African script, language, the character of the royal dynasties, became a composite of African and Asian elements. In other words, Lower Egypt, the north became Fizi, ally and culturally of mulatto, Egypt. Asians married African princesses, and the integration of the two peoples proceeded apace. Hence, the emergence of pharaohs with both Negroid and Asian physical characteristics. Some of the royal portraits and sculptures are highly stylized, with the headgear, the false beards, often obscuring the racial detail. It is often necessary to look at other royal representations of the same period to appreciate this. But conventional histories have ignored the African beginnings, the African political and administrative structure, the unique African form of the divine king concept, the African agricultural contribution on the Nile, the African science of mathematics and mummification, all the elements that laid the basis for the first four dynasties. They make no mention of the fact that the Sphinx was a registered Menes built what was known then as the White Wall, later known as Memphis. Black Africa and Egypt 121. Portrait statue of the Black Pharaoh Khafra, also called Sephron, nor that the greatest of all the pyramids was built during the reign of the African Khufu, 2nd dynasty, 2590–2567 BC. Nor that the religious cults of Seth and Amen were African registered. They bypass all the Negro African figures in the dynasties or disguise them with blanket classifications, laying emphasis only on the Asian elements, the men who came in from the north as tent-dwelling nomads. They credit all the genius of the dynastic period to these infiltrators, inheritors of an African cultural, scientific and even physical legacy. When the blacks are mentioned at all, they are confined to the 25th dynasty, which is called TLL, Ethiopian dynasty. Even that, as we shall show in our next chapter, has been in IBPLL until recently, and when it was not contained within a footnote, it was classified in such a way as to render it insignificant and unworthy of serious consideration. Labels like asterisk, period of decline, are dapper, D onto these periods. Inscriptions are defaced, Negro African heads are lopped off, noses are chiseled down, photographs are taken from misleading angles or through misleading filters, nomenclatures meant to confuse are pasted over the archaeological and documentary evidence. One comes upon the scene of history as though a witness to a massive cultural genocide, the perpetrators of which have nevertheless left telltale clues in the graveyard, where a subterranean current, an electric truth, galvanizes still the surviving skeletons and sculptures. A largely mixed North Afro-Asian mulattoes and a largely black South Negro-African sums up the racial picture of Egypt from about 3000 BC down to the period just before the birth of Christ. In all her periods of upheaval, when the North was threatened by chaos or the invasion of foreigners, Egypt was rescued and reunited by powerful men from the Black South. When it fell into anarchy during the latter years of Pepi XI, and was divided into feudal baronies during what is known as the First Intermediate Period 2200–2050 BC, a Nubian Southterer, Mentuhotep I, reunited Egypt. When in 1770 BC the North was invaded and conquered by the Hyksos, an Asiatic people, the Black South remained strong and took into its arms the fleeing mulattoes from the North. Trans. 122 They came before Columbus, fusing a new stream of Negro African blood into the mixed pool of the northern Egyptians. Registered when in the 25th dynasty, 800 to 654 BC. The Assyrians, the power of Western Asia, had made vassals of the northern Egyptian kings. It was the black kings of the south who reunified Egypt under their rule once again and held the Assyrians at bay for nearly a century, ushering in a renaissance, not a DV/LMC of the Egyptian culture and spirit. It is important to understand that modern Egypt and modern Egyptians are not the direct successors of these ancient peoples. With the fall of Egyptian civilization in the last phase of the pre-Christian era and the massive Arab movement into the north, the sack of Alexandria and the founding of Cairo, northern Egypt, and indeed all northern Africa CHMGED in its physical and cultural appearance. It is to the last great phase of Egyptian history before this radical change begins that we shall now turn our attention. Notes and references. 1. For the description of this physical type seen in Egypt in the Napoleonic era, see Baron V. Denon, Travels in Upper and Lower Egypt, 1803. For this reference see Herbert Foster, The Ethnicity of the Ancient Egyptians, Journal of Black Studies, 5 No. 2, 1974, p. 177. 2. E. Sanders, The Hamitic Hypothesis, Journal of African History, 10, No. 4, 1969, p. 525. 3. Foster, Locke, Sit. 4. Sanders, Op. Sit pp. 526–527. 5. Foster, Op. Sit p. 1 Go. 6. G. Rawlinson, ed. The History of Herodotus, London, Mer. Ray, 1875. Basil Davidson, Africa and History, New York, Macmillan. 1969, pp. 21–22. 8. David Randall McIlver and Arthur Thompson, Ancient Races of the Thebaid, London, 1900s. For this reference see Foster, Op. Sit p. 183. 9. Basil Davidson, History of West Africa to the 19th Century, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1966 p. 7. Tilda. Black Africa and Egypt 12310. Closing square bracket dot. E. Quibble, Excavations at Saqqara, 1912–1914, London. 1–1. Closing parenthesis. 1914, pp. 11, 19, 28, 32. G. A. Reisner, Bulletin of the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, 26, No. 157, 1928. W. R. Dawson, Egyptian Mummies, London, 1921, pp. 74–75. C. Alsoa, Lucas, Ancient Egyptian Materials and Industries, London, Edward Arnold & Co., 1926. Olivia Vlahos, African Beginnings, New York, Viking Press. 1967, p. 44. Paul Bohannon and Philip Curtin, Africa and Africans, Revised Edition, New York, Natural History Press, 1971, p. 87. Basil Davidson, The Lost Cities of Africa, New York, Little Brown, 1959, p. 58. Vlahos, Op. Sit pp. 41, 42. See the reproduction of cattle with twisted horns in a tassely rock painting compared with that in an Egyptian temple carving, Ibid, pp. 44 to 45. C.G. Seligman, Races of Africa, New York, Oxford University Press, 1930 p. G6. A. Arkell, A History of the Sudan, from the Earliest Times. To 1821, London, The Athlone Press, 1955 pp. 29 to 34. Item. Foster, Op. Cit. p. 186. 2. G. P. Murdoch, Africa, Its Peoples and Their Culture History. New York, McGraw-Hill, 1959 pp. 64 to 70. For this reference see Vlahos, Op. Cit. p. 57. For the Wrigley reference, see Carl Schwerin, Wines Across the Atlantic, Possible African Origins for some Pre-Columbian. New World, ULHG_NS Mesoamerican Studies, No. 6, University Museum, Southern Illinois University, 1970 pp. 2:15. Roland Porter's Journal of African History, 3, 1962 pp. 195 to 210. Edgar Anderson, The Evolution of Domestication, in Sol. Tax, ed., Evolution After Darwin, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1960, Volume 2, pp. 67 to 84. R. Delqua and R. Boffrey, Lanthropology, 49, 1940 pp. 265 to 312. 124 They Came Before Columbus. 28. Schwerin, Op. Cit. p. 1. 29. O. Davies, West Africa Before the Europeans, Archaeology and Prehistory, London, Methuen, 1967, p. 225. For this reference, see Schwerin, Op. Cit. 30. Basil Davidson, The African Past, New York, Grosset and Dunlap, 1967, p. 43. 31. Donald Mackenzie, Myths of Pre-Columbian America, London, Gresham Publishing Co., 1924, p. 62. Also see Chapter 5 of this volume. 32. Chancellor Williams, The Destruction of Black Civilization, Chicago, Third World Press, 1974, p. 67. 33. Ibid, p. 73. 34. James Henry Breasted, A History of Egypt, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1916, p. 151. 35. John Hope Franklin, From Slavery to Freedom, New York, Vintage Books, 1969, pp. 7 to 8. The Black Kings of the 25th Dynasty. As one Giantha eggs that have been abandoned in fright have I gathered the whole earth. Sennacherib, the Assyrian king. And then he, Sennacherib, heard say of Tirhaka, king of Ethiopia, behold, he is come out to fight against thee. Book 2, Kings, chapter 19, verse G. At the far end of the Dongola Reach, as the Nile bends and swings upward, streaming north toward the Fourth Cataract, it flows through the province of Napata, where, in the towns of Kuru and of Nuri, the ancient graves of kings. These are the graves of the forgotten kings of Cush, the black Valhalla through whose ghostly fields may still be heard the distant din of wars, the clash of Nubian and Libyan, of Nubian and Assyrian, over the ailing body of Egypt. Here lay, in their trappings of silver and bronze, the mummified horses of Pianki, Shabaka, Shabataka and Taharka, or Tir-Ha-Ka. Here lay the black princes of the 25th dynasty, who, from circa 751 to 654 BC, threw their shadow across the length and breadth of the Egyptian Empire, from the shores of the Mediterranean to the borders of modern Ethiopia, almost a quarter of the African continent. They were among the last of the great sun kings of the ancient world. These kings formed the last bastion of Egyptian civilization. 126 They came before Columbus. Against the advance of the alien, black Nubian troops of Cush not only brought Osirkan II, a Libyan king of Upper Egypt, to his knees but crushed the rebellion of the petty kings of Egypt under Tafnik, and, seizing power over both Lower and Upper Egypt, rescued it from vassalage to the Assyrians, holding that great power at bay for nearly a century until they were eventually outclassed by the heavier concentration of iron weaponry in the Assyrian forces. For one brief century they restored Egypt to her former glory, renovated her temples and gave new life and moral authority to the sun god, Amun-Ra, registered, who had become in that time the chief god among both Nubians and Egyptians. In the towns of Kuru and Nuri lie the graves of these ancient kings. At the foot of the pure mountain, Jebel Barkal, in the temple of Amen, lay many of their weapons and jewels, statues and stelae. Their graves, though plundered, their mummies, though stolen, their stelae, though partially defaced, give proof nonetheless of their true ancestry and origin. Why then are they not represented as black or, even when so conceited, really L to a footnote in the conventional histories of the ancient world? We have seen the attempts to deny Black Africa's contribution to the rise of civilization in ancient Egypt. It was difficult for Europeans during the era of the Africans' enslavement, when the myth of his fundamental inferiority made his subjugation easier to carry on the Christian conscience, to admit that he once stood on the upper branches in the tree of world civilization. But the seeds Black Africa planted, which cross-pollinated with those of the mixed Mediterranean races meeting on the Nile, flowered into that tree under whose branches, and feeding on whose fruit, Greece, Rome and Britain later grew. As in the beginning, so in the last great phase of the Egyptian world, the Black African gained ascendancy. To see him in this the cult of Amen was a cult of Black African origin. It later fused with the worship of Ra, a bird-headed Egyptian sun god. See Chancellor Williams, The Destruction of Black Civilization, Chicago, Third World Press, 1974, pp. 73-74. The Black Kings of the 25th Dynasty 127. Light, as a power in the dawn and in the sunset of ancient Egypt, was anathema to the ruling prejudices of imperial scholars. Thus Reisner and Brugish Bey, Drioden, Vanier and Morit, to mention just a few, and even more recently Arkell and Shinny, seek to bypass the blackness of these kings. Dr. Brugish Bey, in his book A History of Egypt Under the Pharaohs, published nearly 100 years ago, advanced the theory that the kings of the Black Lands of Nubia and Kush, who rose to power in the 8th and 7th centuries BC, were not really black at all, but came from outside to give leadership and guidance to these imperfectly developed people. He claimed, and later Drioden and Vanier supported the claim, that the royal family of Kush were descended from a certain high priest of Thebes, Herhor. This Herhor, also spelled Herihor, had been the founder of the 21st dynasty. He had seized the Egyptian throne in 945 BC and made himself the first prophet of Amen, but his successors, after 150 years of rule, were eventually overthrown and forced to flee Ngpt sometime around Su BC. It was around this time that a great national passion was stirring. In Nubia, in which was based the kingdom of Kush, which was later to expand and embrace the whole Egyptian world, had already begun to feel her native strength to assert her national independence. Egyptianized though she was in many respects from long colonization, she had gained self-government during the troubled period through which Egypt was passing. Yet these scholars would have us believe that at the crest of this spirit of self-pride and national ambition, the Black Nubians, credited at that time with having the finest militia in Africa, without a murmur of protest, with not the slightest show of resistance, allowed the fleeing priests of the house of Herhor, men who had lost all power and prestige, impotent, defeated refugees, to establish a new domination over them. Brugish Bey reveals the racial attitude behind this absurd suggestion when he speaks of Nubia and Ethiopia as places where the minds of an imperfectly developed people must needs show themselves pliable and submissive to a dominant priest caste. Trademark. The only thread of evidence for the theory presented by these 128 they came before Columbus historians was the fact that Pienki, the first important king of the 25th dynasty, had adopted a name which was the same as that used by a son FMD successor of Herhor. Pienki is Egyptian for the living one, and considering the number of Egyptian customs, names and religious rituals surviving among their ex-colonials, it was flimsy evidence indeed. Excavations in 1919 by G. A. Reisner, which led to the discovery of the graves of the kings, put an end to this hypothesis. The evidence of the graves made it clear that kings of Kush could not have been native Egyptians. But Reisner then advanced a new and equally misleading theory. After a cursory examination of stone arrowheads, which he found in several of the graves at Kuru, he decided that some with recessed bases were of Libyan type. With this preconceived notion of a Libyan link, he was led into the misreading of a word on the stele of Queen Tabiri, one of Pienki's queens, as Temahu. This word means southern Libyans, and he therefore thought she was great chieftainess of the Temahu. On this slender evidence, he concluded that, while the northern Libyans were entering the delta or soon after, the southern Libyans, the Temahu, pushed into the Nile Valley. Reisner then began to invent a Libyan chief who settled at Kuru and whose family, according to him, obtained the domination of Ethiopia. A.J. Arkell in A History of the Sudan dismisses this in one sentence, which was all at one yield needed. The evidence for this, he declares, is non-existent. The theory, however, gained ground for many years, and in several historians of Egypt, such as Alexander Moritz, the Nile and Egyptian civilization, the kings of Kush are represented as La Drlb, Altha placed in the confusing category, Ethiopian dynasty. I say confusing, for the word Theopitul was used in a very general way in ancient times. Ethiops, literally, burnt face, was a broad catch-all word for dark peoples. That was why Peter Martyr referred to the mysterious blacks Balboa came upon in the Isthmus of Darien as Ethiopians. It is also confusing if we think of Ethiopian as an exclusive reference to the people of modern Abyssinia. The Ethiopian dynasty, a label given by the Egyptian historian Manetho to the Black Power period of Egypt, is really the dynasty founded by the kings of Kush with its base at Napata in Nubia. The Black Kings of the 25th Dynasty 129. The old notion that the ancestors of the Kushite royal family were Libyans has been abandoned. Most modern authorities now agree that they were of native Nubian origin. The way they were buried is one of several clues to their native roots. The burial practices are not only non-Egyptian but also very different from anything found among the Libyans. In spite of the Egyptian cultural influence, and the graves of the kings give clear evidence of this, the manner of the royal burial is distinctive. The Black Kings are buried on beds rather than in coffins. A coffin bench is constructed with niches cut out near its corners for the legs of the funerary bed, the frame of which rested on the bench. In one of the queen's tombs, 2 bronze bed legs were found still in place. This type of burial was practiced by the Nubians 1,000 years earlier. While the furnishing and iconography